This course took me from 0 to 25,000 subscribers and booked me over 200 sales calls in 60 days completely inbound without any sort of cold DMs or ads running. And I'm giving everything away for free in today's video. The reason why is because first of all, I've got a 10 times better program that I sell, so I have no reason to gatekeep this information. And secondly, I want you to win. I'm sick and tired of these gurus teaching you all of this nonsense about personal branding. Nobody's teaching you the first principles of why it works. I am applying these same principles to generate inbound leads with 2000 followers and about 300 subscribers at the time of recording this video. You can get every single resource, all the documents, the PDFs, the links completely for free in the description without an opt-in because I want you to win. I actually want to provide value to you, and this course took me about 6 months to make, so it will give you all the value you need. Lock in because this shit will actually change your life. This is the singular video that you have been waiting for so long. So lock in. It's a very long video, so you can put it up at 2x speed or 1.5x speed. Watch everything. Let's begin. So welcome to this module. In this module, we're essentially going to be covering how the YouTube algorithm actually works. And what we're essentially going to be covering in this exact module is the following things. We'll cover game theory, strategic decision making, applications of game theory and metrics. Now, you might be asking yourself, why are we covering all of this stuff? Why are we covering all of this stuff? Why don't you just teach me how the YouTube algorithm actually works? Well, I don't want to arm you with surface level advice. All right. I don't want to give you surface level advice that you can see from any sort of YouTube video because all of those videos don't really talk about the deeper understanding of this YouTube algorithm. To get a proper understanding of something, you need to go deep. And to get a proper understanding of how it works, you need to understand the very basics of that thing. Without actually understanding how it works, in its basics, basically, it is going to be very hard to understand it as a system. It's like teaching a child how to run a marathon when it can't even crawl, right? It is stupid to do that. And this is where we touch upon our first concept before we even learn about the YouTube algorithm. The first concept of this video, that is first principles. You might know this, you might not know this. But this is a type of thinking used to understand complex systems. All right. This is a method of thinking in which you basically just take any sort of complex system that you want to understand and study and you just break it down and you'll be able to understand how it actually works. It's a very beautiful way of thinking that a lot of people have used, and it really, really helps you understand how to actually think. So, algorithms are not easy, and if they were, it wouldn't be hard to grow. Right? If anyone tells you, like, oh my god, the algorithms are so easy to crack, it is actually not true. The algorithms are not actually easy. Naturally, if they were easy, you would grow. And they are not easy. And first principle thinking is used by highly successful people to make decisions. It is used by Elon Musk. It was very much popularized by Warren Buffett's partner, Charlie Munger. And all of these great people, even the Socratic methods of thinking, even like the Stoics of the time and the Greeks, all of these people who have revolutionized the way of thinking, or who are very, very famous, and people who we talk about till today, have all to some degree used first principle thinking. And it is very, very powerful once you understand how to use it. So, what is it? What is first principle thinking? First principles are basically the most important things that govern a system. All right. It is the basic understanding or the basic principles that actually govern a system. So, nature is the most complex system ever. If we had to take the most complex system that we know of, nature would be at the top. Right? In just this picture, there are so many systems that it is impossible to actually understand it to its core. You have microbiology, you have basic botany, you have zoology, you have weather, you have mountains, you have rainfall, you have pollination. You've got so many things in nature that it is absolutely hard to understand. And it would take ages to actually understand in its entirety the system of nature. To truly understand nature, to truly understand how everything works, it would take you ages, but we don't have that. We can't do that. We cannot spend 30, 40 years, unless you're interested, 30, 40, 50 years of your life to truly understand the system of nature. So instead, we focus on the first principles of nature. And this is where things get a little bit interesting. We, we look at the laws that govern nature. All right. We look at the laws that actually govern nature. And if you think about it, the only laws that govern nature are science and math, right? Just knowing science and mathematics would give you a pretty good understanding on how things work. This is called first principle thinking. So, science and math are the first principles of the complex system of nature. You see how this system works. So, you take this complex system and you ask yourself, what are the main core things I need to know about? So, if you have to look at nature and you ask yourself, okay, how do I understand nature? And you look at it and you're like, okay, I need to know how science works, scientific laws and mathematics. If I just knew these two things, obviously it doesn't explain everything, but it explains a lot of the things that you need to know about. It's like if you want to train someone to run a marathon, you can talk about, that person can ask you a lot of advice, like what shoes do I buy, how do I run, or what clothes do I wear, what do I eat. But you really just have to teach them in its first principles of a marathon, just running. And you just have to teach them how to run. If you don't teach them that, they cannot run a marathon. It is very imperative and important for them to know that. In the same way, for us to understand how the YouTube algorithm works, we need to understand its first principles. To understand YouTube, you need to know the following things. All right. The game theory and metrics. If you just knew game theory and how game theory works, and metrics that actually determine how a YouTube video is recommended, you would know how the YouTube algorithm works. These are the first principles of YouTube. And just knowing these two things will give you a pretty good understanding of how the things work. So let's just first cover game theory. So game theory is a method to understand systems. All right. If you don't know anything about game theory, it is basically a way of thinking and a way of making decisions to understand systemic situations and understanding basic mathematical situations. It is a way to understand strategic mathematic models. All right. If you were given a mathematic model, you would use game theory to essentially understand how to actually solve that mathematic model. So, an algorithm is a mathematic model, right? Obviously, an algorithm is based on numbers. It's not based on feelings. It's not based on anything else but just numbers and metrics, which we will cover later on. And you might be asking yourself, okay, if it's just metrics, why are we not covering metrics? Is because you need to know these things. Trust me, it will make a lot of sense in the end. Game theory helps you to understand and think about why things happen. It is the thing that helps you to understand in a situation why it is happening. Why is X thing happening? It is a very, very powerful way of thinking because it will literally arm you with a way of thinking that will actually change your life. I'm not even kidding. So, to help you understand game theory, to truly, truly understand game theory in its first principles, you need to know the following. You need to know strategic decision making. You need to know the basics of game theory, and you need to know the applications of game theory. There is also a PDF below this video that you can use to keep up and to basically just refer to as notes. It's basically this presentation in a document format, but I highly recommend you watch this through. So once we cover all these points, you will have a good understanding of the algorithms. So let's just first cover strategic decision making. Bear with me, it'll all make sense. The basic way to deal with game theory is to understand how to make strategic decisions, right? Strategic decision making is the basis of how you think in game theory. It is basically like if you had to ask anyone to basically explain your physics concept, they need to know a very specific method of thinking to be able to help you understand that very concept. So, the same way to make decisions, you need to know the following things. So, you need to know the interdependency of elements, concept of choice and consequence, and best outcome thinking. So, basically, if you ask me, and if I had to tell you, systems function on the following things. So this diagram is very random and it might not explain a lot of things, but it is a very simple representation of a very simple system. A system is based of two or more elements. So we've taken two elements here and they're interconnected with an interconnector which has a purpose. If this thing exists, this is the system, right? If there are two or more elements, which are interconnected, okay, it is called a system. A system is not an individual element, right? If I have to ask you, okay, explain to me this system, you're not going to say that it's just this left element, right? A system is not an individual element. Leaves don't make up the system of trees, right? If someone asked you, okay, explain to me the system of trees, you wouldn't just say leaves, right? You wouldn't say leaves. A system is a group of elements which have different purposes, which are interconnected to each other. This is what is a system. A tree cannot be called a tree just because it has leaves, right? It cannot be called a tree just because it has leaves. There are a bunch of elements of a tree that all have different purposes that are interconnected to each other. Without the elements or the interconnection, it cannot be called a system, right? If there were no elements in a tree, right, if a tree did not have anything, it wouldn't be a system. Or if the elements of the tree were not interconnected, it wouldn't be called a system. Since systems are not individual elements, they are a group of elements. A system does not exist without elements. Elements do not exist without interconnections, and interconnections do not exist without elements. My point with this example is to drive home the interdependency of elements. It is this interdependency which is very, very, very important to keep in mind. Just make sure you keep this in mind as we move on through this module, because this interdependency is what will explain a lot of things that you probably are not really understanding. Let's cover the next concept of choice and consequence. So every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The most well known statement from physics that you probably still remember, right? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The very basics of physics. When Newton came up with this law, he came up with this law to explain the events of the world. He wanted to explain certain events which he was not able to explain with the knowledge he had. And so he came up with this law to essentially explain these events that nobody else was able to explain. And it is very interesting that the law also works with the law of the universe, that is cause and effect. Right? The universe works on cause and effect, nothing else. Nothing else governs the universe as much as the cause and effect law. So without cause and effect, nothing would happen. Right? Without cause, there is no effect, and if there is no effect, there is no reason to have a cause. So nothing would actually happen. In the same way, there are certain things which will cause the results that you actually want. There are certain things which will create the situations and create the results that you actually desire. And it is these things we want to maximize. This program is like a machine to help you push out as much stuff as possible. Imagine this program, all of these modules and all of these systems that I will give you, like a machine, right? And you just have to give in the inputs to this machine to help you get an output. This program is essentially a vehicle of cause. It's a vehicle of cause for the effect that you want. And to optimize this machine, essentially, you need to know the laws of diminishing marginal returns. It is a law in microeconomics, which is very, very important since it explains systems and machines and efficiency to a very deeper degree. So this diagram that you see seems very complicated, and but it is essentially the law of diminishing marginal returns. So what does it actually say? What does this law actually say? A change in one input is useless without changes in other input. This is the basic premise of this law. But if I have to actually define this law, it is more so talking about if there is a change in one of the inputs of a system without the change in other inputs of the system, there is an overall decrease in the output of the system. So if you have 10 inputs that you require to have one output, essentially, if you think about it, and you change one of those inputs, you maximize one of those inputs and do not change the other 9 inputs, there is an overall decrease in output, which is very, very interesting. The basic premise of this law is change in one input is useless without changes in other inputs. Most people will focus on one aspect of the process and look to optimize it. They will look at one thing and they'll be like, oh my god, I need to optimize this exact process, right? They will look at it and they'll be like, oh my god, This is the thing I need to optimize, and that is why most people burn businesses to the ground. they, they're trying to optimize one of the inputs, and it just leads to an overall output, lower output overall. And because it is a lower overall output, they look at the thing and they're like, okay, I need to optimize this further, and they enter into this bad feedback loop, and they just ultimately burn everything that they've built to the ground. So what does this law help us to understand? If we have to take something away from this law, what do we take away? We need to stop being so egotistical and look at the system as a whole to make it efficient. We need to stop being so egotistical and look at the system as a whole to actually make it efficient, to actually make it something that works. So, this ties in perfectly with the next point, that is best outcome thinking. All right. One of the most important ways to think in game theory is this: best outcome thinking. And a good way to understand this concept is with the Pareto principle, which we already know. The Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule that you've heard everywhere, in every video, in every productivity video, you always have this law, right? And what does it essentially state? 80% of results come from 20% of the work. 80% of good outcomes come from 20% of the right choices. 80% of qualified views come from 20% of the videos. This law is applicable everywhere. It is also inversely applicable, in which you can say 20% of results come from 80% of the work. Right? It is an inversely proportional law. So you might be asking yourself, and you might be thinking, what bullshit am I spewing? Instead of actually sitting down and telling you this is the exact way the algorithm works, just bear with me, please. I know it sounds very weird what I'm speaking. And while I learned this myself, I was like, how does this all make sense? Until it actually made sense. This will all help you think in a way better way. And you'll be shocked at the end to see how it all makes sense. But the basic premise of this part of this module is you need to look at the decisions you can take to get the best outcomes. All right. You need to look at decisions that you can take which will give you the best sort of outcome. And this is a very important way of thinking in game theory, because in game theory, you're essentially trying to find the best outcome, right? And we'll look at it in a few minutes. So let's just first understand the basics of game theory. We've understood how to think, we've understood how to essentially just understand first principles, how to think, interdependency of elements, best outcome thinking, blah, blah, blah. We've covered the thinking part of this module, but let's just understand the basics of game theory first. Now let's just understand the thinking. Now that you know the thinking behind the game theory, here's the basics of the game theory. So we're going to first cover the basic terms of game theory. The first thing are players. So these are the people or elements in the situation to be studied. All right. Players are essentially elements whose choices impact the consequences the others have to face. So let's say there are two people, they are called players, and they are essentially elements in this exact situation whose choices impact the consequences that the others have to face. The other term is strategies. This is all the possible decisions that the players can make. All right. It is basically a plan of action to get to a desired outcome within the game. All of the possible decisions a player can take. The next is called payoffs. This is the outcome that the players can have once they make their choices. It is usually classified as negative or positive and is quantifiable. So, payoffs is essentially the effect of a cause and the effect of the decision that they make. And it is very, very quantifiable in game theory. It is not something like, oh my god, I feel 10% happier. It's not, you cannot measure happiness. It is very quantifiable and it can be negative or positive. The next term is Nash equilibrium. It was basically discovered by Nash. I forgot the first name of this dude. But he said that this is the point in the game where no player can increase their payoffs. There is no possibility of any player changing their strategy unilaterally without the other players making a change. It is basically a state of equilibrium in which there is no incentive to change the outcome. All right, there is no incentive to change. It is the best of the best. It's when this happens, it's called as Nash equilibrium. All of this might seem insignificant right now, but it is actually not. Right? You might be thinking, what does this have to do with the YouTube algorithm? You'll know. The most important out of all of these terms is the Nash equilibrium, because this is essentially what YouTube is. Nash equilibrium. So instead of just boring you with more theory, let's just play a game. Alright, let's just play a game and let's just see how well you do. So there are two criminals who are arrested and face two choices. Confess their crimes, or remain silent. If they both remain silent, they each serve 1 year in prison. If both of them confess, they each serve 5 years in prison. If one confesses and the other remains silent, the confessor goes free and the other has to serve 10 years. Alright, I hope you understand this. What is the best decision to take for the best outcome? I'm not talking about the best decision one of those prisoners can have. I'm talking about the overall best decision that will be the best considering this scenario for both of those prisoners. What do you think that decision is? If you want to pause this module, pause this video, think about it because you'll be very surprised. The best option is to remain silent, right? The best option for the prisoners is to remain silent because if both of them remain silent, they get to serve 1 year in prison, right? That's the least that's the basic premise of this thing. That's the best outcome both of those people can face. But if you think psychologically, both prisoners will confess, leading to a suboptimal output of 5 years. Why? So let's just say you are one of those prisoners, and right, you know about these terms. You will know that the best outcome for both of you people is to remain silent, is to not talk about your crimes. But you will always have this doubt that what if we both confess, we have to serve 5 years in prison, right? And so what you will think is that okay, if I confess and the other person remains silent, I can go free, right? I can be free. And so in your mind, being free is way more important than serving 1 year in prison. And so you will confess. And that's the same thing the other prisoner will think. He'll be like, okay, I'm going to confess because if the other person remains silent, I can be free, right? I can be free. But if even if he confesses, there is only 5 years in prison. It's way better than 10 years in prison. It's way better than being silent. And so both of these prisoners will end up confessing, which will lead to a suboptimal output of 5 years. The Nash equilibrium exists when both of them remain silent. If we objectively, from the third person perspective, look at it and we think, okay, the best outcome for both of them is to remain silent, but we know that will not happen because we have a selfish way of thinking, and psychologically, we think we are taking the best decision, wherein we are not. And this is why game theory is extremely important because it helps us to make these best outcome decisions. There is no better option there is no better option to choose except to actually remain silent, right? Now, to actually understand what all of this has built up to, let's just understand the applications of game theory. So this is where everything that we've talked about will actually start to make sense to you. All right, there are two basic applications that will help you to understand the YouTube algorithm, and this is essentially how we are going to be thinking. The first is the principal agent problem. All right, the principal agent problem, if you have to represent it in a diagram, is basically this. You might be thinking, what is this nonsense? But I'll talk about it in a second. So, what does this even talk about? This problem basically talks about the conflict two parties face when they have interdependence on each other. All right, when there are two parties, two elements which have interdependence on each other, like we had previously covered, there is a conflict between these two parties. And because of this interdependency, there is a major problem caused. So, to explain this, let's just take a simple example. Let's just say you crashed your car. Your car is broken down, you're in pain, you're frustrated, and you decide to call a mechanic to fix the car. Right? You are the principal, the mechanic is the agent in this situation. You're the principal, the mechanic is the agent. And your goal is to get it fixed for as cheap as possible. As a principal, you just want to get the car fixed for as cheap as possible. Whereas the mechanic wants to make as much money as possible, right? The mechanic's goal is to make as much money as possible. Your is to spend as less as possible. So the incentives of the principal and the agent don't align. your incentive with the incentive of the agent does not align. And the agent has asymmetric knowledge. What do I mean by that is there is the agent knows more about cars than you do. They know more about the parts of the car than you do. There is asymmetry in knowledge. You don't know it as better as he does, right? And so because of this asymmetry in knowledge, because of this asymmetric distribution, the principal is at a disadvantage. You are at a disadvantage because you don't know that what the mechanic is speaking is the truth. The mechanic can say that, okay, this is the problem you're having, you need to pay more, and you wouldn't even know it's a problem because you don't have the knowledge. So you're at a disadvantage. And because of this misalignment in incentives, there is no Nash equilibrium to be reached. Right? There is no place that Nash equilibrium can be reached because of this disalignment or because of this non-aligning incentives of both the principal and the agent. And this is the basic premise of the principal agent problem. The very basic is this. The very basic way to beat this problem is to know how to make strategic based decisions, right? Which we have covered before. That is why I had to cover this, because then only will you be able to solve this problem. So, how does this relate to the YouTube algorithm? So, how does this principal agent problem relate to the YouTube algorithm? The system of YouTube is comprised of three people. It's comprised of the platform of YouTube, it's comprised of you as a creator, and the advertisers. Alright, it is comprised of these three people. And the codependency model of YouTube is such that all three elements are codependent on each other, right? In this very specific model of YouTube, there is no way to actually understand how principal and agent, who is the principal and who is the agent, since there are three elements which are very very codependent on each other, but it is basically the same way of thinking. The goal of YouTube, the incentive of YouTube is to make money, right? It's a business, they want to make money. The goal of the creator, that is you basically, is to get attention on their videos, right? The goal of you is to get attention on the videos, and the goal of the advertisers is to get a part of the attention on their ads. Yeah, the goal of the advertisers is to get a part of your attention on their ads. Until you align yourself with the incentives of the other two parties, you won't get the results you want. Until and unless you truly align yourself with the incentives of the other two parties, you won't get the results you actually want. Like the prisoner problem, unless you can make strategic decisions, you will always fail to get the best outcome, right? This is just one side of the coin, and to truly understand the YouTube algorithm, you need to know the other application, right? So, in this exact scenario, if you did not align yourself as the creator with the incentives of the other two parties, you will fail. So, what do I mean by that is, let's just say the platform YouTube does not exist, right? You as a creator don't have a place to, get attention, and the advertisers don't have a place to pay for the attention. So, you both are, or basically YouTube algorithm or the YouTube platform is codependent on you and the advertisers, right? It is because of you and the advertisers, or you and the advertisers are codependent on YouTube. If you as a creator did not exist, there is no place for YouTube to get attention and the advertisers to pay for the attention. So you are not there. So to make sure that the YouTube platform and advertisers win, you are needed. And if the advertisers did not exist, there is no money to be earned for YouTube. So there is no incentive for YouTube to give you attention. Right? So I hope you understand this interdependency. So whenever you're making a video, you need to have this alignments or these incentives in mind. Because until and unless you have that, until you're just thinking of the incentives of your own, like the prisoners did, you will have a suboptimal output, which we do not want. You will end up having a very suboptimal output, which just people do not want. All right. So the next thing that we need to understand, this is the first side of the coin, the first way to understand the algorithm. The second thing is called zero sum attention versus infinite attention, the second application of game theory. Most people have this big fail understanding of attention, right? And I will say this statement and just let me know if you agree to this statement or not. Attention is earned. Right? Attention is the new economy. Attention is earned. It's an absolute diabolical and wrong statement. Attention is not earned, attention is rented. This is very, very important for you to understand. Attention is not earned. When you make a video, you don't earn the attention, you rent the attention. Just like the resources of this world, you have finite attention to rent. And that means if someone else rents the attention you wanted, you lose. And this is the basic premise of the zero sum attention or the zero sum theory, right? Attention is a zero sum game. But what is a zero sum game? So imagine there are 10 chocolates in a jar, right? There are 10 chocolates in a jar, and you have to distribute it between 10 children. How many chocolates does every child get? Very simple answer, 1. Every child gets 1 chocolate. Now imagine there are 10 chocolates in a jar, but there are 11 children. Okay, there are 11 children. How many children will get the chocolates? 10. Since there are 10 chocolates, 10 children will get the chocolates. That means one child loses. They don't get a chocolate. They lose this game. They lose this game. This is the basic premise of the zero sum game. Since the demand is limited and there is a lot of supply, there is going to be winners and losers. The demand for videos is not as high as the supply of videos. And so there is always going to be winners and losers. And there is asymmetric distribution of attention just like everything else in this world. The top 1% of creators hold most of the attention, right? The top 1% of creators, Mr. Beast, all of these big YouTubers who have millions, tens of millions of subscribers, hold most of the attention. Just like how top 1% of people hold most amount of wealth. But your job is not to try and get attention from them, which is very interesting. Your job is to not compete with them. You don't compete with Mr. Beast because YouTube doesn't rank your videos against Mr. Beast. It doesn't rank it against Mr. Beast. The ranking system works on the videos on the same level as you. So what do I mean by that is, let's just take this for an example. You are a viewer, you hop onto YouTube, you are presented with 6 videos. Out of these 6 videos, it is your job to decide what video you are going to actually see and what video is actually earning or renting your attention. Let's just say you watch video 1. What does that mean for the other videos? They lose out on one view. It is not that they didn't lose, they did actually lose. They lost out on one entire view. And video 1 gained the view and they won this game. Video 1 wins, the other lose out on attention. That is what I mean by attention is a zero sum game. All right. Now let's understand the following thing: metrics. The only thing that you need to know about other than game theory. So we have covered in this module game theory, the applications of game theory, how to think, strategic based decision making, and we have theorized how the algorithm works. But we also have to understand the data behind how YouTube recommends the videos. We have to understand this data. And there are very specific things YouTube sees in videos to classify whether that video is worth pushing or not. There are very specific metrics it always looks out for. But before that, let's understand the following, that is causation versus correlation fallacy, which you probably have. Ice cream melting causes me to be tanned. How true is this statement? Ice cream melting causes me to be tanned. It tans my skin because if ice cream melts, it tans my skin. It seems like the most diabolical statement I've said today. What am I talking about? This statement makes no sense. But what if I give you the context of this thing? Because of the sun, my ice cream melts, and because of the sun, I get tanned. So I can correlate that if ice cream melts, I get tanned. Right? I can correlate this. Now the previous statement makes a lot of sense. When I say that if ice cream melts, I will be tanned, it makes a lot of sense because now you've understood that I've correlated two different things. And this is the causation versus correlation fallacy. There are certain things that will cause growth and certain things that will correlate to growth. Our job is to focus on the causation part. Most people, when they look at metrics, they look at the things that correlate to success. They look at the ice cream melting and you getting tanned. They look at this thing and think, okay, to get tanned, I need to melt ice cream. which makes absolutely no sense because it is correlated. It is not caused. So if your job is to get tanned, you have to think I have to go in the sun because the sun causes me to be tanned, not ice cream melting. There is a certain metric that causes growth. It causes conversions and everything. And most people do not focus on it. Most people have this fallacy. They'll focus on the correlation part, not the causation part. Remarkable content. Remarkability is the biggest representation of great content. Remarkability. Remarkable content is what gets people to convert. Most people focus on the mundane metrics and the CTR and AVD, and they're like, okay, I need to optimize this and that and this and that. You should focus on the remarkability on your videos. If you just made remarkable videos, you will go viral, you will get views, you will get leads. Has a video ever made you go, this is too valuable, this is just insane value? Has it ever made you go like that? Just think about that video. Is that video not viral yet? Just genuinely think about it. A video that last time you saw it made you go, this is just so valuable, bro. Was that video not viral? Chances are it was. Most videos that impress you always do go viral. Let's understand why. So, remarkable means people are more likely to watch it and share it. If the content is remarkable, it provides so much value that people have this very specific remark in their minds that, oh my god, this is too good. They're more likely to watch it and share it. YouTube as a platform sees this and is like, wow, this video is keeping viewers on the platform for as long as possible. YouTube likes this since it aligns with their incentives, because if they keep the viewer on the platform for as long as possible, they can show them more ads so that YouTube can make more money. So, remarkability aligns with the incentive of YouTube. So, YouTube pushes your video out more. Advertisers see this and are liking it because the video generates a lot of attention. Advertisers are looking at this and they're like, oh my god, this video is actually generating a lot of attention. It aligns with their incentive, right? They pay for showing their ads on these videos because it is aligning with their specific incentive. So, because it is aligning with the advertiser's incentive, your video is pushed out more and then you become happy. So, you understand how this principal agent problem and understanding strategic based thinking and interdependence of elements actually is making sense now. If when you align your incentive with the parties, with the other two parties, you will have the results that you actually need. All of the goals of your personal brand all originate from making remarkable videos. Your competition is behind the correlation to lead gen content. They're behind the things that will cause the correlate to causing lead generation. We focus on the causation. So does that mean CTR and average view duration and all of that stuff does not matter? Again, remember causation versus correlation. CTR and AVD is what I would like to call assisted metrics. They are metrics which assist the growth of a video. They do not cause it, they assist it, they correlate to it. The most important metrics to observe and keep a track are impressions, CTR, and AVD. If you had to look at assisted metrics and you have to look at, okay, what metrics should I actually look at? It is just these three: impressions, click through rate, and average view duration. The only three metrics that truly matter. The more impressions you get, the higher CTR you have, and the higher AVD you have, the better your videos will do. All right. You can have videos that perform well with bad metrics, but a good video can go from good to great by optimizing these metrics. So you can go viral without actually having more impressions, or okay, maybe not impressions, but you can have greater lead generation done if you don't have a lot of impressions, if you don't have a good click through rate, or even if you do not have a good average view duration. That does not cause success, right? That does not cause it. It will correlate to it. So if a video is generating you a leads, it can have bad metrics, it can have bad assisted metrics, but just because it can have good metrics does not mean the good metrics cause the result. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So your goal is to not is your first goal should always be to make remarkable content, but secondly to also optimize these metrics, because they might to some degree have some sort of correlation and might be better for your video. You might as well have good metrics in a video. All right. So the conclusion of this module that I want to have, that I basically want to give you, YouTube algorithm will push the videos that are remarkable and that aligns with the incentives that it has. If I had to summarize the entire module into this one statement, the YouTube algorithm will push your videos that are remarkable and that aligns with the incentives that it has and also aligns with the incentives of the advertisers. So your job essentially is to make videos that are so remarkable, that are so valuable that it makes people go, "Oh my god, this is too good." All right? You have to make it align with the incentives of the algorithm and advertisers, and you have to make sure you optimize the assisted metrics, and that is, my friend, a good video. And this is essentially how the YouTube algorithm actually works. If you've watched this model to the end, check out the PDF given below to refer to as well. I'll see you all in the next one. Take care. Peace. Welcome to this module. In this module, we're essentially going to be covering how to actually stand out. We will go over the exact strategies to stand out on YouTube. Standing out in the market is not about having better editing or better motion graphics, because that is a basic perception that people tend to have. It's about being able to leverage certain skills you have which the market hasn't seen yet. So every great company that has ever penetrated the market or has dominated a specific industry has always been able to stand out. And it's the same case with YouTube as well. All the memorable YouTubers or the content creators, or anyone who you remember and whose videos you watch, they're in your mind because they have stood out. And the thing is, markets saturate with due elapse of time. So as time elapses more and more, the markets get saturated with different things, which is the key point that I want to make here. So copying other styles won't really work long term. The reason being that markets saturate with due elapse of time. So the good, you have heard about this quote already, right? I think this was a quote by, I don't really remember who it was. Maybe Da Vinci or Picasso, some artist basically. He said, "Good artists copy, great artists steal." But I like to add something more to this quote. Legendary artists are remembered. And we don't want to be good. We don't want to be great. We want to be legendary because we want to be remembered. We want to enter the market leveraging our own unfair advantage and win. So here we come to our first ever concept called the unfair advantage. Now, what does this mean? Your conditioning started when you were born. So when you were born, you're exposed to experiences and influences, and this is basically what conditions you to be where you are right now. Since then, you have been given certain skills which you are so good at, right? Some people are just born innately with insane talent, and the key point here is that everybody is born with some sort of talent which they're exceptionally good at. For me, I'm exceptionally good on camera. That is a skill that I have, and that is called as unfair advantages. That is something that you have some sort of exponential experience in which other people don't have, and that is the way you actually stand out. We want to leverage your unfair advantage in your content to stand out, and this will make you someone unique. So uniqueness comes from a different perspective. Now different perspectives don't have to actually be different. So what I mean by this is that if I talk about a certain topic from a different perspective, the topic does it, I'm not, what I'm talking can be the same thing as everyone else, but the way I'm talking it is what sets me apart. I hope this point is extremely clear. So if I'm teaching you cooking, right, you're watching cooking videos, people are cooking in their kitchen, and then there's this one person who's cooking in the forest. The person who's cooking the same food, the cooking the same food is the same act, right? It's not different. You can cook an egg in the forest and in your kitchen as well. But just because that person is doing it from a unique perspective, we tend to like think that it is way more valuable and way more unique, if that makes sense. To actually stand out on YouTube, you need to present your information in a manner your market hasn't seen yet, which is the most important point. You need to present the information you're conveying in a manner your market has never actually seen. So let's just take an example for this. You might have seen this dude, his name is Iman Gaji. So this dude released a video a year ago. Do this to make $10,000 as a student. It had 6.6 million views, and this format of having two lights on the side and this text was popularized by this dude. Like this guy was basically the pioneer of this sort of style of content, and then everybody started copying that. You can literally just see this and just see that this is basically the same type of thumbnail. This thumbnail is literally the same thumbnail. Let's just take this guy, for example, Charlie Morgan. You might know him. He also went extremely famous on YouTube for his whiteboard style, unfiltered Sam Owens videos. Guess what? Everybody is copying that style again. There is nothing wrong with copying styles, though. That's not my point. My point is not that you shouldn't copy styles. People have copied styles from different niches and seen success in their own niches, and that is exactly my point. People have copied styles from different niches and seen success in their own niches. So when you copy styles from someone in your own niche, it usually doesn't work out well. Right? If someone is making whiteboard style videos in a niche, if you just try and copy that, it doesn't really work out that well for you. You want to be remembered for your style. And that is a key point here. You want to be remembered for your style. The only way to do that is to leverage your unfair advantage. All right. So, as a quick action step to help you find your own unfair advantage, in case you're thinking that, oh my God, I don't really have the skills, I don't know what Rohit is talking about, I'm not that exceptional, blah, 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 whatever excuse and cope you're coming up with. Here's a quick action step to help you actually find out your unfair advantage. So, go in your phone and find the 10 closest people to you, the people who know you properly and you talk to. So, friends, families, anyone who are very very close to you, who know who you really are as a real, your real personality, not the fake persona that you might be putting up. Find the 10 most closest people to you and then ask them two questions. So just copy paste this question and just WhatsApp them. If you had to come to me for advice, what would it be about? If you had to come to me for advice, what would it be about? And secondly, what do you think I am exceptional at? No, and note down the most common answers. So what this does is that it helps you in look at yourself from a different angle. So subject yourself to objective judgment of others. That is basically what you do. So you just find out the most common answers, and that is usually where your expertise lies in. And that is how you find out, like maybe this is the skill or this is the thing that I'm exceptionally good at, and I know I'm exceptionally good at. I know this thing, I'm really good at this thing, and this will help you essentially just understand that. And this is exactly how I found my unfair advantage. I didn't really know I had exceptional speaking skills or like great advice, or I didn't know I was like, good at consulting and coaching people until like I asked some people. And that is when I realized like this is the unfair advantage and the power that I have. With this action step, it will become very clear as to what is your unfair advantage, which is the most important part. And this is not the only this is not the only unfair advantage you will have. You will see later on how to leverage more of it. So the model is not ending here. So I'm not telling you to just message some people and just find your unfair advantage. We're going to cover a lot more things to stand out as well, but this is not the only way to leverage yourself, and it is not enough. What you need is a mission statement. Now, what is that? A mission statement. Every great company in this world has a mission statement. This is an absolutely true, universally truthful statement that every great company in this world has a mission statement. So here is a few companies, and let's just look at their mission statements. Saudi Aramco, to provide reliable energy and play a leading role in sustainable global energy solutions. Apple, to bring the best user experience to customers through innovative hardware, software, and services. Microsoft, to empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. Google, to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Amazon, to be the earth's most customer centric company where customers can find anything they want to buy online. Berkshire, focused on long term value creation for shareholders through diverse business investments. Facebook, to give people the power to build community and bring the world closer together. JP Morgan, committed to exceptional client service, operational excellence, and long term growth. What am I trying to make? What point am I trying to make? A mission statement gives your work vision. And this mission statement gives you the drive to conquer. So it is like every single company must have a vision that they're wanting to conquer and wanting to achieve, because every great company, or like basically we already know that businesses solve problems. So we are solving this big problem, so we need a vision for the end goal. In the same manner, we want a mission statement for our content as well. We need a vision of our content, because just saying that, getting leads is not enough. We need a greater vision for our content, a reason why we post videos, not to get leads. That is obviously an effect we want, but we essentially just want to have a bigger impact. It is not to get sales calls or clients or money yoinking from people. It is none of these things that we want. We are essentially looking for the big reason as to why you're uploading videos, right? Why you're making your own personal brand. The big reason, this big reason will make you stand out in your niche and the B2B space. So most likely you're selling like a B2B sort of service, or maybe B2C or whatever. But this big reason will make you stand out because most people are just there for leads. If you have this big reason with you in your mind, and it aligns with your channel's videos and vision and everything, it will make you stand out because you're there to do some purposeful work. People align to stories, so to be able to give a story for your brand, people start connecting to you. So that is essentially what we're aiming to do with this mission statement, is to get our brand, your personal brand, a story, so that people can essentially align with your message. But note that the mission statement must not be situated around you. And this is very important. Your mission statement cannot be that I want to be a millionaire or a billionaire or a trillionaire. That is not your mission statement. That is your goal. A mission statement will give your content clarity. Here on the left hand side, you can just see, if you don't have a lot of if you don't have a mission statement, essentially you're just going everywhere. With a mission statement, your content has a clear vision and a clear purpose for existence. The goal is centered around you. A mission statement is the reason why you work. A goal is what you want to achieve. A mission statement is the reason why you get up every single day, go through pain and suffering and mental stress, ruin your mental health to achieve this thing. It's a reason. And there are two ways to find this mission statement. All right, these are the two methods that I have found. The best way is to sit in silence for hours and think. That is the one way I would recommend you to do, is to just sit in silence for hours and just think, but that is not really feasible right now. Or you can use the prompt that I have given in the document. So let's just take a look at the document. So if you just take a look at this document, which is linked below here, you can see we have got something known as shadow work questions. I want you to go and click on this shadow work questions tab. Now here you're going to get this document. I want you to go to file. Just go to file and just make a copy here. Just click this and make a copy. And what essentially this is going to do is you're going to get a copy for this exact document. Now I want you to answer every one of these questions. Every one of these questions must be answered. So there are over 20 questions here, and I want you to answer it completely, deeply, and truthfully about whatever you think related to these questions. And I want you to let all of your thoughts out. Do not hold back. Don't think that someone is going to read this. It doesn't matter. Just write it all out, and then just copy this prompt here, put it into Chat GPT. So put this prompt, copy and paste that, and then paste all of these questions and answers. And Chat GPT will essentially just give you a mission statement, a statement as to why you work. And this is a very powerful method to actually do this, because with this, you're essentially able to get the reason of your existence. All right. So let's just continue. You can use this prompt. So if you want, pause the video right now and just do this. All right. And use this as a mission statement for now. So once you've done this, you can use that as your mission statement. However, whenever time permits, give yourself some time to think your mission through. So if I would obviously just recommend you to think it through first, because that is the best way to come up with a mission, is letting your brain think. But if you have not really done that, you don't really have the time to do that, just go through the prompt, just do that. And obviously if time permits, like at the end of the day, you can always sit down and think as to what your mission is, and if the mission ChatGPT gave you actually aligns with what you want. The action step I want you to do right now is to write down your mission statement as a YouTube banner. So just go to canva.com, choose the YouTube banner template, and just write down your mission statement on that banner and just make that as your banner on the channel. Just do that as an action step. You will see that you will feel a lot more better. You will feel greater. That's something I can guarantee. So the next thing we will cover is brand archetypes. And I did mistakenly misspell this. Okay. So you are a character. All right. You are a character. You have certain traits that make you who you are, which is very important to realize and understand. However, a lot of people also will have the same traits as you. Obviously, it cannot be possible that out of 8 billion people on the earth, you are unique, right? It is not that you're unique completely in the sense that all of your traits and likings is completely different from all of the other people on earth. So, obviously, there are people who have a lot of similar traits like you do or have the same liking as you do. You can bundle these traits together and call them archetypes. So archetypes are basically a bundle of these traits and bundle of traits in a personality. And the most prominent figure in psychology, Carl Jung, describes humans in 12 archetypes. So Carl Jung was basically like the father of modern psychology, and he gave 12 archetypes which basically describe all personalities in humans. And this is basically uh, all the humans with different personality types can be classified as one of the 12 archetypes. So here in this diagram, you can essentially just see what are the 12 archetypes and what are their strengths and what is essentially their goal. So all humans work to achieve their desires. Each one of these archetypes have a very specific goal that they want to achieve. All right. So they can be classified over here. So you can see a lot of these yearn for paradise, provide structure to the world, connect with others, leave a mark on the world. The different types of these archetypes have this main core desire that they want to achieve. So means to leave a mark on the world. You want to leave a mark on the world and die. Order is you want to provide structure to the world. Social is you want to connect to a lot of people. And freedom is you yearn for paradise. Each personality wants to achieve this thing. And this is all an innate desire based on your experiences as a child. So as you develop and as you grow older, you can sort of argue saying that this is something you're born with as well. Every single human has a personality type, and each of these personality types have a different goal and a different thing that they want to achieve. But mainly, they all have their desires fall in these four categories. So you can do your own quiz to find your own archetype. So the link is in the document. So let me just show you. You can essentially just go on this document itself. You can scroll down below here and you will find the Jungian archetype test. You can basically just take this test, and what this test will essentially do is just give you literally like the archetype that you fit in. And this is very, very important because this will literally just save you so much more time. Now, just keep the archetype you get in mind because we will be leveraging it to our advantage later on. So just write it down somewhere. Just remember whatever the test gives you as a result. Now we're going to talk about positioning. So markets change and saturate with due lapse of time. This is something that I mentioned previously as well, and this is something that is true and will hold true until the end of the universe. Markets change and saturate with due lapse of time. To actually stand out, you need to position yourself in the market in a way that it looks as if you have some new information, because people desire new information in new things. But the thing is that in the modern age right now, it is that there is so much information available that it is practically impossible for anyone to not know everything about a topic, right? It's very, very hard. So what you need to do is position yourself in the market in a way that it looks you have new information. And one of the ways you can hack this or hack the algorithm is by knowing about macro and micro trends. So micro trends are trends which have their phases and die out because of the insane amount of copying that happens. This is the definition that I came up with. Trends which have their phases and die out because of the insane amount of copying that just people just milking the living shit out of it. So an example of micro trend is the AI automation trend that took off but died slowly. So if you don't already know, everyone's mother was learning how to run an AI automation agency. You might have heard about it before as well. Maybe if not, maybe you're one of the enlightened ones, but I definitely ran across the AI automation agency model and stuff. So you can look at this channel now. No offense to this dude, but this guy uploaded a video 1 year ago. He got 55,000 views. You can see it's a 100x multiplier. For a 3.65 sub channel, this is absolutely a viral video. It was uploaded 1 year ago. You literally see 5 months ago, it got 3.8k views. It's the same topic, literally the same topic, AI automation agency, but you can see the difference in views 55k, 3.8k views. You can look at the stats of Google Trends of AI automation agencies. It peaked here and then it had a huge drop off. Micro trends are good for short term virality. They'll get you the views which will make you feel absolutely good and euphoric, and you'll feel like you're on the top of the world. But for long term establishment, you need to leverage macro trends. This is basically the things which last for a very long time, and it's usually a format that a certain creator used to go viral. So usually the macro trends are things which basically a big creator comes by, goes viral for a very specific format that they use, and that just becomes a trend. So you can look at Daniel Dallin here, for example. You might have seen these types of videos, the POV style videos, right? This guy basically went viral, and instead of making how to videos and selling a product, he showed the behind the scenes of running a business in an entertaining way. The keyword here is an entertaining way. People wanted to know the realities and were tired of the gurus trying to show the lavishness. So $10,000 per month game plan, the market was tired of that. Everybody was just doing the same thing, and in reality, the people who actually wanted to run a business wanted to know how it actually works and what are the back end things and what is the reality of it. And obviously, this format got rinsed and copied again by literally every single buddy. You can, and the list goes on and on, but you can notice one thing in in these four screenshots. You can notice one thing. All right, if you notice one thing, nobody came close to the impact Daniel Dallin had. Nobody. You can literally look at these views, right, and then look at this. You can literally see nobody came close to the impact he had. Why is that? It's a good question to ask. Why is it that nobody came close to his impact? Because he found his positioning. All right. To get clients from content, you need to build trust. This is the biggest important factor that leverages, which is basically like the biggest leverage you can have is trust, right? If you can get your viewers and your clients to have trust in you through your content, you'll actually be able to do it. And people in the online business space were making the same ass videos. They're making the same bullshit, nonsensical videos. With the dual lapse of time, the markets got saturated of it. In 2020, these videos worked, but then in 2022, 2023, people were tired of that. People lost trust in the same formats of content. So, sitting down with a mic and two lights beside you, people lost trust in those forms of content. They didn't want to see how much money you can make or the potential you had. They wanted to see someone actually do it. Daniel knew this and he made his POV format famous. He also used his unfair advantage of knowing how to vlog and film, and that is another thing that made him stand out. He knew how to record himself, he knew how to be cinematic and use cinematography in his videos, and that is why he was able to go viral. So how do you actually position yourself? How do you do it? If you can showcase the knowledge the market wants in a way that is something new, you will pop off. And that is the truth. So here's a simple way to do it. Find the common format of your niche. So just go in your niche, find the common way that people just do it, and find a format in a parallel niche that is working, and then find a way to incorporate that into your own niche and leverage your unfair advantage. So let's just see the document for examples, and just let me just make this point that I've been trying to make for so long. All right. Okay, so here, let's just scroll down below here. All right, let's just say you're a health coach. All right, let's just say this is you're a health coach, this is the business you're running. All right, the highest viewed videos have the following thumbnails. So just look at the thumbnails. Let's just look at the thumbnails. Wake up fresh every morning, boom. Do this every morning, boom, boom. Now, without extensive research in this niche, it is obvious that the usual style of content is just a simple talking head video of people just sitting down and talking to the camera. Now, let's just say you're a health coach and you want to stand out. One of the most common parallel niches with health coaching is fitness or productivity. Right? It's not the same thing. It is not entirely related, but it is something correlated. So you can just look at this video. Being productive is easy actually. This guy came out of nowhere and just absolutely dominating the space. This format really worked for this channel in the self help productivity niche. And the entire premise of this format is very easy to see visuals with funny animation. So you can see from this thumbnail what sort of video it actually might be. And this is why this guy popped off, because nobody in his niche was doing this. So if you're a health coach, you can literally incorporate this style in your own content. And with this, you can actually stand out with your style in your own niche. So let's just say, for example, you're a lead generation agency. Let's say you're posting videos to get clients for your agency. You want to attract people who are using cold DMs. Here's the usual videos your client might find. Boom, boom, boom. The usual format of this style of content is talking head plus presentation. Right? Now we want to essentially find a way to stand out here. You can look for parallel niches such as e-commerce or challenge videos. So you can go for a style of minimalistic and calm content with cinematography. So this guy is a great example of that. How to write copy that sells. So copywriting. So let's just you're a lead gen agency. You can make videos like this for this sort of niche, and you will pop off. Or you can go for the challenge type videos in which you try and do X things. So buy Hiza, I bought a crash supercar to make a profit. Right? It's all about finding formats working for other people and adding your own spin to it in your own niche. So this video is not related to lead generation. But let's just say if I was a lead generation agency, what I would do is I tried to get a client in what do you say? Or maybe I bought a failed agency and made a profit. And in that video, I basically talk about lead generation. So you see how you can actually stand out. However, this is just the style of your content. You will have to do one more thing to position yourself. Now, this is very important. Let's just see you have a video whose title is How I Make $10,000 a Month. This title has no reason for anyone to click. Why is that? Saturation. First of all, when you read this title, you don't really feel anything, do you? Maybe in 2016, when you had no concept of money, maybe you would have seen this and you would have been like, holy shit, this guy makes 10K a month. But right now, when you look at this, you feel literally nothing. So how can you stand out? You need to self-analyze and find a way to add something to it. How I make 10K a month as a 13-year-old. How I make 10K a month after 7 years of failing. How I make 10K per month with a 9 to 5 job. How I make 10K per month as a college dropout. How I make 10K per month as a 70-year-old. You see, you have this certain unfair advantage. So for me, I am like 17, 18. I can leverage that in my own content. If you're someone who, lived on the streets because you were so broke, you can leverage that. You can see how many interactions are possible. You need to leverage your unfair advantage, because this is essentially how you stand out. Now, if you see a video, how I make 10K per month as a 13-year-old, now there is some emotion inside of you, right? Some emotion is stimulated inside of you. Let's say you look extremely attractive. That is your unfair advantage. You look absolutely beautiful. Use your face in the thumbnail. Show off your face. There are countless ways to stand out using your own advantage. This is literally not something I can list out for you. You just have to be a little bit creative. You just have to use it. So if you want, you can ask how to leverage your unfair advantage in the coaching calls with me. So you can just ask me like, I've got this unfair advantage. How do I actually use it? And with this, this is essentially how you stand out. This entire document is available below. You can go through it if you want. You can download it, whatever, print it. I don't really care. You can do whatever you actually want with it. But this is essentially how you actually stand out, how you essentially just grow on YouTube. That's it for this module. Do the action steps. And I'll see. Hey there, welcome to this module. My name is Rohit, and today we're going to be covering how to actually do the work, how to actually focus and work hard. This is by far the most important module you can ever watch, because this is essentially going to teach you how to even essentially just work hard on a day-to-day basis. And a lot of people have problems with this, and I'm not going to be giving you like super surface level advice as to like you should do Pomodoro technique or like do this and do that. We're going to be covering a lot of information that you have not really heard about before, and by the end of this module, if you follow through with everything, you will know exactly how to work hard, and you will be able to actually work hard. Hard work can be boiled down to two things. If you just took hard work and just made it into two things, it can be boiled down to two things, that is resistance and deep work. Right? Resistance, overcoming resistance, and just deep work and just working. So what we will cover today is the fallacy of focus, The Alchemy of Self, The Villain of Work, Walking Over Broken Glass, The Game Plan, Dealing with Ruts, and Getting Started. And I'm just going to, you don't want to be this guy, right? You see this guy? We don't want to be like this guy because when I'm not making a video on how to beat procrastinating, right? I'm giving you an entire module on how to actually work hard. These are 7 things we're going to be covering in today's video. So just pay attention. Let's just begin. The fallacy of focus. This is something a lot of people suffer through, and a lot of people have this problem. There's the fallacy of focus. What is focus? If you had to explain focus to a 5-year-old child, how would you explain focus to them? How would you explain the fact that what is focus? Some say it is the ability to work for hours on end. A lot of people say that it is just your ability to work for hours and hours and hours on end without actually stopping and just getting something done, right? But that is incorrect. That is not focus. That is the output that you want from focus. That is not focus. If you take focus and you flip it on its head, right? Not literally, you get beating distractions. So focus is not really the ability to work on for hours and hours on end, but it is the ability to not get distracted. If you just didn't get distracted on a day-to-day basis, you would be in a complete state of focus at all times. This is the fallacy a lot of people face, is that they just think that focus is all about just working, but it's not. It's actually just about resisting distractions. If you just resisted the distractions, you would literally just focus. And I'm going to teach you how to focus using like tactics, and I'm not going to tell you all about those stuffs that you already know about, right? You've seen these YouTube videos, you know about these things. I'm teaching you how to destroy resistance. And the resistance that I'm referring to is the resistance that you feel every time you have to do some painful thing. So right now you're watching this video, you probably had a lot of resistance to actually click off, right? You probably had a lot of resistance to not watch this video. I'm going to teach you exactly how to destroy that resistance. So let's just take this for example. Let's just say you have a tap connected with a pipe to a water tank or something, right? And you turn on the tap and there is quite less amount of water coming through. And you're confused as to why is this happening. And we know that this is because there is a leak in the pipe, right? So how would you fix this? How would you fix the situation? Logically, you would just fix the leak, right? You would just make sure the leak doesn't exist. But people don't do that. People fix the pipe. People change the pipe. People increase the amount of time required to flow. They'll just do everything but just fix the leak. You might be wondering, why am I giving this example? Because the example I've given is quite stupid. But this is what is the fallacy of focus. The fact that you cannot focus is an effect. It's not a cause. It's not a problem. It's an effect. Not being able to focus is not a problem. It is an effect of the main problem. The low amount of water coming through the tap is the effect of the cause, that is, there is a leak. So you don't need to add new things to focus. You don't need to do different things to focus. You don't need to fix the effect of not being able to focus. You need to destroy the cause. I hope this is extremely clear to you. People try and deal, and then they just try to deal and fix the effect and not the cause. It sounds extremely stupid, but that is the truth. People do this. They will try to find some way to fix the effect but not cause. So you not being able to focus is an effect. It's not the cause. It's not the problem that you're facing. It sounds counterintuitive, but that's the truth. You're not being faced with a problem of not being able to focus. That is not your problem. That is an effect. That is an effect to a bigger problem. The cause is the distractions. The cause is this resistance. The cause is basically you. The cause is you. The effect is not being able to focus. This mindset shift will make you so much more productive. I promise you. Just next time you want to work hard and you're not able to work hard, just tell yourself that it is not that I'm not able to focus, it's just I don't have to listen to my mind. This mindset shift really changed it all for me, because not being able to focus went from being the problem to the cause of a problem. And when you understand the problem, that is you basically, fixing this problem becomes a lot more clearer. This is literally the fallacy of focus. And the major problem people face while focusing is that the brain will convince you of different things, and most people are not even aware of it ever. Your brain will literally convince you to do certain things, and you won't even know about it, right? You yourself won't even know about what your brain is telling you. And that is the crazy part about this, that you don't even know about these things. That is where we need to understand the alchemy of self. We are going to understand how you are built, how you function, how your identity functions. This is the alchemy of self. So you are a byproduct of people. So you are essentially just not you, but a byproduct of the people that you have always been around. Since birth, you have been bombarded with opinions, morals, and beliefs from people. Since birth, you have been conditioned. Since birth, you have been basically just brainwashed into having certain opinions, morals, and beliefs from the people who have raised you. Now, it just depends upon what sort of beliefs and if the morals and stuff that you've inculcated from your parents or whoever has made you like grow up is good or not. That's just dependent upon who has raised you. All of this has caused you to be here. The universe works on cause and effect. So every single one of these situations, every single one of these beliefs and all of that stuff has caused you to be here. Nothing else has caused you to be here but all of these situations. The universe works on cause and effect. If there is a cause, there is an effect. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. This is the basic principle of the entire universe. And that is how life functions as well. It works on cause and effect. Your current version has caused you to get here, but you can't really blame it. That's the crazy part about this. Your current self caused you to be here. Your current self did the bad things. Your current self convinced you of doing those bad things. And because of that, you're here. But you can't really sit there and blame your current self for doing these things. The reason you can't blame your current self for doing these things is because it doesn't differentiate between good and bad. It just does good that it thought was good. So be doing something good is very subjective, right? So your brain was doing these bad habits, or was convincing you to do these bad habits because it thought it was the correct thing to do. And you'll understand why that happens. But before that, are you happy with where you are in life? Just honestly answer this question to yourself. Are you happy with where you are in life? Most likely, no. You're not. You're not really happy with where you are. Why is that? Why is that you're not? And why is it that you're unhappy right now? It is because you want to reach a certain person, right? This angelic person, this new, better version of yours, but your current version just seems to drag you down. It's like a devil in disguise. It just keeps on trying to prevent you from changing. You can't seem to change even though you want to, right? You can't seem to change even though you want to. This is a big problem people face. They want to change, but they can't. So the fact that you're watching this module right now means that you probably have faced a lot of resistance by now to click off this video and just watch something else, right? You objectively know this module will be better and good for you, right? Even if it's like 1%, it's going to make your life better. But your brain will convince you to not watch it. Your brain will convince you that you don't need it. And you can't seem to change this even though you want to, right? You have this inner desire inside of you to change, but you just can't seem to do that. Your body resists entropy. This is a basic human phenomena. Your body will resist entropy. So you might be wondering, what is entropy? Entropy is a state of disorder. It is the state of disorder. In physics, I don't know if you've heard about this or not, but when a system or gas particles are in a state of entropy, they're in a system or they're in a state of randomness and disorder. That means they move randomly and stuff like that. Their body resists this entropy. Their body hates entropy. Why? Because it's random, right? So we as humans want predictability. We as humans desire predictability in every one of our situations in life. And if there is something extremely unpredictable, we hate it. We absolutely hate it. We don't want anything to do with unpredictability, right? Let's just say you got into a fight in a relationship, right? You're in a relationship, you got in a fight, you don't know what might happen, right? If there was no fight, you know exactly what to expect. But if there was a fight, you don't know what might happen. So at that point, your body hates it. Your body hates this state of disorder and randomness. Your body will resist change. Your body's inner desire and core functioning is built and wiring is built in such a way that it is going to resist change. It is going to resist this change in identity that you want. But why is that? Why is it that our body is resisting this change? I've broken it down into 6 different reasons as to why you as a person or we as people do not change. Loss aversion is the first one. We fear what we might lose and what we might gain. When we have to change, there has to be something that goes away, right? Because change is literally going from point A to point B. So if you're going to change, you're going to end up losing something. And we fear more of what we are going to lose than what we're actually going to gain. So when we have a situation wherein we have to change, we do not look at the things that we gain. And we don't look at the positive side of these things. We look at the negative, what we're going to lose. Because as humans, as our psychological tendency is, we in our pre-caveman times or in our caveman times, resources were hard to come by, and so losing resources was something that is hard and something that is bad, and that is the reason why you have loss aversion inside of you, because you just don't want to lose things. It doesn't matter if you gain something, but you don't want to lose anything. The second is inertia. So inertia as a physics concept also plays into this. Your body will resist the state that you're actually in because it has got momentum, right? So this doesn't really explain inertia in like a physics related concept, but since you have been living your current self for such a long time, you have a lot of momentum inside that. So your current self has a lot of momentum, and your body will resist change because it wants to keep going with this momentum. It wants to, it wants to keep its state of motion constant, right? It doesn't want to stop. That is the second reason why you might not change. The third is the fear of unknown. You don't know what to expect if you want to change, right? Let's just say someone sold you on a program to change your life, and they just threw you in the Amazon jungle, right? And so you're there, you're thinking, "Oh, I'm going to change myself." Now you don't know what to expect. And this was a very very shitty example, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. You don't know what to expect. You don't know what you can experience or what you might experience after you change, and that is why you might not change. The fourth thing is cognitive rigidity, and there was a study done in which they took a group of monkeys and humans, right? And what they did was that they just created a scenario and they created a situation in which both the monkeys and the humans had to do something. And after they did something, they had to go from like point A to point B. So sort of like a puzzle and or something like that. Just a problem that they had to solve, right? And what they did was that they gave both the monkeys and the humans the same problem, right? And after they solved it, they treated both of those groups with like the monkeys with like food and humans with, I don't know, something like pleasure, not pleasure, but like praise and something like that. So both of these groups were positively reinforced for doing this thing, and now they presented a shortcut to get to that second point from point A to point B. They presented a shortcut which objectively both these groups knew was the best option, right? And so they noticed that the monkeys adapted extremely quickly, and they quickly just decided that, you know what, we're just going to take this shortcut. But the humans, nah. The humans did not do that. The humans, even though we are more cognitively better than monkeys, even though we're cognitively more developed, we still did not choose the shortcut. We still decided to go through the same path. This is called as cognitive rigidity. That is, we as humans do not want to change our ways. And it literally ties back into change. We don't want to change our ways. The fifth thing is motivation. You don't have the motivation to actually change. This is a very small problem for change. I don't think this is a very big problem that is causing you to not change. The biggest problem that is causing you to not change is resistance. And this is the bad boy we're going to be destroying today. Resistance. So every one of these things, all of these problems will be gone if resistance just didn't exist. Right? And resistance is the mind telling you to not do this thing, even though you know you should do it. Convincing you that you shouldn't do it, even though you know you should do it. So due to evolution, we have been hardwired to resist change. But we want to get rid of our current self and become someone new, right? This is what we want. This is a desire that we have. We want to become someone new. But our body resists change. So what do you do exactly? You need to understand what governs the self. Let's just say you want to build a car company and you have a design in mind. The car looks absolutely phenomenal, it looks beautiful, it's efficient, but you don't know how to build a car. Just try and explain to me how you can actually build a car company. It's practically impossible. So to build a car, you need to know how the car works. The same way, if you want to build a self, a new self of yours, you need to understand how the self works. What governs the self? What is exactly the rules and regulations that the self has to follow to actually become and to actually exist? Your self identity is how you're governed, and the way you see yourself is the way you see the world, right? Let me just explain this concept to you. So, your current self is determined and governed by how you perceive yourself to be. And the way you see yourself is the way the world, and the way you see yourself is the way you see the world. So, to explain this concept further, let me just try and explain this, okay? Let's just say you give food to two people. Okay? You give food to two people, and one of them is hungry and poor. The other one is a big fat rich guy. You give food to the poor guy, he's grateful, he's thanking you and everything. You give your food to the big fat guy, and he thinks like, why is this low class citizen trying to give me food? The outcome or the action was the same, right? The action was the same thing, like you giving food is constant, right? But the reaction that the person can have to that certain situation or the certain action is dependent entirely upon them. This is what I'm trying to explain. So the way you see yourself is how you're going to see the world. If you see yourself as a victim, you will always be a victim, and the world will be the bad perpetrator upon you who's out there to get you. The world doesn't the universe, if you think about it, is so big. We're just not even important, right? We as humans are not even important in this universe. So how can you explain the fact that the universe is out there to get you? The universe is doing these bad things to you. The universe is not doing those bad things. The things happen to everyone. You're just feeling bad about them. You need to change the way you see yourself, to change the way you see the world. Just how you respond to yourself is how the universe responds back to you. There was a study done in which they took two groups again, not monkeys this time, but two groups of humans, right? And one group of humans, they just told them that this is a high calorie, high sugar milkshake, and we want you to drink this. And so every one of those participants drank the milkshake, and then their body was studied to see the effects of this milkshake, and they found out that their insulin level spiked, they became more lethargic, and overall just became lazy as shit, right? Another group of people were just given this milkshake, and they were told that this is a protein milkshake and protein shake, and they wanted to drink it, and they drank it, and then their body was studied, and they found out that they had a higher amount of muscle protein synthesis. They became more energetic, they became more active. Now, both of these things, the researchers were like, okay, this is normal, right? We expect this to happen. But the caveat here was that both the shakes were the same. Both of those things were the same. There was no high calorie and high protein shake and stuff like that. It was the same thing. So just because they perceived it to be different, their body responded differently. It's so weird that your body can literally change the way it responds just dependent upon what your mind believes to be the truth. So if you've tried to do this manifestation and affirmations type thing, you might have tried to say to yourself that you're going to get rich, 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 and it doesn't work, right? You say it doesn't work because you don't really believe it. Because self-identity is how you're governed. But what is self-identity? So we understand that our current self is dependent upon self-identity, but what is self-identity dependent upon? What governs self-identity? Standards. It sounds very weird, it's standards. So just answer this question honestly, okay? Do you need to motivate yourself to brush your teeth every day? When you wake up, do you have to tell yourself, do you get resistance in your mind that, oh my god, I have to brush my teeth today? Do you tell yourself like, okay, come on, just get up, let's just brush our teeth today? You don't, right? If you do, man, please just stop. But most likely, like mostly you don't, right? You don't need to motivate yourself to brush your teeth. Why is that? It's so weird. Like we don't really think about these things. You don't need to motivate yourself to brush your teeth. It's because of standards. It's because you have standards. Yeah? And this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Because of your standards, your self-identity is governed. So it is just something you do. You just brush. There are no ifs and buts about these things. You just do. It's a standard that you have. You don't rise to the standards of the person that you want to be. You fall down to the standards of the person you are. So if you want to be productive, you want to make a lot of money, that is a standard you're keeping for your future self. You won't rise to that. Like you might rise it for a few days, but then you fall back, and that is why you fall back. We don't want to increase the size of the ceiling. We don't want to increase the height of the ceiling. We want to decrease the height of the floor. We don't take the ceiling up. We don't bring the ceiling down. We bring the floor up. We need to increase your standards. You can't work because you don't have that standard for your current self. The standard of working is not existent in your current self right now. That is why you can't work. That is why working is so hard for you, because it's not a standard you have. This is the reason why you can't work, and this is what we want to fix in this module. We want to reverse engineer your identity to make work a non-negotiable for you. It's a non-negotiable thing. We want to reverse engineer your identity, your new identity, so that this basic standard that you have every day is that you work for like 6 hours a day. Basic standard that you have. You don't need to motivate yourself to do these things. And the way to craft a new identity is to charge pain head on. This is why people can't change, because to create a new identity, you need to charge pain head on. You need to face the pain head on. That is the only way you can actually craft a new identity. Now you might be sitting there, your brain is now going mad, like, oh my god, what is this waste of a video? Like, why is this guy not telling me anything useful? This is just your current self playing games on you right now. Imagine that. Your current self is already playing games on you because it doesn't want to change. And your current self knows that watching this video is going to change it, right? And the only way to craft this new identity is to charge pain head on. Like, there's no other alternative way for you to get past this. There is no alternative way for you to change your identity without facing pain. You have to face pain. That's how you build your identity. So your self-identity is dependent entirely upon your beliefs. How you believe yourself. What do you believe about yourself? Beliefs and standards. That is dependent upon pain avoidance. So your beliefs and standards are, your beliefs basically are built so that you avoid pain. Your beliefs are built so that you avoid pain. And because you want to avoid pain, you get a lot of resistance. You get a lot of resistance to change because it's going to avoid pain, which is going to prevent changing your belief system, which is going to prevent changing your identity. Your current self will sabotage you to maintain its current state. And that sabotage is what we call resistance. So every one of your problems can be boiled down to just overcoming resistance. Right? If we just think about it, all of the problems you're facing right now regarding basically everything can all be solved if you just overcame resistance in your mind. The resistance that convinces you to do things, the resistance that convinces you to do the bad habits, the resistance that convinces you to not do the work. If that just didn't exist in this world, you would be way better off, right? You would be much, much more better off. So we essentially want to destroy this resistance. And this is where we do the following. The villain of self. Ooh, ominous. Resistance is the enemy, or is it actually the enemy? I'm talking about resistance in such a way that it seems like resistance is this bad thing that shouldn't exist in this earth, and the reason being that resistance is all bad for us, and if resistance didn't exist, the earth would be a better place. But that is actually incorrect, because of resistance we exist, right? If there was no resistance, there would be no point to doing anything. Rather, you wouldn't do anything if there was no resistance. So what we essentially want to do first of all is to get this mindset into our head that pain is good, and that pain will actually help us grow, because pain is how you change yourself. We have been conditioned since birth to avoid pain, to avoid doing hard things, and that is the reason why you're here, right? You've been developed in this certain way for so many years that it's got so much momentum. And so changing is going to be extremely hard until you start to actively seek out pain. You're actively seeking out pain and painful things. That is where your current self will get destroyed and your new self will be formed. You can blame resistance for everything that has happened in your life, but there is no point to it. right? I've been talking about resistance in such a bad sense that you can literally just sit there and just tell yourself that, oh my god, resistance is such a bad thing, it has ruined my life and this and that. But in reality, like, there is no point to it. The reason there is no point to it is because of the following. Okay, this is what is going to be very weird. You can't blame your current self, you need to blame your inability to change. Right? You can't really sit there and blame your current self for, oh my god, my current self is so bad, and because of that I've failed and I'm in this situation. You can't blame your current self because your current self is not wrong. It's not out there to get you, it's not out there to sabotage you, it's not out there to cause you to fail. That's not its desire. Right? If you think about the primal brain of our human mind, the primal part of the brain called the amygdala, that is what basically just governs most of these primal things that we do, right? Animalistic things that we do. That is what is governed by the amygdala. So you can't really sit there and blame your current self for doing these bad things to you because for your current self, the things that it did was not wrong. It was to protect you from pain. It was to protect you and make you survive this harsh world. You need to blame your inability to change. You need to sit there, not blame your current self, but blame not your current self, but just blame yourself for not being able to change. Not your current self and sit there and think that, oh my god, my current self is so bad. Like, because of my current self, I'm not changing. Don't utter the word current self and just tell yourself, I am to blame for not changing. Take responsibility for these things. Because here's how you're going to do it. So get up and do 10 push-ups right now. Come on, get up and do 10 push-ups right now. The fact that you're not paused this video right now, you've not even gotten up, you're not even in the push-up position, and most likely everyone watching this video is not even doing these push-ups, right? Your mind right now told you to not do it. Isn't that crazy? In just this split second that I told you that you should not be, you should do push-ups, your brain literally convinced you to just not do this. When I told you this, get up and do 10 push-ups, your brain told you, let's not do it. In this 1 second that it existed, it told you, let's just not do it. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that just absolutely crazy? That in this one split second, your brain just was like, nope, we're not going to do it. Resistance is your brain just convincing you to do to not do a certain thing actually. So when I told you to do push-ups, your brain instantly got clicked. It was like, no, we're not going to do it, and you listened to it. Right? Your brain told you, no, we cannot do it. You're not going to do it now. And you listened. You were like, yes, brain, we're not going to do it. And you just sat there. Beating resistance takes action and pain. To beat resistance, you need to take action. And you need to take action to do the painful thing. You're doing push-ups right now is painful, right? And you're still not doing it. You're still not doing it. That's the crazy part. Your brain has still convinced you to not do it. Your brain has literally told you, like, no, we're not going to do it. And you just listened there like a good boy. Just listen to the brain and just told yourself, like, okay, we're not going to do it now. Any sort of painful task is always met with resistance, and most people just listen to it, like you did right now. Any sort of painful task is always met with resistance. So pain and effort cause resistance. This is the equation of resistance. Pain plus effort is equal to resistance. So when there is a painful thing and if you take effort into that painful thing, you feel resistance. If there is not a painful thing, you don't feel resistance. If you don't have to take action, you don't feel resistance. It is when both of these variables are present that you feel resistance. And most people just listen to it. Like, your brain literally right now told you, man, we're not gonna do this right now, and you listen to it. Your brain told you, and you just sat there and you just listened to it, and that's the problem. It's a problem that is causing you to fail. Imagine where you could be if you didn't listen to what your brain tells you to do. Imagine the scenario in which you just never ever listened to the resistance in your mind that told you to do something. You just never ever listened to it. Where could you be right now? Imagine where you could be right now if you just didn't listen to it. That is the problem. So we found out that not being able to focus is because of resistance, and resistance, the problem with resistance is that you listen to it. Your brain will keep on resisting things until you die. That's the truth of this reality. I'm not going to tell you here to, get rid of resistance from your life completely. That is not possible. I feel resistance. I was feeling resistance to record this module. It's like 6 or 6:40 a.m. right now. I don't want to record a video. My brain was telling me to not record. I recorded. Right? Your brain will always give you resistance no matter where you are in life, no matter what you're doing. Even if you make like $10 billion a day, you're still going to feel resistance. So resistance is not something that's going to go away. It's not going to be something that is destroyed completely. The problem here is that you keep on listening to this shit. You keep on listening to this. When pain is met head on with effort, resistance is created. So when effort meets pain, resistance is created. Before you try to beat resistance, you need to identify it when it hits you. Because you might be sitting there thinking, man, I know when I get hit with resistance, when I know when I feel resistance, but you probably don't. That's the crazy part. To beat resistance, to defeat your enemy, you need to know when it hits you. The art of war, to defeat the enemy, fight them on unfamiliar grounds. So if you want to fight resistance on an unfamiliar ground, you need to first understand what ground it is on, right? You need to understand what resistance does and how does it hit you. And resistance is a shapeshifter. It is a devil in disguise. You will not know when it actually hits you, right? The resistance is a shapeshifter. It'll grab you when you don't even expect it. And it will change forms all the time so that it can get to you. And sometimes you won't even know when resistance is at play, right? You won't even know it. So just answer this question for me. Remember when you took a day off, right? You took a day off, just took a day off. Let's remember that last day, right? You told yourself you were burnt out or you needed a break. Right? You sat there, you were like, man, I'm so frustrated. I just want a break today. And you took a day off. Honestly, just tell me, was that actually needed? Now, you might be sitting there thinking that, yes, I do. But most likely, that was resistance. That was actually resistance. It wasn't actually burnout. Now, before you actually think that what I'm saying is stupid and bullshit, just bear with me for a second. Just think. Let's just think objectively, not without any bias. Just think objectively with me. Most people don't burn out. That is resistance that plays into their mind. If your diet, sleep, and mental health was on point, and you still felt burnout, then you were genuinely burnt out, right? If your sleep was on point. So the last time you took a day off, just answer this question honestly. Did you sleep properly? Did you eat properly? Were you feeling properly? If all of these three criteria was actually on point and you still felt burnt out, you still couldn't work, that means you were genuinely burnt out. But was that the case the last time that happened? Just objectively think, was that the same thing that happened last time? Was last time the case wherein all of these three criteria was actually satisfied and you were still burnt out? Most probably not. Your brain was just convincing you to do this thing. Now you were sitting there thinking it was burnout, but in reality it was just resistance. It was resistance changing its shape and attacking you. Resistance will grab you when it least expected, and it will grab you in a very different manner that you won't even know about. The good part about all of this is that you know now that resistance can grab you, and so you can be more aware about it than most people who are ignorant. You need to be aware of when you're being attacked by resistance and when you're not. Because if you can't really understand when resistance is going to attack you, you're not going to be able to fight it. Right? Resistance will end up fighting you on unfamiliar grounds and win, and that is why it has been winning for so long. That is why it has been winning for so long. So the most common forms of resistance that you might face that I've found in people, right? There are a lot of forms of resistance that it can take, but is the most common form that exists. First of all is doubt. You get a lot of doubt whenever you're doing something, that if it's working or not. You wake up with doubt. That is resistance at play. You are sitting there thinking that, oh my god, what is going to happen? It is just resistance at play. If you feel burnout, that is probably resistance. Now, obviously, people do burn out. So the way you find out if you've actually burnt out or not, just ask yourself if the three criteria was satisfied. If you slept well, if you ate properly, and if you had good mental health. If you still feel burnt out, that means you genuinely hit burnout. But most likely, if you haven't done, if your criteria aren't even satisfied, it's because of those criteria that you feel like what you're feeling right now. It's not actually burnout. And resistance will literally tell you that you're burnt out and you need to take a break. The third is self-entitlement. It's very interesting. A lot of people go through this, that they think just because they worked hard, they deserve an off day today. Like, Yeah, I've worked hard all week. I can take Saturday and Sundays off. That is self entitlement. That is resistance at play. You don't deserve things. Like, why would you take? It's like Alex Ramos's quote. If you take weekends off from the work that you're doing, you're working on the wrong thing. Because if you're working on something you like, you don't need to take days off. Right? Self entitlement is another form of resistance. The next one is comfort. You're comfortable right now. You're in comfort, sitting there. You're happy. You're like, this feels so good. You're in comfort. That is another form of resistance that you might be facing. You're comfortable. You don't want to change. You're in the bed. You're whatever. You're comfortable. The next one is fear. You're fearful of what might happen. You are fearing of doing the work, right? So let's just say you have to cold call people. Right? You just hate talking to people, and you're fearful of talking to people. You will avoid this because you have a fear of talking to people. So your brain will tell you, let's not do this because it is scared. And the last one is procrastination. You want to do this thing, you tell yourself, nah, I'm going to do it later, and you never do it again for the rest of your life. You wake up, you're like, nah, I don't want to do this work, and you just don't do it. And you just tell yourself, I'm going to do it later, and you just don't do it. These are the most common forms of resistance are found, the five most common forms of resistance that exist. And knowing about these things is very important because when you know them, that is only the point that you can actually resist them and actually destroy them and deal with them. When you notice the resistance, you will then need to do the right action, that is walking on glass. Now, don't obviously walk on glass. It's just a metaphor, and it's just a you know figure of speech that I'm using. I don't literally want you to walk on glass because you want to beat resistance. To change your self identity, you need to change your brain to face resistance head on. Right? You know that. Change your self identity. You need to train your brain to face resistance head on. It sounds simple on paper, but it becomes very hard to apply. Why is that? Right? It sounds very simple. Like I can sit here and talk about this thing and tell you like face pain head on and do this, bro. But it sounds simple, but it's very hard to apply. When you have to actually apply, when you have to like do the painful thing, it's very hard to do that. Why is that? Why is it that it's so hard to do it? Because most people are controlled by their desires. This is the truth. Most people are a subject to their desires and a subject to their brain. And because they have no control over what they actually want to do and what they should do, they just do what their brain wants them to do. They just do what feels good. That is the biggest problem in society. So when you're controlled by your desires, we all know that it's not the good thing. We all know that it's the wrong thing to do, right? We all know that listening to your desires is the worst thing you can do, but we still do it. Most people are like this. They are a carrot on a stick, and the carrot on a stick is their desires, and they are just the horse that follows it, right? It's just the horse that just follows it because why not? It's a carrot, right? And this is how most people live their life. This is how their lives are lived. Their body tells them no, 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 and their mind listens, or vice versa. Their mind tells them no, 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 and their body listens. So if I told you to get up right now and do push-ups, your mind will tell you no, will not do it, and your body will be like, yeah, sure, yeah, buddy, I'm not gonna do it. It's like it sounds so stupid. It sounds just sounds so stupid to me, and probably to you, that we function this way. We do. Like I'm not saying I'm perfect. I also end up in positions like this, but it's just so funny that we literally are controlled by our desires, and it sounds so funny, the conversation between your mind and your body, that your mind tells it no and your body listens like okay fine no, right? We want to train our brain to do the opposite thing. Like if you're facing resistance, we just want to do it. We want to train our body and our mind so that if we have to do something, our brain tells us like okay go do this, and your body responds, right? Your body responds to this. We want our brain to tell the body to do this, and the body listens to what the brain says without having any sort of question. So it doesn't matter what your brain tells the body just does it because it's supposed to. This is what we have to train our mind to do. This is what we have to train ourselves to do. Because if we can just figure out a way to do painful tasks continuously and constantly and consistently, that is where our new identity is going to be formed. That is where we're going to change. So we literally have to train our body to listen to our mind and just do it without any sort of questions. And it doesn't really fight back. The body doesn't fight back, it listens. Like I told you to do push-ups, your body didn't listen, right? Imagine we essentially want to get to a point wherein you tell your brain, your body to just get up do the push-ups, and your body just listens. It doesn't fight back, it doesn't do anything, it doesn't convince you of anything, it just listens. Right? Change can be quantified. That's the crazy part. Change can literally be quantified right now. It can literally quantify change and why you can't change. This is a very interesting thing. The ability to beat resistance can be quantified in an equation. And this is something that I was shocked to see, but it worked, right? It genuinely works. This is the Gleacher's equation, that it basically just explains why you can't change. And let's just do this exercise together. First of all, let's just say you want to become someone, right? You have a vision in your mind of who you want to become. So right now, rank the resistance that you feel. So rank the resistance you feel on a day-to-day basis out of 125. So how bad is the resistance you feel to become this person? So you know you have to do these actions to become this new version of yourself. How much resistance are you facing, right? Rank it out of 125. Once you have that score, write it down on a piece of paper or somewhere. Just note it down, right? And just do the following. So dissatisfaction. How dissatisfied are you with your current situation? Rank it out of 5. How dissatisfied are you with your current situation and what you're currently doing? How dissatisfied are you? Rank it out of 5. The second thing is, how clear is your vision of who you want to be? How clear is the end goal of who you want to be? Rank it out of 5 as well. And finally, concrete steps. How clear are the steps that you need to take to achieve this dream result? How clear are these steps? Rank this out of 5 as well. Now, if you've honestly answered this and you multiply all of these numbers that you've ranked them with, you'll find out that the multiplication of dissatisfaction, vision, and concrete steps is lesser than 100 and is lesser than the resistance you're feeling. Because if it was greater than the resistance you're feeling, you would change. This is the crazy part. Like your change can be quantified, and this is where we have to understand why we can't change, because it's mathematically not possible for you right now. So the resistance that you had, the product of the dissatisfaction, vision, and concrete steps is lesser than the resistance. That's why you can't change. It is not worth for your brain to change because this is lesser than resistance. Train the body. You need to disassociate yourself from it. What do I mean by that? We consider ourselves to be one whole human being at all times. So what you need to do right now is to stop thinking that you are one with the body. Now, this sounds extremely weird to the normal person who will be listening to this, but you need to stop thinking that you and your mind, like your body and your mind, are the same. Is a same entity essentially. And what you need to do is imagine your body to be another person and your mind to be another person. So you guys are in one singular unit of your body, but your body essentially is another person and your mind is another person. So your mind is you and your body is some other person. Yeah, I really want you to imagine this. Just try and imagine this, that you are your mind and your body is someone else. Now, right now, do this with me. Tell your body to get up and stand right now. Tell your body right now, get up, body, get stand and stand up. Is the body listening? Are you standing up right now? Are you actually standing up right now? Most likely you're not. Maybe you are. If you are, then good man, you're doing great. But if you're not, your body's not listening. Make it listen. Make it listen right now. This is what you need to do. You need to get control of your body. Your body has been dictating your mind for so long. That is why you're stuck. You keep on listening to your body and you keep on listening to the things that are uncomfortable. Right now, you might have this insane resistance inside of your head that is telling you to not do this. Let's just not get up. Let's just do it later on. Right? You might have that amount of resistance right now. Make your body listen. Tell it to stand up right now. If it's not standing up, do it physically. Just do it physically. Just, if your body is not listening, if you're sitting there and you're telling yourself, come on body, stand up, your body's not reacting, just stand up. You've stood up right now. Tell it to do a push-up. Tell your body, come on, get up, do a push-up right now. Oh, but no, let's just do it later, man. Why do we have to do it now? We'll do it later when we finish this video. No, that is resistance at play. See, until and unless you can convince or you can control your body to stand up at will, you cannot even force your body to sit down and work. Like, it's so weird that you will require these small trainings.
A 1% improvement, these small things will compound later on. Lose your ego, my friend. Lose your ego. You're right now, what is like stopping you is your current self, and your resistance has built up this ego inside of your head, and they just want you to, not listen to what you have to do. Lose your ego. If you think that standing up right now on the call of your brain is lower than you, if you think that, oh my god, this is such childish shit, I was here to, do some big things, I want to do big things and ambitious. If you think that these small actions are below you, you need to lose your ego fast, because you're not that great. If you were that great, you wouldn't have to watch this video, you wouldn't have to learn how to work. If you were that great, you wouldn't have to. So lose your ego right now. You need to do these small trainings in which you're training your brain and your body to be, you're training your body to listen to your brain. You need to do this. Without this, it will be very, very hard for you to do anything and basically destroy this resistance inside of you. Conquer this resistance inside of you. You need to do these small trainings. You need to right now. If you haven't done already, just do it right now with me. Stand up right now. Tell your body, stand up right now, and just stand. Now sit down. Like, tell your body to do shit. Tell your body to do a push up right now. Tell your body to go drink water. Tell your body things. Your body is another entity, it's another separate human being. You need to treat it that way. Your body is not you. You're not one with the body. The body is someone else. You're giving instructions to another person. So make the other person listen. You need to do these small trainings so that your brain and your body are now synced. Your body knows that if I have to do what my brain tells me to do. It's baby steps. You don't teach a baby how to run a marathon when they're born, right? You teach them how to crawl, they learn how to walk, then run, then they have to train to run a marathon. You can't just expect the end result of this big thing of working 12 hours a day by just not by thinking that, oh my god, this, like standing up right now is so stupid. You can't do that. Pick a small task you hate to do and just do it every day. You have that small task. I'm not saying like a work related task, I'm saying non work related task. Something that is a chore that you absolutely hate. Maybe you don't make your bed when you wake up. Do it. You hate to do it. Maybe you hate to wash your clothes, or so maybe you hate to do the dishes. Maybe you hate to make food. Maybe you don't like to go to the gym. Maybe you don't want to exercise. All of these not wants, you have to pick one skill, one small thing that you hate to do, and just do it every day. Because beating resistance takes action and pain. We know this. And your brain will convince you to not do this. Your brain will literally, right now, as I've uttered these words, will tell you there is no need to do this. This is above you. We're here to do something bigger, not these small things. If you cannot convince, if you cannot convince your body to do these small things, then convincing your body to work even when you don't want to is out of your reach right now. That is not something you can do right now. The part of your brain associated with hard work is called the AMC, or the anterior mid cingulate cortex. It's a part of the brain the researchers have found that is literally associated with hard work. So the amount of hard work you do is dependent upon this part of the brain, and it's like a baby. And it's like a baby. The more painful the work, the more the part of the brain grows, and vice versa. So literally, a part of your brain grows if you just work hard. Like you do painful work, your brain grows. If you don't do painful work, your brain shrinks. So it's literally like a baby that it will, you need to feed it properly. You need to feed this part of your brain with painful work. So just please just get up right now. Tell your body to get up. Train your body to listen to the mind. Because without this training, I really want you to drill this. I really want to drill this inside of you. I really want you to take this seriously. If you cannot train your body to listen to your mind, you are not going to be able to do anything that you want. The things that you want is on the other side of pain. But to beat resistance in work, you need to break down what are the things you need to work on. Right? If you want to beat resistance, you need to take action on the high leverage activities. Let's just say you don't take action on the high leverage activities, and what's the point of beating resistance, right? So here's the game plan. Not all work is created equally. Yeah? There are certain drivers of leverage that will have the biggest impact in your life. These are big activities that will have a greater impact in your own life, that will have a greater impact in whatever result that you want in. And we want to find these actions and just do them every single day. So what we're essentially going to be doing is we're going to use this game plan template to actually find the things we need to work on. So this will be linked below. So I'll just explain how to use this. So this is the game plan template, and this template is what we're going to be using to make sure you find out the high leverage activities. So how do you find this? So first of all, you can see there are 4 columns: task, eliminate, automate, delegate. And this is how we're going to classify each and every one of your tasks. The task here. So by tasks, what do I mean? The tasks that you do in related to your business. So, and no, you don't write down like brushing, for example. You don't write down brushing teeth or something. You just write down the task that you do like in a day. So just pick a day, you wake up, just write down the task that you do. So maybe you check emails, right? Maybe you check emails, you um check social media pages. Oops. You check your social media pages. Maybe you check the calendar, whatever. So write down whatever task you do on a day-to-day basis right here. Every single task, anything. So if it's like editing a video, uploading a video, is if it's recording, if it's scripting, whatever the task is related to the business, you write down every one of those tasks in this column right here, the left hand side. Now, once you have done each and every one of these columns, you need to then classify all of these by either eliminating it, automating it, or delegating it. So if check emails, so let's just consider check emails for example. First of all, you need to ask yourself, can I eliminate this thing from my life? Can I eliminate this task completely? Maybe you can't really eliminate checking emails, right? Maybe you to cold email, you need to know how you need to check emails, for example. So this is not a option that we have. If it's automated, then you ask yourself, can I automate this task? Can I automate checking emails? Maybe not. Can I delegate it? Yes. This is so now checking emails, it has been delegated to someone. So you hire a VA, just tell them to check the emails, or maybe you get a personal assistant, etc. Check social media pages. Can you eliminate this? Maybe you cannot, right? Maybe you have to check how your videos are doing, etc. Can you automate this? No, you can't. Can you delegate this? Yes, you can. Checking your calendar, so maybe you can just delegate this as well. So you find out and classify each and one of these category, each of one of these tasks in the following categories of eliminate, automate, and then delegate. Once these three criteria have been filled with all of these tasks, there is going to be some sort of tasks or some tasks that you cannot really eliminate, you cannot really automate, or you cannot really delegate. So if you think about like a recording videos, right? You can't eliminate it because it's part of your business. You cannot automate it, nor can you delegate it. So this will become one of your high leverage activities. So whatever tasks you couldn't eliminate, you couldn't automate, and you couldn't delegate is the one that you should essentially be focusing on as your high leverage activities. You need to find these activities with the highest leverage. These activities is how you will make a change in your life, because you need to focus all of your energy on your inputs which can have a high leverage response in your life. Once you have an understanding of what tasks you need to do, you need to now create a routine for them, because now you have these high leverage activities, right? These are the things that you need to do on a day-to-day basis, but you need to have a routine for that. A mistake people make is working too late, right? A mistake people make is working too late into the day, like after 10, 11 a.m. maybe. Remember, we don't want resistance to hold us back. What you need to do is create a routine that you can follow every single day for the rest of your life. So not an activity that you'll follow, not a routine that you will follow for 3 months, maybe 6 months. A routine that you can follow every day for the rest of your life. And the only sort of work you do in these work blocks is just high leverage activities. So let me just show you my own calendar. So here you can basically just see this is a timetable I've created. It's a calendar on Google Calendar. Basically, you can just do this everything. So you basically write down everything that you're going to do on a day-to-day basis. This is like the ideal day that I can follow every single day for the rest of my life. So right now it's 10:30 to 11:30. So it's education here, but obviously I've got work to do. So I'm working right now. 5:30 to 7 is when I have my first work block. Then I have my morning routine where I'll take a bath and stuff like that and eat. Then I work again, eat, work. Then I educate myself, so learn something that I need to learn about. Read, eat, work out, and end of the day. So my day ends at 6:45 p.m. Then after this, I can pretty much do anything. I'm free. This is a timetable I can follow for the rest of my life. What you need to do is get this timetable down and just follow it every single day. Right? Just get everything down. You can see I had an inbound call, but I cancel that. You just need to follow this timetable every single day for the rest of your life. So the work that you do in these work blocks is the high leverage activities and nothing else, just these high leverage activities. This ensures you can do the maximum work possible and get the maximum results. So we're optimizing our inputs to get a whole lot of output. So some quick things you can do right now as actionable advice to create this routine. There's just few principles that I follow by that you should also follow by. Work before eating breakfast. So whenever you eat breakfast, do not do not eat breakfast before you work, because you should deserve to eat. That's my personal opinion. You should do something before you eat because you should deserve your food. So don't eat before working, because you need to have that sharpness. So when you wake up, you have that mental sharpness on. Just work the highest leverage activity. Just start doing that. Then eat breakfast. And you need to wake up early and sleep early. A lot of people are like, no, I'm a night owl, I'm this and that. I don't think that's, maybe you are, but just try and wake up early and sleep early, because waking up early is just way better than sleeping late or working at night. Keep the carbs in your diet towards the end of your day. So whenever you are, carbs essentially just slow you down, right? They are highly hard to digest. The brain requires a lot of energy to digest these foods. That is why you need to keep your carbs at the end of the day, so that majority of your work is done when you have your mental sharpness available. Then you essentially want to drink coffee, like black coffee plus binaural beats 40 hertz while working. So listen to binaural beats 40 hertz. So you can search this up on YouTube right now. Binaural beats 40 hertz. You'll find a 30-minute video. That's the video I listen to. And just put your earphones and have coffee and just listen to that. It'll help you focus way more. For breaks, leave the room and walk. So whenever you're having a break, just leave the room and then just take a walk. The second last thing is keep content consumption towards the end of the day after working hard, because we don't want to distract ourselves. We want to dedicate as much brain points and brain power we have towards the high leverage activities. Maybe at the end of the day you can consume your content and everything like that. And the last thing is to always before you go to sleep, plan the next day, because your brain loves ambiguity. And when you provide ambiguity, when you are waking up and you're like, now what do I do, you're just losing your brain points. You're just losing your mental capacity that you can use. So just plan your day ahead every single time. The next thing we're going to be covering is how to actually break ruts. Now, this is by far another very important part of this, because what's going to happen is that you can't be perfect. So you're going to slip up a lot, actually, and you're going to mess up a lot. So here's exactly how to deal with ruts, how to actually break ruts. You will fail like a lot, right? You're going to fail a lot. Like there is going to be so many failures in your life, especially regarding resistance and everything. You will fail a lot. Sometimes resistance will get the best of you. Sometimes you won't do the work. Resistance will get the best of you sometimes, and then you enter ruts. So ruts is nothing but a physical manifestation of resistance. So if resistance came into a form of a physical entity, it will be rut. Right? Ruts are basically wherein you just live like shit for a very long time. It happens when resistance creeps in your life and gets a hold of you, and you don't even know about it, right? You have no idea when it got a hold of you. You have no clue when it got to you, and by the time you realize it, it's very hard to change. The reason you can't prevent ruts is because resistance is shape shifting and will attack you when you least expect it. There can be no one in this world who can prevent ruts from happening to themselves. Yes, they can reduce the frequency at which it happens to them, but and the duration for the ruts, but it can never be prevented. It is something that is always going to come to you. Okay, because resistance will form different shapes. It'll change its shape so that it can get to you. And the way to break ruts is to regain control over the body. That's the easiest way to break ruts, is to regain control over the body. And this sounds weird, but the best way to do that is to clean your room. I can't emphasize this enough. To break a rut, okay, to break a rut, you essentially have to get control of your body again, right? Because you enter a rut when your mind loses control over the body. So to get out of a rut, you need to get that control back. And actually, the best way to get this control is to actually clean your room, because most likely, if you're in a rut right now, your room is pretty shitty, right? And when you change your environment, your body responds differently. You feel fresher, right? If you change the very environment you work in, not only are you cleaning the shit that should be cleaned, you're also changing the environment. And because the work environment you're around is changed, you feel very differently and you feel better. After you clean your room, do the small activities to regain control over your body. So to break a rut, you have to first of all clean your room, which sounds extremely weird, but it works very, very nicely. So just clean your room firstly. Secondly, what you need to do is do the small activity we had talked about before, the thing you absolutely would hate to do. You need to start doing that activity again and do it every single day to regain control over the body. Remember, look out for the resistance to grab a hold of you, because this guy will come and he will get your ass. Right? He will grab and do shit to you, and it will get to you at some point of time. The way to break a rut is to always remember, if you're in a rut, first of all, identify you're in a rut, understand that resistance has gotten a hold of you, lose your ego, do the clean your room firstly, and then secondly, just do the small activity every single day. So how do you get started in all of this? So how do you actually progress? So we've learned about resistance, we've learned about this and that and this and that. How do you actually get started in this? How do you actually get started basically? Here are the actionable things that you need to do. So you need to list down the resistances you face first of all. So pick a pen, pick a paper, write down the resistance you feel on a day-to-day basis. So what sort of resistance do you feel? Do you feel procrastination? Do you feel fear? Do you feel lack of, like, whatever resistance you feel? Just write it down. Pick the brain task, the task you do every single day to train your brain. The simple thing you absolutely hate to do, your brain will convince you to not do it. That's the thing you need to do. That's the crazy part about it, is that you need to do the task your brain tells you you don't need to do. Right? Your brain tells you, like, yeah, we don't need to meditate today. You don't need to meditate. It's a small activity. You need to do that thing, because that's how you're going to regain control of your body. The third thing you want to do is create your timetable. Right? Create the timetable, create and schedule your own day, in which is basically the perfect day for you that you can follow for the rest of your life. Right? The routine you can follow for the rest of your life. That's the third thing. The fourth thing is to find the high levers, the high leverage activities that you can do. So, doing something. So whatever, we use the game plan template basically. The link is also below this video. We use the game plan template to find the high leverage activities. And once you find these high leverage activities, put them in the work blocks, and just lastly, just get started and just do it. Right? We need to just do it. Kind of Nike, just do it. Okay? This is probably the most important part of this section. It's just getting started. So right now I have given you all of the knowledge I have related to work, related to resistance. I've given you everything you need to know to actually get work done. This is the end of this module. Next module, we're going to be covering how to actually set goals, how to actually, get the aim so that you can work towards that. So I'll see you all in the next one. Take care. Just do this work. Don't sacrifice your future self for the pleasure today. Peace.
Welcome to this module. This document will show you exactly how to download the Notion template and how to customize it. And I have basically just broken this down into an extremely simplified version, so you don't have to really think a lot. And this document will be linked below this video, so you check that out after this one. And first things first, you want to click on this link that is over here. Now this link should take you to this exact page, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do this together. Okay, so first of all, you want to click on this page here, right? And then it's going to take you over to this page, all right, where the system actually occurs. So this is the link after which you click it. You have to hit this button over here called duplicate. Once you hit that button, what's going to happen is that it's going to give you a login page. And what you essentially just do is you just log in onto this Notion, create an account, or if you don't already have one, create your own account on this page. And the next thing basically after you create the account is you're going to have the access to this exact template. All right, the next thing that you need to do is, once you have access to this template, we want to essentially first of all download the Notion app, because it's way easier to use the Notion app than to use the exact browser thing. So you click on this exact link, it will take you to Notion's official page, wherein you can download Notion for whatever is suitable for you.
And with this, you'll be able to have the Notion template and everything inside of the app. And once it is inside of the app, you're going to be able to customize the entire thing so that it actually is something that you enjoy. And we're going to cover that in the next module. So just make sure you do this. See you in the next one. Take care. So in this module, I'm going to essentially show you how to customize and how this exact template works. So as you can see, once you have downloaded this template or duplicated this template, you'll be able to edit all of this stuff inside of here. First of all is the warm app. This is where you can schedule your uploads. There are two ways of viewing this. It's a calendar view and a table view. In a table view, you can basically just create a new task. So let's just say it is to watch module. You can give it a date. Let's just say today. And end date is also today. Priority order, need to do, and you can essentially just change this from not started to in progress to done. This is a basic table view that you can have, or you can have your very own calendar view over here, which will basically just, give it all in a weekly calendar. The next thing is the content system, and this is where the magic is going to happen. It's divided into three parts: idea bank, idea execution, and scripting. The idea bank is where you're going to be posting your exact ideas over here, and we're going to talk about everything in detail later on. This is basically the topics of interest that you have. So what I want you to do, essentially, after I explain this, how this template works, I'll show you the exact way I have built it so you can copy it. But basically, you've got topics here which I'll explain how to use. The idea execution stage is where you're going to be executing on the ideas with the templates and everything. So if you click on this as a template, it will give you an exact template that you can use to write out your information. And then the scripting part, inside of this template, we have a YouTube script writer bot that I will help you build out yourself, which you can use to create an entire script based on your ideas basically. And everything else will be covered on the later modules on how to exactly use this, but this is where everything is going to happen. We also have the resources section in which you have your ideal client profile, which you link down below over here. And in the branding section is where you put everything related to your brand, so video descriptions, all of that stuff. The tracking place is where you put in your thumbnails. So any sort of thumbnail that catches your attention, you put it in this database. So you have a database. Outliers, any sort of outliers you find, you put it over here. And then outlier channel base, we already have given you a channel base so you can copy and understand. And these are like the people you can sort of base your videos off of. So everything will be explained later on. Now this is my personal customization of the content ascension system, and here is exactly how it works. So in the idea bank section, what you essentially have to do is that you break down every idea or the topics of interest that you have into these parts. So as you can see, I have got one about psychology, philosophy, content creation, and others. So any sort of idea related to psychology, it goes in over here. Philosophy, it goes in over here. Content creation, it goes in over here. And anything else related to any other idea I have which is not related to these three sections, it goes over here. Now inside of this, as you can see, I have written out a lot of stuff, and I'm going to teach you exactly how to use this system as well. In the idea execution stage, basically what you have to do is copy this template, write out and fill out the prompts inside of this template as we had seen before right over here. We fill all of this out and we will cover this, so just don't be bothered if I'm not going in depth right now. And you just create the property from not started to done, so you have all of this the idea executions broken down there. The scripting stage, you basically just copy this template, make your scripts, and that's basically it. We will be covering how to create the ideal client profile as well, so don't worry about that. Here is the ICP document for me, which is in here, and this is my branding. So everything related to branding is in over here. Then in here, as I had previously also mentioned, we have outliers and stuff, and all of this is inside of this place. This is how you can customize the template that you need. Essentially, all of the customization that you have to do is just going in over here. Instead of topic one, just put whatever topic that you like. So how do you actually edit it is you click on this button over here. Oh, sorry, not on this button. You click this button right over here, just left click on it, and you can just change the name that you actually want it to be like. This is essentially all you need to do as a customization. Obviously, if you want, you can change the name, the background, and everything, but I think it looks pretty good in my opinion. And everything else in here is done. So this is how exactly you can customize
So, welcome to this module. In this module, we'll go over the exact content strategy that is going to be used by you to actually get leads from YouTube. This is the most important part to understand exactly what strategies we're going to be using. So, the hardest part about this is being consistent with the content, and this is the hardest part. The strategy is pretty simple. The strategy is simple yet effective, but it's not easy. That's the key word. It's not easy to do, it's going to take time, and being consistent is the hardest part. What we're essentially doing with the content is to target the pains and problems your ICP has at different awareness stages. So we all know the different levels of awareness. We target all of the pains and problems that they have at these awareness stages. So think about it. To generate more trust, you need to solve more problems. If your ICP learns something but they have a problem about it, you need to be there in their faces. You need to always be there whenever they want to solve any sort of problem. And this is very important since without this method, it will be very hard for you to actually get them to convert. Because if you're not there for every problem that they have, they don't really have a lot of trust in you. The more problems you solve for them at every awareness stage, the more they want to buy from you. This is the important part. The simplest idea is that we want to generate the following response in their mind. Holy shit, his free stuff is so good. Imagine what the paid stuff has. And this is the most important reaction that we want from them. What imagine what the paid stuff has. So people desire access. People have a psychological tendency to desire more and more access. They want to get more access to things. We want to leverage that with our content. That is why people will pay for one-on-one coaching, anything related to accessing another person's time and energy. People pay for that because that's just how humans work, and we want to leverage that in our content. And the good part is that we have AI bots to help us write our content, so it's not going to take too much time for us to actually make these videos. So this is the entire strategy that we're going to be focusing on. We're going to post short form content to the unaware audience. We're going to direct the short form content to a long form video through a ManyChat automation. All right, so ManyChat is a software you can use to create automations. We direct them to a long form video, and from the long form video they can either go to a VSL with a booking page or an email list, and all of this is going to be automated by AI. So we create short form and post it on Instagram and TikTok. With the ManyChat automation, we create a simple funnel. All right, once someone comments on your short form posts, you send them a YouTube video link. All right, the point of the short form is to target the unaware audience, the people who aren't even aware that you are solving a problem for them. So the people I would target are people who are not posting on YouTube, right? People who are unaware about it. The point of the YouTube videos is to target people who are problem aware and solution aware. So they are aware that they have a problem, they are aware what they have to do. This is the kind of people we have to target with the YouTube videos, not the short form. And all of this will be covered in depth later on when I teach you how to make the content itself. So this is like a quick overview of what the strategy is. And this document is just an overview of what to expect. With the YouTube link, you send them either to a VSL booking page or a lead magnet that they can opt in on. Now, this is a very important point. The point of the lead magnet is to actually get results for them. Once they opt in the lead magnet, we run them through a simple three-part email sequence. Then we just focus on pushing out a newsletter every week. So here is what you will do in 1 week. So 1 week of content, this is what you're going to be doing. 3 times YouTube videos, 3x short form videos, and one newsletter a week. And to help you succeed and see progress, here are some KPIs you can expect from this strategy. So just these are the KPIs you want to look out for. So every month, 12 high quality videos achieve a 20 to 30% increase in views compared to the previous month. Minimum 500 minutes per video. This just depends. And gain at least 50 to new 100 subscribers per month. Short form, 12 short form videos, 5% engagement rate, hit 5 to 10,000 views cumulatively across platforms. Emails, 4 emails, 25% plus open rate, click through rate at least 2 to 5%. And here are some weekly KPIs you can expect. So 3 videos, 1 to 2,000 per video within the first week. Impressions, by the way, not use impressions. Target 5 plus percent engagement. Short form, 3 short form, each video uploaded, blah blah blah. And here is a weekly plan that I follow. So here's a simple weekly plan I follow to make this content strategy work for me by working 4 hours a week. By the way, I suggest you hire a video editor and thumbnail designer because it will save you a lot of time. So you can literally hire a video editor and a thumbnail designer because then you don't have to worry about anything. So Mondays I upload a YouTube video with a short form video. Tuesday I do ideation. Wednesday, I do a YouTube video plus short form plus ideation. Thursday, also, I do ideation. Friday, YouTube video plus short form. Saturday, scripting all videos with the newsletter. Sunday, recording all videos plus doing all of the edits, scheduling all of the uploads, and boom, that's all I do in a week. And this is the entire strategy that we are going to be following. Now, I will cover all of this in depth later on when we cover how to create the content. But this is like a quick overview of this strategy. I'll see you all in the next module. Take care. So, welcome to this module. In this module, we will actually cover how to write mini essays. Now, these mini essays are a big part of being able to write and think creatively, and creativity is the cornerstone of your content. Now, you might be thinking, why the fuck are we even learning how to write mini essays? I mean, you might be thinking, like, just teach me how to make content, but the answer is mini essays are fucking overpowered. And that's the truth. So, in the Ascension system, you can see the idea bank section, and this is the database for having all the ideas. However, to conceptualize an idea, you need to be able to break it down into an essay. A mini essay does the exact same thing. It forces your brain to expand and condense ideas into small explanations. And this process helps to identify the important parts of being ambiguous. So what I mean by this is, with mini essays you have the power to actually explain ideas in a way that is concise, and you're able to actually articulate your opinions and your learnings in a way better manner. And this practice in general is a very good practice to have because it helps to have your creativity actually be stimulated. So the first thing we're going to cover is the three act structure. So we're going to progress through each and every different stage and different methods of writing mini essays, and you can use these stages as per whatever level you're at your writing. If you don't really write that much on a day-to-day basis, you can start with the three act structure. We'll cover everything else later on going through this module as well, and this document is linked below this video, by the way. A mini essay is nothing different than a story, and that's facts. And each story, when written, must follow certain frameworks, namely the start, the middle, and the end. And this is the very essence of the three-part framework. You focus on delivering a key idea in three different parts. This is one of the simpler forms of writing a mini essay since it doesn't involve a lot of thinking and is something that most people know about. Right? This is something you might have learned in English as well, English classes as well. So Act 1 is the setup. Here you introduce the problem, question, or intriguing idea. The second is the conflict, wherein you explore the tension, stakes, or deeper implications of the idea. And thirdly, provide the insight, solution, or call to action. Now, I will be explaining and giving you examples of mini essays as well. So let's just take an example. The setup is, why do most people fail at productivity? Let's just say you're writing about productivity. The conflict could be because they confuse being busy with being effective. Resolution, the key is focusing on one high impact task daily. And like I said previously, this is one of the simpler methods of writing. If you're new to writing, you can use these methods. And this method can be used to start writing many essays. If you are someone who is new to writing, this will help you train your mind to start thinking and breaking down ideas. So if you've never actually written stuff before, if you don't practice writing on a day-to-day basis, I suggest highly to start with the three act structure because it will help to stimulate the brain, the muscle of your brain, to actually write, the muscle of writing, so that you're able to actually improve on these things as time elapses. The second format is the hook, insight, call to action formula. Now, this is another step to writing great content. This is an advanced version of the above writing framework. So, if you're able to, if you're pretty good at writing, you can use this framework. The point of this writing framework is to capture attention, deliver value, and give action. And it starts off with the hook. Here is where you get the attention of the reader or listener. And this has to be something that is a pattern interrupt, something that makes them stop in their tracks. And this is the most important keyword that you can have: pattern interrupt. Most people function in their AFK state. So if you don't know AFK, it's basically away from keyboard. They do things because they've always been doing it. And that is the truth of this. And we want to get them out of this state. And the example of this AFK state could be the last time you checked your emails, right? Most people just go through their emails randomly and don't really read much stuff because they're functioning on this AFK state. They just do things because they've been doing it. And the basic principle to writing good hooks is to make the reader stop, it's to generate curiosity so that the reader then can, the writing can then transfer the curiosity and attention towards the writing, to the main part of the writing. And this is the most important part. These are the only three key concepts related to hooks. That is, it should make you stop, it should generate curiosity inside you, and then you should transfer that curiosity to the other parts of the essay. So always start your mini essay with a statement or question that is going to make the reader stop in their tracks. But always make sure that there is some sense to that statement. So don't say some stupid shit like, I hate women, some stupid shit like that, you're going to get absolutely destroyed. So let's just say you're writing about productivity. The hook can be, you can stop being lazy in just 10 minutes, or laziness is not the problem, or you can't do the work because you act like a child. Like these things will make you stop dead in your tracks. Instead of just saying that this is the best productivity tip, just right, you can't do the work because you act like a child. Right? This will make you stop dead in your tracks. And this is the entire point of hooks. It's to make them stop dead in their tracks. And this is a very important thing I want you to know, because this is the very essence of how you grow on YouTube itself. Now, there are many ways to do it, but there is no specific formula for you to master this. This is not that I can't really give you, just put this word here and this word here, because this is just one of the things that come with practice. And that is why writing many essays is such an important part of writing good content, because you need to be able to think in this exact format. After the hook, the main goal is to get the reader interested in the information you're talking about. And here is your value delivery system. So the hook should first of all make them stop, and then it should generate enough curiosity that the reader wants to read what other stuff is written down below. And you need to provide a clear and concise perspective of the point you're trying to make, and present arguments and always agitate the problem the reader is facing. And this will make the reader want to know more about the solution, because agitation is key, right? And after you convey your information, just end the essay with some actionable things the reader can do. Now, this is the most important part here, which is agitation. So, when you're writing a mini essay is sort of like a child version of a YouTube script, right? It's just a way you it's just a way you write content in general. And so, what you essentially want to do is, once you've hooked the viewer, you need to provide a clear and concise perspective of the point you're trying to make. I need to present these arguments and always agitate the problem the reader is facing, because when you agitate, it makes them want to read. So if I'm continuously agitating that, you can't get views, or you're not getting views, and the reason why is because you don't know how to write stuff, and I constantly agitate this problem throughout the mini essay, you will be more compelled to read it because I'm agitating this problem. It's like, if you go to a dentist, all right, and a dentist just says that you have a cavity, and you're like, okay, fine, who cares, I just have a cavity, blah blah blah. But if the dentist is continuously agitating the problem that, yo, you have a cavity and it's going to make you pain, you're not facing the pain right now, but in 10 days of time the cavity is going to enlarge, and it's going to reach to the different other tooths inside your face, inside your mouth, and then everything is going to start to pain. And so the cavity is going to be a very big problem for you. Now you are hooked onto solving this cavity and getting rid of this cavity, and that is how you do it. And after you convey your information, you just end the essay with some actionable things the reader can do. This is the main value you deliver to the reader with your essay. So to make someone actually do some actionable things, you need to agitate the problem and present your argument. And this process is very important to be able to write banger content, because every great piece of content always boils down to these three things. So just take a look at this. Most people write to impress, not to communicate. When you read this statement, you're like, holy shit, that's some crazy ass writing. And the insight is, writing simply is harder but more impactful. The next time you write, focus on clarity, not complexity. And this, by the way, is like three statements. Obviously, you can write more. The above is a simple but clear example on how you can structure mini essays like this. So, just this hook will make you want to know, like, holy shit, and make you stop dead in your tracks. Then it's like, most people write to impress, not to communicate. Now you are intrigued a little bit, like, what is this writing about? What is it? What are we talking about? Writing simply is harder but more impactful. Now, this is the insight. Now, once you read this statement, you're like, holy shit, man, this information is making a lot of sense. And then next time you write, focus on clarity, not complexity. Now you have some actionable things, a value that you've gotten from this exact statement. So the first thing I want you to understand is first principle thinking. Now, the best way to break down any idea is to break down its first principles. This is a great method to understand topics and systems, because you're able to break it down into its core components. Then building up from these core components and learning new things becomes easy. So what is most that is the most sorry that is what most of these billionaires and millionaires use to make decisions. First principle thinking was actually popularized by Charlie Munger, Buffett's partner. So Warren Buffett was probably like the best investor of his time, and Charlie Munger was his partner. So Berkshire Hathaway was also founded by these two people, and Charlie Munger was that person who used to make decisions, and he greatly popularized first principle thinking. And You can find it out, you can listen to interviews of billionaires and millionaires. They do use first principle thinking. And Warren Buffett said this about Charlie Munger. He said that any decision that he wants to make, he asks Charlie about it, because he's able to make decisions so fast and so accurately that Warren wasn't able to make. So this is a very important concept that you have to inculcate in your own life. So how does this work with writing mini essays? When you want to teach someone a concept, you need to teach them the core components over which the topic is built on. Because if you do not make them understand the basics, there is no way in hell they're going to understand anything else. And unless someone understands these core concepts, there is no way for them to understand the entire concept as a whole. So whenever you choose a topic to write, you need to first find out its core components. You need to ask yourself, what are the essential truths underlying this concept? Then you want to start building your mini essay around those truths. So let's just take the topic of success. Let's just say you want to write about success. First principles of success is consistency plus focus. If you just focus on something, you focus on high leverage activities and you're consistent with it, you will be successful. The mini essay explores why most people fail due to inconsistency, not lack of talent. This is a very practical way to break down concepts and right. So there are examples of essays at the end. So what you're essentially just trying to do is, when you write about success, you want to write down what its first principles are. So now you know the first principles of success is consistency and focus, and this is the thing that you have to teach someone using your mini essay. And this is very, very important because this is going to help you to train your brain in a way that you can explain stuff better in your own videos. And so the power of contrast is very, very important in writing. You can become jacked when you're fat, you can become rich when you're broke. Contrast gives your content persuasion. If I just had this statement, you can become jacked, it is not as impactful as saying you can become jacked when you're fat, or maybe you can become rich when you're broke. This is the same tactic we want to use in our mini essays and content in general. Contrasts give you a lot of impact because you're clearly depicting two scenarios the reader can imagine. If I just said he climbed Mount Everest, you'd be like, okay, cool. I don't really give a shit. Instead, if I said he climbed Mount Everest without knowing how to climb a mountain, now you're like, holy, that's crazy. And this is the exact point of contrast. It is to provide a distance. When you want impactful content, you need to create distances between two scenarios. And clearly depicting contrasts in your mini essays will help to engage the reader even more than just writing about a very specific thing. So, the point of this power of contrast is that you want to leverage this in your own mini essay writing, because once you're able to do this, people are like, holy shit, now this makes a lot of sense. Busy people have full calendars, productive people have clear priorities. Ooh. Now, when you read this statement, it makes you feel a certain emotion. It makes you feel like this statement is very important, right? Busy people have full calendars, productive people have clear priorities. This is how you leverage the power of contrast. However, the next method is what will give you the most amount of impact. This is probably the most advanced method about writing mini essays that I have found, which I personally use as well. And this is how you deliver impactful content, the 1, 2, 3 sentence rule. This method will help you deliver impactful sentences which will make the reader feel the emotion. This method is very powerful because it makes for short and punchy lines which will make you look like an insane writer. And when you have these powerful sentences in your essay or content, it makes you look like an authority in that specific topic. So when you find these statements, you're able to like actually sound different than other people, which makes you look like a leader or an authority. So how do you make it? You just follow this format. So sentence one, you state the idea. Sentence two, you elaborate or add context. And sentence three, you deliver the punchline or the conclusion. Discipline beats motivation. Motivation fades, but discipline builds habits. Success follows habits, not feelings. Another example, learning psychology doesn't make you a better persuader. The key for persuasion is understanding. Understand the audience first. When you read something like this, now you're like, wow, like this guy's spitting facts here, right? So this guy's literally spitting facts here, and you sound like someone who is, of an authority. If I just told you from these three statements, if I just told you, understand the audience to persuade them better, you'll be like, yes, I already know that. But when I say that learning psychology doesn't make you a better persuader, but the key for persuasion is actually understanding, the skill of understanding. So you need to first understand the audience. Now I look like someone who has a lot of authority because I'm saying something that sounds so punchy. And so here are some mini essays you can refer to get your inspiration and get started in this practice. And all of them are written by me. So these are all mini essays I have written myself and I write every single morning because this is one of the most important points. We set goals to go away from our current situation. People are flawed. This is my hook. This is the topic of the mini essay. People are flawed. Now you're like, wow. The very science of goal setting is that we subconsciously want to escape our reality. We don't want to live the life we live. We have a deep desire to live another life which we might have seen someone else live. This is why we set goals. We change to escape the shackles of our current self. Our current version is the reason we are where we are, and unless one is happy with where they are, it is evident that change is necessary. People have a tendency to set goals above them, above their skill level, because it gives them a sense of change. Flawed change. Change only occurs when one is ready to break free from the subconscious and is aware of it. Most people desire to change and don't actually want to. It is this flawed way of thinking that causes people to fail. You don't rise to the standards you want, but fall down to the standards you have. The punchy line. It is of deep concern that most people are oblivious of the existence of the subconscious. It is because of this they fail. To master oneself, one must be willing to look at yourself and understand what you do. This understanding will make you aware of your devils or your subconscious tendencies once you're aware, resisting it is easy. Goal setting helps you to change. This is another one. Now, if you want, you can pause this video and read this out. But this is a punchy statement I came up with ideas or personal interpretations of set data. The total sum of all ideas will equal to a given amount of information. And this is the sort of punchy 1, 2, 3 statements. Look at it differently, summarize, teach. Right? Another one, find vital behaviors. 80% of results come from 20% of the work. The Pareto principle, blah, blah, blah. And this is basically the entire mini essay. Obviously, if you want, you can ask me to send you some mini essays in the community. I can obviously put it down in there. Go through this document, and once you have gone through this module, if you've reached this point, I want you to go in your Notion page and I want you to actually write out a mini essay and post it inside the community as an action step. Right, as an action step, post it inside the community because I want you to take action on this thing because this has changed my life. It has genuinely made me someone who's able to actually create great content, and it will actually change your content creation journey as well. So make sure you do this action statement, do this action step, write out a mini essay, post it in the community, get feedback from me, from other people, and you'll actually be able to improve your skill. Anyways, I'll see you all in the next module. Take care. Peace. Yo, so welcome to this module. In this module, we're going to cover exactly how to break down ideas to expand and learn on. And this skill is very important since it will help digest information in a very simple manner. This skill is very important with regards to making content since you need to be able to break down ideas in simple sentences in your videos. Now, why is this skill important? To expand on this idea here right now, let me just tell you this simple concept, all right? Every single great teacher you still remember from school actually taught you well, right? Any teacher you still remember from school is someone who is ingrained in your mind, and you will probably never forget them until you die because they taught you in a very beautiful and easy to understand manner. And to be able to stand out and actually convert people with YouTube, you need to be able to educate them properly, and that is the most important part about the entire video in itself. Making the video is important, but actually delivering value and explaining stuff is way more important. And our goal is to actually be the teacher you still remember from school for your clients. The first idea on how to do it is divide and conquer. If you want to understand the architecture of a building, it is very hard to do so without chunking it into parts. Imagine you're trying to understand how a quantum computer works without knowing shit about quantum mechanics, right? It's very hard to understand and explain to someone what a quantum computer actually is if they do not understand quantum mechanics. In the same way, the best way to explain an idea or break it down is to do it by chunking the main topic into blocks. And these blocks are subtopics inside this big topic. Now, this method makes it fucking easy to understand what to focus on while teaching. So, in general, you want to divide each topic into 3 to 5 subtopics so that it is easier for everyone to understand. This is a very obvious thing. This module is also not that long because there is not much to teach here. It's very straightforward. So, whenever you're talking about a topic, just break it down into 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 subtopics. because if you're able to break it down into 3 to 5 subtopics, you know what to focus on while teaching. Instead of trying to help someone understand what a quantum computer is and how it works, you teach them about quantum mechanics, if that makes sense. The second is top down versus bottom up thinking. So this is a method of thinking you can employ to your advantage when you want to do two things: strategize or analyze. The top bottom thinking up implies that you start explaining a topic from an overarching view from the top and slowly expand to the bottom. The bottom up thinking implies that you start from the bottom core concepts and then build up to the bigger concept. These two methods are very, very important because it helps you to understand what sort of thinking you need to use and how do you explain stuff if you want to strategize or analyze. In general, if I have to teach someone about quantum computers, if I'm doing the top bottom thinking, I teach them what a quantum computer is and then I teach them quantum mechanics. But if I'm doing something as a bottom up thinking, I teach them quantum mechanics first and then teach them quantum computers. And a node diagram is a similar representation of the methods of thinking. So a node diagram is basically this: so you have a main topic with four subtopics, and inside the subtopics you have more concepts, and this is how you divide. This diagram is basically like a representation of these types of thinkings. The diagram above is what is called a node diagram, and this diagram is used to carry out the above two approaches of thinking. If your aim is to strategize, you carry out the top bottom thinking. If your aim is to analyze, you carry out the bottom top thinking. If you're trying to strategize how to use a quantum computer, you need to understand what a quantum computer does and then understand quantum mechanics or something related, a subtopic related to quantum computers. If you're trying to strategize something, if you're trying to analyze something, you need to carry out the bottom top thinking. That is, you have to build the foundations of the building and then actually build the building, right? That is how you have to do it. And a node diagram is basically used to do that. So if you're doing the bottom to up thinking, you just write down the concepts, make a subtopic, and then find the main topic. Or the top to bottom, just do it in reverse. The next is the Socratic method. So Socrates was the founding father of philosophy. So if you don't already know, Socrates, he was a philosopher from Athens. So Athens at that time was under the rule of a ruler. I forgot his name, but basically Socrates was a type of dude who used to go around on the street lecturing people about philosophy and used to make people aware and make people question why they think what they think. And he sort of considered the founding father of philosophy. And later on, he was poisoned to death because people, the kingdom, the ruler wasn't really happy, or like the monarchy, not the monarchy, but basically the people who were ruling Athens at that time weren't really happy with what influence Socrates had, and so he was poisoned to death. And Socrates never actually wanted to write and become famous. He just used to lecture people. However, his ideas were carried down through generations through his, pupils. Like one of the biggest pupils of Socrates was Plato, right? And so Plato wrote a huge book, and then his ideas spread, and blah blah blah. And he came up with a method of questioning to help understand the truth. And this method can also be used to understand topics and ideas. So he came up with a method on how to get to something, how to get to the truth of something. And the basic premise of this method is that you ask a question and you ask yourself why. So, what do I mean? Success is discipline. Why? Without discipline, work can't be done. Why? Discipline helps you do the work without focusing on your feelings. Why? The very essence of discipline and success is doing the work regardless of how you feel. You can see that finding the core ideas become easy with this method. And this method is very simple but very effective. Like I can't really explain a lot of concepts with this because it's very straightforward. So you pick any sort of idea. So if the idea is quantum computers, for example, you just say quantum computers are very advantageous. Why? And then you ask yourself why until you can get to the truth of this statement or a question. And that truth is usually like the first principle, the core concept that people need to know about. And here are some action steps I want you to do if you've reached this point of this video. I want you to pick a topic to write about. All right, I want you to pick a topic and write about it. Write a mini essay following the steps previously we had listed down in the previous module, and then break down the ideas properly. So once you know what format to write the mini essay for, you break down the ideas properly and you share a mini essay in the community. Do this and you will have learned how to write and break down ideas properly. This is very important for you to do. If you do not do these action steps, I'm sorry to tell you, the program won't really work for you, right? I need you to do this method of breaking down. If you're confused on what method should I use to break down ideas, I suggest start with the Socratic method. It's very easy to get started with. break it down into its core components, teach it properly, and share this mini essay inside of the community to get feedback from other people. Now, make sure you do this, and I'll see you all in the next one. Take care. Peace. So, welcome to this module. In this document, we will go over the exact steps you can take to ideate on videos, and we will cover mainly three methods of ideation in this document. Now, why ideation? Why are we focusing an entire module just for the ideas? Because 80% of the work on YouTube is the idea. That is basically it. But what is the idea? This is the big problem people have. They don't know what an idea is. This word is always thrown around in the YouTube space, like I said. An idea is just the topic of the video represented in a specific format, which is basically the title. So think of an idea as a topic which is formatted into a specific format known as a title. Considering how the title is what gets people interested in a video, this is the biggest thing you need to to learn to nail, because the title is what pushes people over the edge to actually click on your video. There are mainly three methods you can use to ideate on videos, and these methods are free and easy to do. So let's just begin. Now, let me just go over the simple strategy that we had already talked about just as a recap. Your clients pass from different levels of awareness, and they need to be given different solutions for all the stages of awareness. And the more solutions you can give them, the more they trust you, because this is not the attention economy but the trust economy. And this is the basic premise of our content strategy. We need to make videos for every single awareness stage for the client and make sure we are in their faces at all times. Now you can just see the top of funnel content is basically for people who are not even aware that they have a problem, and they are not even aware of the solution. So whatever problem you're solving with your own business, with your own video, the stage one is the top of funnel content, which is basically videos for the masses. The middle of funnel content is the where people are aware of what you're doing, but they have very specific issues with that. And bottom of funnel is where they're aware of everything, right? And viewers don't turn into buyers without this conversion mechanism. The most common thing business owners do while posting videos is that they just post videos in hopes that it will work. The unfortunate truth is that you need to set up a database of videos that people can go through and then just do more of it. You create trust when you solve problems for people. Your clients are constantly searching for these problems, and you just want to get in front of them every time they search for a solution. Your top of funnel content are videos that have the main goal of getting views and attention, and this should be the last thing you should focus on when starting. The top of funnel is not where you start off at all. This top of funnel content only works when you have a bunch of videos targeting other awareness stages. Unless you have this, the top of funnel content will ruin your channel because you will attract a bunch of unqualified people, and this is very important. The best place to start your content is the middle of funnel content. Here you target very specifically the searches your ICP does on YouTube and find ways you can make videos. This is very important since it will help you stand out from the crowd and actually get in front of the right people. For the first 20 to 30 videos, we must focus on middle of funnel content. And yes, I said 20 to 30 videos because you need that many videos. If you expect to like grow with like 10, 20, maybe even like 5 videos, you're having a wrong expectation. Then once we have an established audience, we focus on making it a little bit of middle of funnel plus top of funnel content, and then we sprinkle in some bottom of funnel content, basically like testimonials, case studies, all of that. First of all, we need to understand the philosophy of video. Different channels have different needs for videos. However, we are making videos for our clients, we need to understand the philosophy behind it. Without this understanding, identifying patterns and opportunities will become extremely hard. So the duality of videos. A good video has two main components, and these components are very important to understand. A lot of people focus on the metrics of a viral video and how viable it is and how many views it can get and whatnot, but that is not our goal. Our goal is to educate and convert, and nothing else matters to us more. We do not care how many views we get, we just need to educate the person and convert them into our client. And the two main components of a good video are the problem and the advice, right? Especially with educational channels, the most important one is the problem and then the advice. What problem you're solving and what advice are you actually giving? If the problem you're solving is something that your client faces and the advice that you give to them actually works, the video is a good video, right? And so problems can be further classified into its types: emotional and physical. Every single problem is either emotional or physical. Either it is a painful emotion or a painful physical experience. In any case, you need to solve both these problems for your client. And physical pain is not always about the physical damage your body goes through. It is not making videos on how to get over a fracture on your hand. It can also be having no sales calls booked, maybe losing all your money, clients keep on churning. Physical things that can be tangible, which are very tangible and can be like shown to someone. Anything that can be physically shown to people is a physical problem. An emotional problem is something which is not tangible but it actually exists. And anything that troubles them inside their mind is what will constitute an emotional problem. Feeling frustrated, burnt out, depressed, anxious before a sales call, anything which is not tangible but is inside their head. All right. Advice. Giving good advice is the second part of a good video, and this is where you deliver the value in the video. Right. A good advice can be classified into the following: it is simple, it gives quick results, and it changes belief systems. This is the most important part I need you to understand, especially especially related to advice. Right. The advice should be very simple. First of all, it should give you quick results, and it should change your belief systems. So people should be, the advice should be very simple to implement. They should be able to get quick results with your advice, and then you need to change their belief systems. And if your advice does not do any of the above, the video is basically useless. All right. The point of your advice is to showcase how easy the change can be implemented, because people hate effort and pain. Right. Your advice should be something simple to implement, which is not complicated, and should generate a quick result for them, and should change what they believe to be true about the world. And I will cover later on in another module on how to give good advice, but this is basically what I want you to understand. Now we must learn how to find these video ideas. So what you need for this is vidIQ extension, YouTube, and a little bit of creativity. So if you don't already have vidIQ extension, just make sure to download the vidIQ extension, because it is very important you do so. Now this is vidIQ. Basically, once you log in, this is what you're going to be shown. Now we're going to be covering, first of all, the simplest method with growing on YouTube and finding video ideas. That is your keywords, right? This is where you find keywords and opportunities for making your video. Now, if you know exactly what who your ICP is, you basically just know what sort of problems they have, right? You know what sort of problems they have. What you need to essentially do is understand a few key problems that they face, and then just make videos on that. So for you, let's just say you get no views on YouTube, or maybe you're not getting good conversions, right? For my ideal client, it is getting low views. So you just search up these keywords, right? Once you search up a keyword, vidIQ is going to give you a score, a competition score, and a search volume score. We basically want keywords which are green over here, right? So you can see the competition is very low, which is extremely efficient. Search volume is decent. So this video has an overall score which is very high, and this is very key to understand, getting low views. So now if you just look at the related keyword, it's going to give you a bunch of related keywords around the concept of getting low views. Now this is with the free version of vidIQ. You can obviously buy that, which I think will be a good investment. But you basically just, it will give you a few keywords that you can use. You can also go to the matching terms over here to understand what are people searching for. And the most important one is the questions, right? You need to look at this exact term, and it's going to give you questions people ask related to this video. So you can just see getting low views has a good search volume, and it has very low competition, right? You can also look at social media marketing. This also has a pretty good score. It's going to basically just give you keywords, and we basically want to identify these keywords. Now if in your questions section you're able to find a video, a question people are searching for, so let's just say how to fix YouTube shorts getting stuck at 0 views or low views. If you have a good search volume and a low competition, you want to instantly make a video about that topic itself. So to give an example related to that, let's just take social media marketing as a keyword, and you go in the related keyword section, and we're looking for very low competition, right? So let's just say social media marketing tools. If I go into the questions tab over here, or in the matching terms, and basically just look for questions people are asking for. So how to use AI tools to improve your social media marketing, right? It's got a medium level score. I click on this. You basically just want to explore and find these related keywords or something which is going to actually stand out. So, for example, let me just go back over here with social media marketing tools, right? This, people have a lot of search for this, and it has very low competition as well. Now, once you do this, what you essentially just want to do is just copy this, go on to YouTube itself, search the keyword, all right? And what the keyword is going to do, it's going to give you a bunch of videos. Now, I want you to first of all install the vidIQ extension. It is very important you do so, because it's going to give you outliers, and outliers are basically videos which have performed very well for these channels in comparison to whatever, you know in comparison to the average views that they get. So if you look at this, it's got 100x outlier. That means it performed 100 times better than the average video that they have. What we're essentially looking for here, you want to go into the filters section and let's just look for videos this year or this month, and you're looking for basically videos which have performed well for other channels. So you can basically just look at this 3.1k subs, almost 10,000 views. This video is not really that great because we want to look for channels which have really low sub count, not for channels which are established. And you're basically just looking for how many outliers exist for this exact topic. So you can basically just look at this. People are searching for this, right? You're you're trying to basically find these outliers, right? So if you look at this video, 13k subs, 12,000 views, this is a good video idea, right? um you can look at this. So you're basically just trying to find video ideas here, right? And once you find an outlier, like let's just say we chose we chose this video, for example, right? It's got a 54x outlier, 42,000 subs, 52,000 views, 54x, uploaded 5 months ago. I tried every email marketing tool. Here's what worked the best. Okay, so it's not related to social media marketing. So if you just take this video, for example, best social media management tools in 2024, right? And the keyword we had is marketing tools. So we're looking for marketing tools. 5 best new AI social media marketing tools, small businesses, right? So now this can be classified as a video. So I want you to go into the Notion page in the idea bank, go into the others section and just create a notes tab. So you can just write these video ideas down. So you can just write down the 5 best. So now if anyone searches up the social media marketing tools for small businesses, your video is going to come up on top because you are targeting this specific keyword. Now, related to this keyword, just want to give an example before. If I just search up for my own client, so let me just give an example for my own client. If I'm going to target someone who doesn't really utilize YouTube that much, so what I would target is lead generation as a keyword, right? I would target lead generation as a keyword. So you can see lead generation is a very good keyword to target, right? So I go into the related keyword section and I'm just trying to find a huge amount of search volume for this. All right. And basically go into the search section over here. So you can just see how to run Facebook ads for lead generation, how to start lead generation on Upwork for business beginners, lead generation, free lead generation. So this is basically not really that good idea. So how to create lead generation for free, how to use sales navigator for lead generation for free. Okay. So if I look for inbound marketing, right? Inbound marketing. So people are searching for this as well. Then you look for questions tab, right? How to mix outbound and inbound marketing. So people are searching for this, right? People are searching for this exact keyword. So now this, as you can see, is a literal keyword people are searching for, right? How to mix outbound and inbound marketing. So I go over here and I search this up on YouTube to just see how much this has performed for other people, especially related to this year, just to see if there is demand for this or if there is no demand for this. You can basically see it doesn't really get a lot of views, but as I said, since we're targeting literal search terms, it doesn't really matter if it gets a lot of views or not. We basically are just looking for these ideas. So now with vidIQ, you're optimizing for ideas related to search terms, right? So it is a very, very targeted search term, but you can basically see it works. So you just go over here on the idea bank, you go on the idea bank section, and you just basically just put that in the idea bank itself. Now, once you do that, this is the simplest way to do it with vidIQ. Basically, you just write it, you just try and find these keywords. Another way you can do this is by, oops, yeah. Another way you can do this is by going in the outlier section. Now, in the outlier section, it's going to give you videos which have performed extremely well. So these are basically outliers, right? So let's just take a look at this video. How YouTube is changing my life with less than 1,000 subs, tips for growth. It has got 12,000 views in with 1.9k subs, incredible engagement, blah blah blah. Once you link your account with vidIQ with the channel, it's going to give you this option of give me ideas, and this is extremely useful. It's just going to give you ideas related to these outliers, so you can basically just search for these outliers, and it's going to literally just give you video ideas which have potential, and this score basically just shows how viable it is. So it's just going to give you like video ideas related to your own what do you say, your own channel. And you don't look for videos which have, outliers for over 1 year. We're looking for quick videos, right? Quick videos which have performed well. Now this is just the simplest way to do it with vidIQ. Now we're going to look at another way to actually do this, right? So what I want you to do is to go on to YouTube. Now this is a method that is a little bit complicated, but it's going to help you understand and identify why do videos really do well. And you basically just want to search up something that your clients might search. So if I just search up like how to make videos on YouTube for my business. So let's just say someone searches this up, my ideal client searches this up. These are the videos that they're going to see, right? If I started a YouTube channel in 2025, I'd do this. How to make YouTube videos, how I built a successful channel, how to grow your business with YouTube, right? So if my ideal client is searching for this, right? If my ideal client is searching for this, they're going to look at this, they're going to be like, okay, how to grow your business with YouTube. Now, what you need to do is ask yourself this important question. Why did people click on this video? How to grow your business with YouTube. Why did people click on this video? And the why I want you to write it is, I want you to write it as a desire, all right? As a desire people have. So what I want you to do basically is just identify what is the desire that the viewer had in their mind when they clicked on this video. So how to grow your business with YouTube? The desire in their mind is, I want to grow my business with YouTube, right? It's a very simple desire. Let's just take another video, for example. Let's just say ex YouTube employee reveals how to grow a YouTube channel. The main desire inside their mind is, I want to grow my YouTube channel, right? That's the main desire. My YouTube setup, how I make videos with an iPhone. The main desire in the mind is, I want a, I want to make a simple setup for my YouTube. And what you're essentially just trying to do is find these, what do you say? Find these um, ideas or basically statements that you can use. All right. So let me just quickly note this down over here. I want to grow my business with YouTube. And you do this for your competitors or people inside your own niche that are actually making these videos. So I'll just for an example, I'll just show you one of the competitors in my own niche and how I like to ideate related to their videos. So world's fastest YouTube scripting guide, 49.9 seconds. Or how to write scripts that generate leads for YouTube. The main desire in the mind is, I want to generate leads from YouTube. Or basically you can say, I want to generate inbound leads. That is basically the main desire. So basically the main desire is I want to generate inbound leads, right? So what you essentially just want to do for every one of these ideas, just list down um, every possible video that you could make. Just list down with your creativity and your mind, how could you make these videos. Now you're not going to make these videos for sure, this is not proof of concept that it will work and stuff, but I want to grow my business with YouTube. How YouTube can 10x your business, or how to create a YouTube inbound marketing channel. Why small businesses are growing with YouTube. How you can scale your business with YouTube. You're basically just trying to write down um, video ideas for every single one of these desire statements, and you just want to write down like five, six. So I want to generate leads from YouTube. How to generate your next 100 leads with YouTube, or how to generate unlimited leads with YouTube, or YouTube will YouTube lead generation is easy actually. Now you might be thinking like how am I able to come up with these titles or video ideas? Basically because it's just going to come from experience. The more you see videos that are performed well for others, you know sort of formats that actually work. So this format has worked for someone in the productivity niche, so I'm just using it for this video ideas as well. So don't take this as something serious that you have to make. It's just a basic understanding for you to just find these ideas basically. um, Another, I want to generate inbound leads. um, how to get clients without cold outreach. Fuck cold emails, do this instead. You're basically just trying to write down these ideas. Now I want you to just find these few desire statements from your own competitors and just find out the best way you can do this. All right, and this is basically just going to give you video ideas basically. Right, now how do you work around this video idea? Now the point of content itself with educational content is that we're not running behind a lot of views, we are basically running behind educating our clients. Now the way you actually do that is you want to cover the same topic, but you want to cover it in a different manner. So we'll cover that in the title and thumbnail section on how you can stand out. But let's just say I want to see the viability of this video. I want to grow my business with YouTube. So to actually see how well this video might do, we just go to vidIQ again. All right. And in the keyword section over here, you just write how to or grow my business with YouTube. Just search up this keyword, right? It's going to give you a score of how many people are actually searching for this. So 2000 people are actually searching for this. How to grow my business with YouTube. You can see the keyword isn't really that good. So this video might not really do that good. So we won't make videos related to that. We might search generate leads with YouTube, right? So we take this keyword for example. You can see it's got very low searches. How to generate leads with YouTube search. So now these are basically searches people are doing, right? How to generate leads and sales with YouTube. How to generate leads with YouTube. We go into the related keyword section. You can basically just find out what people are searching for, right? So let's just take how to generate leads with YouTube search for example. Right, you can see this video might actually just do pretty well, and then we validate this video by just taking this search term, putting it over here and just seeing like if if there are actually videos related to this topic. So how to get unlimited clients, free lead generation method, how to generate leads with YouTube search in 2025. So you can basically just see people are making videos for this. This person is another one of my competitors, I'll say. And you're essentially just looking, so this video will do pretty good because the competition is low. It's got a pretty decent search as well. So then we can basically just decide that, okay, so this desire statement is pretty good. If we take a look at another one of these desire statements, I want to generate inbound leads. Generate inbound leads. We just search up this keyword. It doesn't really have a lot of search, so we're trying to find something which has a decent amount of search. So how to generate leads from Twitter inbound, how to generate inbound leads for $0 with content, right? How to generate inbound leads with content. So if we just take this keyword for example, now it's got a pretty good search volume and very low competition. So now I basically just know like this video idea is pretty good, and honestly, I will actually use this because I will actually use this because it's actually a banger video idea. You can basically just see like this person has literally like copied the same thumbnail as well. So that's just weird. Don't do that, by the way. We will not do that. That's just unethical. But you can basically just see people have uploaded videos for this, right? And you basically just want to find ways that you can position yourself. So this video also is pretty good, right? So now I know like these statements are actually pretty good. Now this is a way you can generate these ideas. So you basically, now if I'm looking at making a video, I know if I want to make a video, I will make video on how to generate leads from YouTube and how to generate inbound leads. Now another way you can do this is very interesting actually. It's to actually leverage chat gpt. So let me just tell you how you can do this. What you first of all want to do is get your ICP over here, right? Get the ICP document that you have, whatever ICP you've created. I want you to go to this document. I want you to copy the entire document. All right. I want you to go to ChatGPT and turn on temporary chat here. I want you to paste your ICP over here. Scroll all the way down below. Oops. Just say this. This is my ICP. I will provide you with desire statements that my ICP has. I want you to generate me 10 video ideas for every desire statement following the style of writing given below. And you basically just want to give it titles which actually stood out to you in your own niche. So if I have to give an example, um, I really like the titles by this dude, Money Maxing. So I basically just go onto his channel and I find videos that have actually done really good for him. All right, just do that, and we basically are looking for outliers. So how to realistically explode on YouTube in 50 seconds? How to realistically explode on YouTube in 50 seconds? So that is one style of title. How to yoink video ideas? How to yoink video ideas? You just basically give it three different titles which actually stood out to you, and this is just your personal preference. You can pick any sort of title format that actually stood out to you, right? I cannot really give you like, okay, just follow this title format. It is basically just going to give you video ideas related to this topic. So how to um, escape small channel hell forever, right? These are the desire statements. So now we had come up with two desire statements. I want to generate leads from YouTube and I want to generate inbound leads. So I want to generate leads from YouTube I want to generate inbound leads. So now what ChatGPT is going to do is for your ICP, it's going to give you like literal video ideas. So you can basically just see like how to turn YouTube views into paying clients in 50 seconds, how to find your ideal audience on YouTube without ads, the three type of videos that convert viewers into leads explained in 1 minute, how to create YouTube videos that generate leads while you sleep, how to write YouTube titles that get clicks and convert leads instantly, the fastest way to create a YouTube channel that attracts leads in 2025, why a YouTube channel isn't generating leads and how to fix it. Boom. Another one, how to build an automated lead generation system with YouTube in 50 seconds, how to attract inbound leads using value packed YouTube content, how to escape the outbound grind by leveraging YouTube videos. It's just going to give you video ideas with the same style of writing that actually stood out to you, right? And you can basically just get infinite video ideas like this. So, how I turned 100 YouTube subscribers into 10 paying clients. So obviously, this is not, it will give you these title which might not even be true, but it's just going to give a good idea on how you can use it. So, if I was making a video, I could make a video, the three types of videos that convert viewers into leads. Although we had seen over here, people were especially searching, especially related to this desire statement, how to generate leads from YouTube. So we basically just want to have the keyword also inside the title itself, because it's just going to help us get discovered faster, especially when you're starting off your channel. With the first 10-20 videos, you want to have like at least the keywords inside your title. Then you can sort of use like other title formats, because to get discovered fast you need to come in search and you need to be there. So how to generate leads from YouTube is the main keyword. What we're looking for is this sort of title. So from how to use YouTube algorithm to bring leads to you step by step, no. How to create YouTube videos that generate leads while you sleep, or the three types of videos that convert viewers into leads explained in 1 minute. How to find leads on I want to how to find leads on YouTube for free. So that is the main desire. So if that is the main desire, if you have to think, okay, for this main desire, what video title would actually work? The three types of videos that convert viewers into leads explained in 1 minute. So if the desire is I want to generate leads from YouTube, and you see this title, the three types of videos that convert viewers into leads explained in 1 minute, you will click on this video because it just is like suitable, it's just attractive to you. Now this is just the ideation method. Now if you give it more desire statement, it's going to give you even more video ideas. Let's just take a look at this. I want to generate inbound leads. How to attract inbound leads using value packed YouTube content, or how to escape the outbound ground by leveraging YouTube videos. So why inbound leads love these two types of YouTube content, and how to create them, right? So now the simple YouTube strategy that pulls inbound leads straight to your inbox. How I generate consistent inbound leads with YouTube, right? So basically just going to, what you want to focus on for the first 10-20 videos is having the exact keyword that you find with vidIQ inside the title, because it's just going to help you get discovered faster. Next, you want, once you have uploaded like 10 to 20 videos which is very optimized for search, you then focus on making videos which are like not really search based. So for example, how to turn YouTube views into paying clients in 50 seconds. This is the type of stuff you don't search for it, but this comes up in your homepage, and this is the type of thing that you click the videos and watch and stuff like that. This is the easiest method, or this is a very efficient method to come up with video ideas. Now once you have done all of this, I want you to do this exercise. Basically, I want you to come up with 10 video ideas using the vidIQ search terms. I want you to come up with 10 video ideas using this format of using desire statements and validating which desire statement will actually work. And then I want you to use these stuff and come up with video ideas over here. And I want you to just list down all of the possible video ideas. We are not going to make every one of these video ideas here, by the way. This is just all of the possible video ideas that we could make. I want you to create a list of these video ideas, and then I want you to validate which idea will actually work. And I will just recap how to validate. You want to find the keyword on vidIQ which has low search, which has low competition, a decent amount of search. You want to look for videos in your own niche, or basically just find these desire statements and then just search it up on YouTube and just see what are the views or what are the outliers that exist for this video, and if there are outliers from the past 1 year that have actually worked for people, because then we can sort of replicate that for our own videos as well. And for the first 10 video ideas that you make which have been validated, I want you to have the YouTube search term inside the title itself, because then it is going to help you get discovered faster. And I want you to come up with these video ideas and come up with one video idea that you have validated. One video idea that you have validated, so you can start building your first ever video with this method. One video idea, you validated it, you saw it in vidIQ, you saw that the search term is pretty good, you see that it has a lot of potential, people have uploaded those videos, it has gotten a little bit of outliers, there are people uploading those videos as well, but they are doing a pretty shitty job, so you can actually come in and absolutely destroy them with your own content. And I want you to validate this video idea, and it is very important you do this after this module itself. So make sure to do this, and in the next module we're going to cover essentially how to script the videos, how to make the title, thumbnail, all of that stuff, so you can finally upload your first ever video. Go and do the work, make sure you do it, and let's see you all in the next one. Take care. Welcome to this module. In this module, essentially what we're going to be covering is how to script your videos. Now, if you, first of all, I want you to go to the idea execution stage. Now, this is where we actually start making the script. All right. So here you have a template here. I want you to click these three dots and hit duplicate. And we're essentially going to create a duplicated document. All right. Now, in the last module, we had ideated on some videos, right? We had ideated on videos. So I want you to just write the title of the video over here, so you know what it is all about. Now here I want, for every video that you ideate and that you decide to make, you have to fill out all of these things, and it's very important. The first is, what's the topic about? Give it in a sentence. So you want to summarize the entire video in a sentence. So the video, whatever the video is about, whatever you're talking about, just need to write it down in a singular statement. So I am teaching people how to be more disciplined, for example. If this is the video, just write about it in one sentence, then you write down any references that you have, so maybe quotes, people, books, whatever it is, you just write it all out. This is the most important part, the brain dump. I want you to write down every piece of information related to the topic that you know, like literally everything you know. Write it all down. You just have to like sort of vomit out all of the information you know in your brain, all of it, just vomit it all out on this, in this section. And this should be very very in depth, like do not hold back, do not hide any information, just do it. The next thing is, you want to answer these questions. So what's the common what is the common goal people want to achieve? You just write down the goal. Then what problems do they face? You write down the problem that they face, and how do you plan on solving? So you write about your solution as to like what are you teaching in this, in the video. Then you write about the personal story. So you write about story, a story that you experience related to this thing that you're teaching. So this is something that we'll cover in depth in the storytelling module as well, but just as a quick overview, you want to write down an event in your life which somewhat relates to the topic of the video. So if the topic of the video I'm talking about is like discipline, for example, I write down a situation, a story in bullet points. So I can say, I was lazing around, scrolled on Instagram for 2 hours. You basically just write down a story in points, something that happened to you related to the topic of the video. And then you write down the system of framework, or you write down the actionable step. So you write down the person must do this thing, then this thing, then this thing. And you just write down all of the actionable things people can do. Now, once you have that, this is going to be the video that you make, and you can click on this button and complete and hit done. Once you've actually scripted out, you've basically just filled out all of these things. Now in the scripting part, in the template itself, you have a YouTube script bot, which is using the Zapier chatbot. But if you actually want to use a good AI bot, you can basically just use chat GPT itself. So what I want you to do is go into the long form AI prompt which you have made, right? And make sure to, you know, make it inside of Notion itself, so you have everything in place. I want you to copy the entire prompt. I want you to go to Chat GPT and make sure you hit temporary chat on. We do not want a permanent chat. You then paste this entire prompt inside here. All right. Then I want you to shift and enter so you can write here. And I want you to write down, use this information, and go back over here, go into the Ascension system, and in the idea execution stage, whatever you've written down for the exact video, you just copy that. So for example, let me just take this one, right? This, I have not really filled it out. Okay, I'll just take something that I have actually filled out over here. So you just take something that you have filled out, right? And then you go into Chat GPT, you put this, and then you just hit enter, and you just watch the magic happen. Here is where you're going to be given the hook of the video, the body of the video. Now, a point I want to make here is that you have to be extremely clear with what format of the video you're actually making. If you're just making a talking head video with you just sitting down in front of a camera and just talking, then using this script word to word makes a lot of sense, right? And you can play around with this. You can tell Chat GPT to make it like 1,000 words long, so everything is optimized as per whatever duration of time you want the script to be. This is something you can experiment yourself. But if the format of your video is not really just talking head, so for example, the videos I like to make is, I start with the talking head and then I just move on to presenting my screen, and then I teach on the screen. So when you're teaching something, then scripting out the body doesn't really make sense, because you're not going to be sitting and reading the script on, and you're not presenting your screen and then reading like, okay, I need to tell this statement right now, right? You teach naturally, and we'll cover how to teach as well later on as well. So it just depends on what sort of format you're using. If you're using the same format as me, wherein you just have, like, you start with a talking head and then you just sit down and explain and just teach people something using your screen, then just focusing on the hook is the most important part. Now, how do you use this? No matter what you're doing, how to use this, the hook is something you're going to use, right? So let's just take a look at this hook. Why do some creators effortlessly sell their products while others struggle to get noticed? The secret isn't in their ads or the algorithm, it's in changing belief systems. Let me show you how. All right. Now, depending on this hook, you can also ask, like, make the hook 20 seconds long and make it in a way that I can continue the script by telling a story. So this is something you just personally you can experiment. So I like to have this format in which I have a hook, story, and then the content, and that is basically what I like to do. All right, so let's just take a look at this. Let me ask you something. Have you ever watched a video and thought, wow, this completely changed how I see things? It's rare, right? But when it happens, it sticks with you and it makes you trust that person instantly. Now imagine if your content could do that for your audience. You don't just get views or likes, you'd create raving fans who can't wait to work with you. How do you do it? By changing belief systems. Let me tell you a story. So obviously you don't have this statement, and you'll know why once you see the storytelling module. But let's just say we take this as a hook, right? Then what I want you to do is just go on to the scripting, copy this template. All right, so let me just show you. You just copy this template, and inside this template you just paste out your script, right? You can also use this bot, it's the same thing. In the bot, you just have to post in, like, the idea execution copy that you write down. That's all you have to post in here. But this just gives you a nice hook. Now, if you're making an entire talking head video, obviously you can copy everything over here. So you just read out. So, like, most, your audience is drowning in information. What they crave is a shift in perspective, something that makes them think, I've never seen this way before. And you basically just want to read out the text in italics, by the way. um, Take Charlie Morgan. He doesn't just teach how to get clients. He revives how you think about lead generation, success, and systems. That's why his free videos make people say, when I can afford it, I'm buying his course. Boom. And that's what you do. So this is a very simple method to create your own hooks. It's extremely easy. You can use the same method to create short form content as well. You can literally just do that. It's the simplest method possible. Now if you're doing something sort of like you're doing a hook, you're telling a story, and then you're just teaching people or presenting your camera, and you don't really write a script for that. You just have this as your hook, and then you just put the same story that you talked about before, right? You just put the same story over here and then just read out the story. You will know exactly how to do that once you watch the storytelling module. And that is basically like the entirety of your script, right? That is basically the entirety of your script. Now, big important part is, if you are going to be doing the same format as me, wherein you have you're teaching something by presenting your screen and you're not actually using a script, the most important part is you always have to, whenever you're making this video, you always have to give out action steps that people can implement. And you need to teach these people properly how to do these steps and why they should do these steps. The most important part about scripting is the why and the how. Why should anyone do this and how should they do this? That is why having this script, in this script itself, like the entire script, you can see here we have a why and a what and a how. So let's just say how to create content through desire, how to create desire through content, sorry. Let's just read the script. For example, why do some creators boom 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 boom? Your audience is drowning in information. What they crave is a shift in perspective, something that makes them think, wow, I've never seen this way before. Take Charlie Morgan. He doesn't just teach people how to get clients, he rewires how you think about lead generation, success, and systems. And that's why his free videos make people say, when I can afford it, I'm buying his course. For example, if your audience thinks that they need ads to grow, show them why organic content can outperform paid strategies and back it up with results. When you help your audience think differently, they'll follow your advice and the results will keep them coming back for more. This is point number one, wherein you talk about why changing beliefs is the key. Next, you deliver an aha moment. The best creators don't just inform, they create breakthroughs. That's what keeps viewers hooked and ready to invest. Here's the framework. Here's the framework. Introduce a belief, challenge it with proof, and end with simple steps they can act on immediately. Boom. And then, so this is a very small script, obviously. Now, depending on the information as well, you can tell ChatGPT how long you want the scripts to be. But if you're making a video in which you're just teaching people by presenting a screen, you have to make sure that you educate the person in a proper manner, in a sense that you're teaching them exactly how to do these things. And we will go in depth later on how to actually teach things and how you can do it, how to effectively teach, how to coach people in your videos, how to transfer information and value and all of that stuff. We will be covering all of that, but this is just the simplest method on creating your long form script. You can literally do the same thing with short form as well. Just copy the short form prompt, leave a few spaces, put in your information. You're going to get your script absolutely ready in the same manner. This is very, very simple. I want you to try it out. Just make sure you do this. I'll see you in the next module. Take care. Peace. So, welcome to this module. In this module, we will go over how to make a proper thumbnail for your videos. Now, this is very important since this is what people see first when your videos are shown to them. Now, first of all, we need to understand the science behind thumbnails. Making thumbnails is actually a science, believe it or not. And the reason why we're making thumbnails before we actually make the video is because that's how the process goes. Right? People don't watch your video and then see your thumbnail. They see your thumbnail and then watch your video. It is not something that you just go in hopes, that you just make in hopes that something will work. Building a proper thumbnail requires you to understand psychological concepts. And psychology is the most important field of understanding you must develop. Your thumbnail should execute on its tasks perfectly. That is, it should make the viewer click. The way you do that is you need to first understand how do viewers actually click. Because unless and until you understand how they click, you won't be able to actually get them to click. And I'm not talking about the simple answer like, oh, they click on a video by clicking on a video. No. Whenever someone sees your thumbnail, they subconsciously make a lot of micro decisions which impacts the way whether they see your video or not. And this is very important to understand. To help us craft a good thumbnail, we need to know as much as we can about this micro decision process, because micro decisioning is like a big part of how viewers make decisions. But before we cover that, we need to be very clear about one singular thing. We are not going to be perfect, right? Your thumbnails will suck. They will be bad. And it is very hard to create the perfect thumbnail for your channel because viewers' desires change with due lapse of time. So that means viewer preferences will always change. So there is no way for us to actually create a thumbnail. You make a thumbnail, you spend like 10 million years on it and then it fails because we cannot really make a perfect thumbnail. But what we can do is create thumbnails which have proof of concept and can be used to actually get you decent results. And so the first concept we're actually going to be touching on is habituation. What does that mean? Habituation is the tendency of the brain to avoid paying attention and energy to repetitive tasks. Now, if you always see a tree while walking home, over time, you don't really pay attention to the tree, right? You don't notice if the leaves have fallen or if the tree has grown. Why? Because your brain is habituated to the scenario. And this is very important to understand since your viewers will ignore your thumbnails if it is something they have previously seen. That's why a lot of people's thumbnails actually fail, right? And so this diagram over here accurately depicts what is the habituation process. So here, this is a stimulation, all right? S is representing stimulation. Now stimulation is then transferred and understood, and like sort of like the information is understood and processed by the translator. Right, now the translator goes through a series of transducers to actually process this stimulus even more. So let's just say the stimulus is like, you see a dangerous looking man approaching you. Your brain will then translate that information. Your brain will translate that information into cognitive, neurological links and whatever. And then the transducers will also process it even more. And then you as a receiver will get that information. And you as a receiver also get information from the background to actually understand. This is basically like the context, right? You can imagine this to be like the context. The background is the context you need, and this process is what goes on when you first encounter a stimulation source, so that then you understand what it is with the help of the background, and then you can make your own decision. But here is where the process of habituation occurs. If this process continuously occurs, instead of having to go through everything, your brain just processes the same information directly over here. So you can see here T dash is the same process. After the transducers, it goes into habituation, right? And from habituation, the series of transducers also process that information and send that information to you. So when you first encounter a stimulation, your brain processes that information through a translator, which also processes more information with the transducers, which then goes and gives your response to the receiver, and it also provides the proper information to habituation, which also goes through another bunch of transducers, which then sends the information to the receiver. This is the basic process. I hope it is very simple. And so when there is when the series of transducers, or like the stimulation is always experienced, the brain wants to avoid as much expenditure of energy as possible, so they directly go to the habituation, and then it goes from here. It doesn't have to go through all of these steps, then do all of that shit, right? So the brain is able to sort of shut and close down all of the unrequired energy that you would actually spend on this thing. So habituation's role reduces the influence of repetitive signals, ensuring that novel or changing stimuli are prioritized. This is very important. Pattern interrupt. To grab attention, a new stimulus S must break through the habituation and stand out against the background B. So if you want to prevent the habituation process, right? If your viewers are just scrolling on YouTube, if you want to prevent the habituation process, you need a different stimulus. Because if you have the same stimulus, if you provide the same stimulus every time, your brain is just going to go like this. Your viewer's brain is just going to process information like this. But however, if it's a new thing, it goes through this exact process. That means more energy is expended. That means they are more invested in the stuff, basically, right? So in the context of thumbnails, you need to have a design which is novel for the viewer's brain, so that they can prioritize that thumbnail, give their split second attention to it. And if you fail to do this, you won't be able to do any shit, right? If you cannot do this, your thumbnails ain't going to work. The diagram here is also a representation of habituation, like we just covered. And your brain wants to avoid wasting energy on tasks it already knows about. So that's why your videos don't get any views. People don't need to actually click. So how do you generate that need, right? That comes with the info gap theory. Now, I know I'm probably going a little bit fast. So, the info gap theory is a concept used to understand human behavior and decision making. This is a very important concept you need to know. A lot of us are guilty of making decisions based on extremely low levels of knowledge, and these decisions are solely based on instinct, and this phenomena is explained by the info gap theory. So, what this theory essentially explains is that we tend to make a lot of decisions about which we don't really have a lot of information like. So, for example, if you're clicking on a video, you don't actually know what the video is about, you don't know what the information is, you probably don't even know the person, but you're still making that decision, right? You're making that conscious decision. So that is where you're making decision based on extremely low amounts of info, and that is the info gap theory. Your viewers also use this decision making process to decide what videos to click on. They have limited information about the video, they have limited time, and they have limited energy. So for them to decide if the video is worth it or not, they go through the following steps subconsciously. Now this is extremely fast processes which they do not actually, you also have experiences, but you don't actually sit there and think about it, right? Because it happens subconsciously. So the first one is initial visual processing, which happens in like 0.1 seconds, by the way. Your brain automatically scans for faces, movement, and bright colors. The emotional processing happens before subconscious thought happens, right? So emotional processing happens before you have any subconscious thought. And pattern recognition activates, comparing thumbnail to past experiences, and unconscious assessment of production quality begins. So in this 0.1 second, your viewers are automatically looking for faces, movement, anything that is familiar to them, and then they make this decision making process of whether the video is actually a quality video or not. The second thing is secondary processing. This is happening in This is also a very fast process. Viewer evaluates basic relevance to their needs. Trust signals are processed, that is brand recognition, quality markers, etc. So they look out for signals which show like, okay, this video is actually good. Emotional connection is either established or lost. Quick assessment of time investment versus potential value is done. This is very important. Now the final decision phase, this is where they make the decision, right? Viewers risk of Viewer risk whether it is clickbait or of potential value. They compare thumbnails against competing options, which is a very important point right over here. This also happens, you can see it happens in like 2 seconds, by the way, all of this. They make their final trust assessment and decide if the content matches viewers' viewing goals or mood. So all of this process that you just saw happens extremely fast and extremely, like it happens subconsciously, so the viewer doesn't even know this is happening, but that's how their brain is functioning, right? They scan for faces first of all, and then they try and find like, okay, if this video is valuable or not. Then they focus on like whether this video is actually going to be something that they want to watch, whether they're looking for this. And thirdly, they decide if it is actually worth it, and they compare it to the other thumbnails that they see in their homepage. Now, this is a big problem people do, especially beginners, is that they don't focus and understand that your viewer is bombarded with like 9 thumbnails at a time. So you're in constant competition with those 9 thumbnails. So you have to stand out. And this is all automated in the mind. None of this is actually consciously a person is sitting down. If they are, man, they are like one of these enlightened people, because this is extremely subconscious. We can see that understanding this human behavioral pattern is important, since we want to make a thumbnail which actually stands out and gets clicks. However, before we make the thumbnail, we need to first nail down one more concept, that is cognitive dissonance. This is probably the most important information you could ever get. You probably believe that the earth is spherical, right? You probably believe like the earth is not flat. However, let's just say you go in space and you see that earth is actually flat and that you are wrong all along. You will experience something known as mental dissonance. The dissonance in your mind when two things don't make sense is known as cognitive dissonance, this tension inside your brain. Your viewers experience the same thing. They experience cognitive dissonance when they see a thumbnail which doesn't make any sort of sense to them. There are certain triggers that cause your brain to have this tension. In terms of thumbnail, this is as follows. They experience mental discomfort when thumbnails represent or present conflicting or unexpected information. So, if there is a thumbnail in which you're holding a trophy, right? And then the title, or like in the thumbnail itself, you just say I lost. There is mental discomfort, right? Because it is conflicting. This discomfort creates a psychological urge to resolve the tension. The brain seeks immediate resolution through clicking the video. Humans are naturally uncomfortable with incomplete information. We don't want to leave things half done in our brain, right? So if I just stop the video right now, you will have this tension inside your brain that you actually want to solve this problem, right? You want to get over this mental tension and actually, resolve this tension in your brain. That's why people watch shows and movies. There are pattern interrupts which cause cognitive dissonance inside the brain, which makes them want to watch more. So there are pattern interrupts, that is the show stops midway, the episode ends midway, which causes cognitive dissonance inside you because you want to close this loop. You want to close this loop, and that is what causes you to watch more. It works in the same way for YouTube as well. We have to leverage this nature of human behavior in our videos because almost all of the videos you clicked on caused cognitive dissonance inside your brain. But all of them. This is why people click on videos. So, there are mainly three stages of dissonance that the viewer goes through when they see your thumbnails. That is recognition of conflict. So, what doesn't match their expectations. Then the experience of tension, that is mental discomfort from uncertainty, and then a desire for a resolution, that is a need to click and understand. Alright. Viewers will often click on your videos either to validate or change their beliefs. Alright. That is the only reason. They either they want to validate what they believe or they want to challenge their belief. So this diagram over here is a beautiful representation of cognitive dissonance. So let's just say you have a belief that smoking cigarettes is unhealthy, and your action is I smoke cigarettes. So now you have a cognitive dissonance inside your brain because unpleasant taste, unpleasant tension state, awareness that belief and action are inconsistent. You know your action is you smoke cigarettes, but you know it is unhealthy. So you have cognitive dissonance inside your brain. So now you can either change the action by thinking that smoking cigarettes is actually unhealthy. You can have this belief and then you don't smoke anymore, or you change the belief. You say that it is not conclusive and then you continue to smoke cigarettes. The end product of cognitive dissonance is either a change in action or a change in belief. This is very important to understand. It is either a change in action or a change in belief. Nothing else happens. Your viewers either click on the video or they don't click on the video. And there is no other option apart from this, right? So having this knowledge of how viewers perceive content and actually click, we can now focus on how to make the thumbnails, right? Now we can actually get into that. And here are some basic color schemes you can follow. I personally don't really follow a lot of this because thumbnails are something that you can't really have a guideline for it. But in general, if you want to like have some colors, you can use this for whatever you're going for. I personally don't, but I just put it here so you can. All of these color schemes have certain emotional triggers inside of us. So sage color creates a fresh, natural feeling. Ice blue creates clean, organized experience, or whatever. They have certain emotional triggers that happen inside of you based on these colors. And we will leverage that in our process of making thumbnails. And I'm going to teach you exactly how I go through making thumbnails. And before we actually do that, I want you to watch this video, which is basically like the explanation of the software we're going to be using. Because Photopea is basically like Photoshop on web for free, which a lot of people don't actually use, which is like crazy to me. So I will obviously be telling you what things, what tools and what do those tools do. But if you want like a complete general understanding of everything, you can watch this video, which basically something I've also watched when I started making thumbnails. In 13 minutes, it's just going to tell you like everything you need to know about all of the terms, all of the tools. Otherwise, I will be telling you what tools you have to use. And without, let's just get into actually making thumbnails. So I'm also going to be making a thumbnail with you right now to explain how I go through this process. So you can see this video is about how to develop a content strategy that attracts high-paying clients. And titling is the next module, so you'll know why I put this as a title. This is the thumbnail, right? And you can pretty much just see the thumbnail is like weird, but in the analytics, if you just notice now, if you'll understand why I'm changing the thumbnail, you can see this video is just doing like pretty bad, right? The reason being is not because the video didn't get impressions, because the video did get impressions, right? It still does get a lot of impressions. The problem here is the click-through rate, right? 1.7%, which is just absolutely bad. So we want to change this thumbnail. And the reason why we want to change this is because we want the video to work. Now we are going to be creating 3 different thumbnails for this video because we are going to be leveraging the split testing feature. As you can see here, you've got test and compare, so split testing feature inside of YouTube itself. And so the first process before you actually start making any sort of thumbnail is to research. Right, so the video is about how to develop a content strategy that attracts high paying clients. So what we're going to be focusing on is just seeing what sort of video has actually worked for other people and what sort of thumbnail has worked for other people, right? So we just go over here and go with this year so we can have like the recent most videos, and we're looking for outliers again and just seeing what has actually worked for these people. All right, so you can look at this video, LinkedIn Content Strategy Framework 2024, how to get started. And this thumbnail, okay, we're looking for thumbnails that actually stand out and actually like showcase stuff, because as we had learned, right, we are looking to create like a info gap, and we're looking to create cognitive dissonance, right? So why did this thumbnail work? Because there is cognitive dissonance, right? It's like going against their belief, right? This video is creating an info gap, right? It's just so much process that you want to know what it is about, right? Then we're essentially just looking to create a thumbnail related to that. Okay, we're looking to showcase information that this is like what we need to do, or just have a statement inside, or have a statement on the thumbnail that is like something against what they believe to be true. So let's just go for something like, since we are making 3 different thumbnails, we can split test what thumbnail will work. So we can go for an info gap thumbnail, and second we can go for a cognitive dissonance thumbnail, and the third one we can just have a simple thumbnail. So we will actually make something related to this. So content strategy for LinkedIn in 2024. And you can see the diagram here is what is sort of like creating this info gap, because you want to know what that diagram is, but you can't really read it when you see this thumbnail. And so that is what we're going to be focusing on. And since the title of the video is how to develop a content strategy that attracts high paying clients, we're going to leverage something related to that itself. So I want you to go to photop.com, search this up. It's a free software, one of the best things I've found. You want to click new project. You want to choose YouTube thumbnail and just create it. All right, so now this is the canvas. Basically, this is where you're going to be making the thumbnail. Here is where you're going to have all of the layers of the, here is where you have all of the layers of your thumbnail. So everything in the thumbnail is going to be over here. Here you've got all of the tools, the basic stuff, blah, blah, blah. Here is where you've got all of the major tools that we're going to be using. So I will be explaining exactly how to do it and how I like to do it. So before I actually make the thumbnail, I want to show you the basic concept that I want to go for. It's basic concept of the thumbnail that I want to go for is that we have to have a face in the middle, because it's a personal brand video, right? Or rather, instead of doing that, what I would like to do is to show like a part of my screen and actually show like this is the process. So I will put my face over here in a circle or in a square, right? In which I'm like basically talking, or I can have just my face over here. So we're sort of creating like this info gap thumbnail, right? We're going for this sort of thumbnail here. So we have our face in here. All right, we have our face. Then we have 2 pictures over here, right? We have one picture which we'll actually take from the net, and then we'll have another picture which we take from the net as well. We have a cross over here, we have a tick over here, and then we have a like a text saying do this, and then pointing to here. So that is the main sort of format we're going to go, because now what it's like is we are having 2 graphs which actually the viewer hasn't seen before ever. So they don't even know what the graph is about, right? They don't know what this graph actually is. You're showing your face, so it's a personal brand video. You have an X and a tick. So it's like you don't want to do this, you want to do this. And then you have a text as well. Either we have the text as do this, or we have it like this is easy. this shit is easy or something like that, which makes you want to like read like, okay, what is this actually about? And so that is how we're going to be doing this. Now you can see after every time I've used the brush tool, you can have the steps over here as well. So you have every single step that you do. So you can just scroll up and have everything removed as well. So that's the first step we're going to be doing, is we're going to be placing our own face. So I want you to go to file, open and place, and I want you to have some pictures of yourself, right? Natural pictures. Don't have those geeky funny faces that you make, the Mr. Beast type faces. Just have normal pictures. So I have saved it in images. You can see I have a lot of pictures over here. Every single picture that I use in my thumbnails or anything like that is always saved in this file. So I have everything ready over here. We're going to be using one of my faces. So I'm going to be scrolling a little bit down, and I'm going to be using this face over here, right? And you can see here on the right hand side over here, right, in the layers, you can see this photo is below the background. So we don't actually want that to happen, because this is a layer we want above the background. So you just hold it, you put it above the background. You can see it's above the background. Now you can see all of the layers here. So I can hit this I button to actually remove it, blah, blah, blah. We'll see how it works. Now we've got our face now, but obviously we do not want the background, right? We do not want the background to be there, because in this video itself, you can see the background is pretty simple, right? Now if you'll notice this, the thumbnail here, right? We had written down in the color schemes that the blue color actually shows professionalism, right? The blue color shows professionalism. So if we just go into the color schemes over here, right? What we're trying to do is we are trying to make like educational or trustworthy here. So we ice blue color, right? So what we're going to do is actually have this as our video background as well, right? So instead of having it as a white, we have this. So how do we do this, right? So you can see I've just removed this here. You can do this by going here. So you can see this tool here. You can hit the rectangle tool here, which is basically just going to give you a shape. You go up over here with fill, you go here, and it's going to give you a color. Then you can click this color over here, and it's basically just going to, you can basically like choose a color that you actually want. So we're going with like an icy blue type thing. So we'll have this as a color, or maybe not this because it's way too bright. We'll maybe have something like this, and we just drag this rectangle over here. So now we have this basic rectangle which changes our background, and then we have our face. But you can see it's not actually the same color. So what I am going to do is I'm going to just click on this and hit the delete button on my laptop or on the keyboard. And we're just basically trying to find this perfect color over here. So if I paste this color, right, it isn't really giving like a proper color. Like, yeah, so this is the type of color that we're going for, super light, which actually stands out from everything else, right? And the reason why we want to have like a bright background is because people mostly, every time they're scrolling on YouTube, they are on dark mode. Most people are on dark mode on YouTube, so obviously having a bright background is logical, because then you stand out, right? So now we've got this photo of ourselves. Now actually we want to get rid of this background. How do you do that? You want to go into the select place here, select, and hit remove BG, and then you want to hit it once if it's not done properly. And what it's going to basically do is it's just going to automatically get rid of the background, as you can see, which is very, very good for us. Now we want to actually scale this picture a little bit up so it actually fits. So you want to, on your keyboard, hit Control Alt plus T. Control Alt plus T if you're on Windows. I don't know about Mac. And you just can select this and then just scale this up. So we are keeping our face over here, right? We're keeping our face over here. So this guy has kept it over there. We keep our face over here. And we want to basically we want to actually make this a little bit bigger, so that we actually fit everything. All right. So now we've done this. So now if we take a look at this thumbnail itself, right, we want to have two graphs over here. Now, how do you come up with these graphs? Now, the way I like to do this is by just searching up random graphs and then just copying that graph. I know it's a little bit unethical, but it works really, really well. All right, so I'm just going to close this tab because I don't want a lot of tabs open up. What we're going to be doing is we're going to search up a complicated graph. Right, we're going to search up a complicated graph and we're going to go into the images so that we can just copy paste one of these graphs. Right, so you can see this is like a temperature graph. We don't want to make it that obvious, obviously. We want to find like a graph photo that like makes a little bit of sense related to content as well. So let's see, if we go with, it's like Australia's population stack, which is not really ideal. Another way you can find great graphs, actually will do that, is by going on Pinterest. So Pinterest, if you don't already know, is like a great place to find photos. And I usually find all of my photos all over here. So we search up a complicated graph in biology. So we can have some, you know, a complicated looking diagram. So it's just giving us notes actually. Not really ideal. Um, we'll just search up a complicated graph. Um, and we'll actually use the complicated graph as the picture that we want our viewers to see, as you know, like do this one, because then it's like creating even more cognitive dissonance, that how is like, you know, having a complicated graph actually good, right? So if you just take a look at this photo, and this looks pretty decent. um we're trying to find something that looks super complicated, which will make the viewer go like, okay, what is this actually about? This one, this might do it to them, but I'm not really sure. So we're not going to do that actually. So we're going to go with a complicated looking graph here, which Pinterest is probably like the best place to find this, because you can really, really find great images over here. Google doesn't really do like a great job on this. Or we can, instead of going for a complicated graph, what we can go for mind map, complicated mind map. Or we can go for complicated neural networks, which is looking for something that is like going to be like super complex, right? So you can see this. Hmm. So what we can do is, let's just take a look at this. Let's just take a look at this photo over here. This is like machine learning. So now it's going to give us, yeah. So now it's going to give us like really, really nice diagrams. And as you can see, like making a thumbnail takes a little bit of time, because you want to find like the proper picture over here, which, you know, like makes you want to like, it makes you intrigued to see what it is actually about. Right, so let's just take a look at this. This photo looks pretty good, because now it's like a framework type thing. So it makes you wonder like, what is the framework actually about? So we'll actually use this. Right click, copy, come in here, hit paste here. So basically Control V, and now you have like a photo. Now you can see it has done some glitch over here, so we don't want to do that. If this happens, just click outside here, because you've selected it, and now it's going to give you this photo, right? Beautiful. Now we want to like scale this photo a little bit down, so people can't really see what it actually is. Make it a little bit bigger, like this. Now if you're just scrolling on YouTube and you see this, like you can't really understand what it is about, right? Simple psychology graph. And we just want to have like a simple graph. Simple vector graph. Or simple mind map. Or we can go for like an infographic graph. Yeah, just go for something like this. So if we just take a look at this, actually I'm going to change the color a little bit because like it's really like annoying blue color. I'm going to go for something like this. And I'm going to make myself a little bit here. Actually, I'm going to make myself a little bit smaller because I haven't really compensated for like when the text is going to be there. We want to give ourselves a little bit of space. So now we're just looking for like a simple looking graph, not too complicated. So honestly, we can just do this like Miro mind map. This makes you wonder like, what is this about? Here we're just trying to like find a simple mind map. A very simple one. Do something like this. You just copy this image. Just paste this image in here. And what I'm going to do here is actually I'm just going to zoom in. So you can zoom in with your mouse button or something. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to crop this image a little bit. So how I'm doing this is I went to this tool, the select tool. I'm just selecting this. Now I'm going to hit the delete button on my keyboard and it's just going to delete that part of the picture. And to make sure you actually delete the part of the picture that you want, you have to select it in this section over here. And then you just click off, go back to the select tool, and now you have like a graph, right? Now you can see it's really above your face. So what you want to do is just drag your image above everything, and now it's like behind everything, right? So we actually want to like make this equivalent in size as well. So we're just gonna actually I'm going to go Miro mind map complicated as well, just to see what sort of photos actually exist here. So we want to just zoom out and just see. Okay, cool. So if someone is seeing the thumbnail, they still can't understand what the thumbnail is actually about, because it's not really that clear as to what the image actually is. So now we've created this sort of thing in which we've got two graphs. Now we want to have cross. So we're just going to search up cross and tick in circle PNG. So we're just going to give you this, and we're trying to find a very specific one. These ones. Right, so these ones make sense. We just go in here, copy the image, go in here, and we just paste the image here. Right, so now we've got the image. Now you can see the background is still, not really ideal. Right, we don't want this background. So how do you get rid of this background? It's very simple. Instead of doing this select thing, because sometimes without faces it gets very hard to remove the background, you can just go over on this tool over here called the magic wand tool. Click on this tool, click on the color that you want to remove, so here, and then just hit delete. And then you want to click off the canvas, go back in the select tool, and now you've basically got like this thing done, right? So now what we want to do if you want to separate this, because obviously we do not want that. So we go back to the square tool, we just select one of this and we hit Control X to actually cut it. We don't actually remove it, we cut the image, click off the canvas. Then we move on and get the green one. We reduce the green one a little bit and we put it over here. We'll actually just put the green one over here. Or we'll just put it here for now. And then what we're going to do is we're going to click off and then we're going to hit Control V again so we can bring this one here. And then I'm going to scale this down as well. And I'm going to I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Have this over here. So obviously the green tick, we obviously have to reduce the size as well to the equivalent size. Like this. Now personally, the green one isn't really that bright for my liking. So what I will do is I'm going to create a filter on this green one. So it is actually, actually a little bit bright. So we're going to select the layer that we want. So this is the layer that we want, the green one. We're going to go into the filter section and we're going to go into the camera raw. This is going to give you a filter of everything. So you can sort of like, we can find the image over here. Like we've got the image over here. Where is it? It's disappeared. Yeah. So now what we're going to do is I'm just going to go in here and increase the contrast a little bit. And yeah, I'm going to increase the contrast a little bit, increase the exposure a little bit, shadows. There isn't really actually any shadows here. And vibrance, we're going to increase the vibrance a little bit. And then that's it. And so we basically just edit the photos. Now once you see this video, now you're like, okay, now it makes sense, right? Now you're looking at this photo and you're like, okay, this is like a really good thumbnail, because now it's clearly representing what you want to do, right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to split test 3 thumbnails. We're going to have just this as a thumbnail firstly, then we're going to have one with the text, so that we just find out what works. And then the third one is going to be the one with the cognitive dissonance, wherein we have like a statement, right? Then we have a statement. So we're just going to first export this as a thumbnail. So we're just going to go here, export as PNG, right? Hit enter. Then you want to save this. So I recommend having like different files for thumbnails and stuff. You can see we've got a lot of thumbnails here. The video is content strat 1. Just save it. Now we want to add the text. Now the text, how do you add it is you want to go over here, the type tool, click on the type tool. You've got a lot of fonts to choose from, but I personally like Deja Vu Sans Bold. All right. And in the color schemes, actually, we had royal blue as our text color. So we might just actually use that. Now the text is something that should support the image. And we want to create some level of cognitive dissonance as well. So I'm thinking instead of having the text like just do this, we have it like this shit. This makes it easy. So you'll be like curious enough to understand like, okay, what makes it easy? So then you see the diagram and then you read the title, like how to get, how the content strategy to get client, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to have that as our title actually. And the title is going to be this makes it. We're also going to swear in the title so that it actually stands out when someone is scrolling. So this makes it fucking easy. Boom, we make it a little bit bigger. It's actually, I believe it's like a bit slanting. I'm not really sure. Is it? I'm not really sure. Let's just see. No, it wasn't. Okay. So this makes it effing easy. Right? We just want that. Now, even when we have this as our thing, something feels off, right? So obviously, first of all, we just want to change the color. So we just select everything, go in here, change the color. and we want to select royal blue here, so we're just going to do that. And yeah, now it's not really popping that well. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to click here, right click on this layer, go to blending options. It's going to pop up something. Now we want to go over here and hit drop shadow. It's going to give a drop shadow. Now obviously the drop shadow is looking bad. We want, this is basically what controls the distance of the drop shadow. So you want to make it a little bit closer to it. And you want to go in the size and just like, you know, like play around with it to find something that is going to like help you make it stand out. You can also increase the opacity and stuff to make it like stand out even well. And we'll change this color to something green. Nah, not green. We'll red, no, white, black. Let's just see this. How does this look? It actually doesn't really look that good. So we're not going to do that. What we can add is we want something else as well here, which is just going to help you make it stand out. So I think like an underline would help it stand out, a yellow underline or something, maybe. So once, if you're not really sure what you want to actually make in the thumbnail, just zoom out a little bit and you'll be able to see like, you know, what actually is there and stuff. So you can see like, okay, this makes it if an easy. Honestly, it isn't really that bad. I would like the text to be a little bit darker, so we're just going to do that, so that it actually, you know, stands out a little bit instead of like being, yeah. I think an underline or a underline would actually make it really good. So what we're going to do is we're just going to search up red underline png, and you can basically just get like underlines like this, for example, for free, right? This is just simple stuff you can get. What we're going to do is I'm just going to like, instead of doing this, I'm just going to take like a screenshot of the one I want. Just go over here, just paste this. Now obviously you can see the background isn't really gone, so I'm just gonna go with this tool here. And just see how it is, right? Boom. So now we've got this as our underline. I'm gonna actually reduce down its size a little bit, and I'm gonna put this behind the text so that it actually blends in. So it's like actually blending in a little bit like this. So now this is looking pretty good, right? This thumbnail is looking pretty good. Now we're gonna go over here, we're gonna export this again. We're gonna name it content strat 2. So content strat 2. This is our second thumbnail. Now we're gonna make the third thumbnail, which is going to be something which is of cognitive dissonance. So we don't actually want all of this stuff. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna select everything and just hit delete. We're gonna start fresh here. We're gonna first of all go again, and I'm gonna place a photo again here. And I'm gonna basically have my face over here as well. Alright. So I'm gonna basically use the same photo over here that we already previously used, because I really like that photo. And just gonna zoom in like this. I'm just going to have my face over here so we can have like the text here. Now I want to have the background as well here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit here and duplicate this layer. And then the topmost layer, we're going to remove the background again. Now Photopea will make you watch an ad next time. So it's pretty simple. Like, the ad isn't really even that bad. It's a really small ad. So like, by watching the ad as well, you're helping out the platform as well. So it's a win-win situation for everybody. Um, so once that is done, I'm just gonna hit cross here, and you can basically just see it has removed the background, right? Which is ideally what we want. And we look at the title again: how to develop a content strategy that attracts high paying clients. Now we want to have a title or a text here which is going to stand out, which is going to make the viewer go like, what is this dude talking about? And so one of the texts that I can think of is YouTube is easier than ever, right? So it goes against like the traditional belief that they have that YouTube is hard, right? So it goes against that belief. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to go with the yellow text. I'm going to click here. I'm going to type YouTube as the main thing. Then I'm going to scale up this photo and actually put it behind me. Maybe a little bit. We're actually going to make this like book. We're going to make it thinner so it stands out even well. Yeah, YouTube. And we're going to have another text over here, which is going to be in white. Oops, not this one. We're going to have this in yellow as well. We're going to have another text over here which says is simple. We're going to select that text. I'm going to make it a little bit shorter. And we're going to make this into a white color. All right. And so what we're essentially doing here is we're trying to find a text that's going to like really stand out. Right, so what I'm going to do is actually there is not enough space here, so I'm just going to like select all of these layers. So just you can select it, then control alt and T, so I can select both of these layers and scale them up. So I'm going to put myself a little bit over here, right? So it's better. And then we're going to have the text here. YouTube is simple. So you can see the text actually stands out pretty well because now it's like looking pretty good. We're going to go over on this YouTube here and actually make it a little bit bigger. Is simple. YouTube is simple. Or maybe YouTube is simpler than ever. YouTube is simpler than ever. And then ever, maybe we can make it a little bit bigger. So you might be thinking like, why is this title is not really visible, or like maybe we'll just test this out. No, you might be thinking like, okay, the viewer can't really read what this is. They actually can, because humans work that way. You'll be able to understand what this is about because you just know, like you can fill in the gaps. So we go, well, YouTube is simpler. Nah, I'm gonna go with like a extra light here maybe. Maybe we'll get this text a little bit above so we can actually like have it even more clearer. Yeah, like this. Or maybe we'll have this a little bit bigger so we can add a little bit of depth. So have it behind our face a little bit. YouTube is simpler than ever. Maybe align the text a little bit. I'm gonna have this a little bit down. And we're gonna actually create a drop shadow for this. For YouTube. We'll actually create a drop shadow for everything. You can't really see it right now because we are in a darker background. The text is in a darker background. but it'll work. So now we've got this. Now what I want to do essentially is I want to like accentuate this. So we've got the red underline anyways. So we're going to do that again and just going to hit this. Now you can see it doesn't really select everything. So you just want to like hold it a little bit and just drag it out until it does select everything. Then you want to go over here. Then we obviously have it behind everything. Um, just zoom in a little bit so we can like make it a little bit bigger. Just like this. So now this thumbnail is like some creating cognitive dissonance because people think YouTube is hard, so YouTube is simpler than ever. It's creating cognitive dissonance inside of them. The underline is a little bit behind, which is not ideal, so we'll just do that. Yeah. So now what we also want to test out is that background here is a little bit lighter, so the text isn't really popping that well. We're going to go into the filters section and I'm going to add a motion blur. So go into the filters, motion blur. What it's going to do is it's going to create like a motion blur behind it. So like you can help yourself stand out as well. So now it's looking great. The thumbnail is looking great. We just export this thumbnail. And so we're basically like done with creating the thumbnail, but the process doesn't end here, right? The process isn't ending here because we also want to test and see how this thumbnail is going to look. So one of the best ways you can do that is by searching up thumbsup.tv. So this is a software which helps you visualize your thumbnails. So we're just going to go over here and copy the title, right? And then we're going to first of all drag and drop the first one we had here. And we're going to toggle to dark mode and it's going to give you like how it looks like for everybody. So you can see this thumbnail now doesn't really look that good and it's going to give it to you for every size. So you want to look for like, okay, how to, so this thumbnail like catches your attention because of the color, right? You know, you're scrolling, it catches your attention, boom. How to develop content strategy that attracts high paying clients. This is the first thumbnail we're going to split test. The second thumbnail we're going to split test is this one, which is even better than the first one because now it's like the text also supports it. So how to develop, so this makes it fucking easy. How to develop a content strategy that attracts high paying clients. So now once you read this title and when you look at this thumbnail, you're like, what makes it easy? This makes it easy. What is this? So you have these questions. The third one is this one with the cognitive dissonance. Oops, not this one. This one over here. How to develop a content strategy that attracts high paying clients. YouTube is simpler than ever. So it catches our attention. Then it's like how to develop that, boom. So it looks pretty good, right? So then once we have done that, we can close everything up, right? We can go into the thumbnail section. Just hit these buttons, test and compare. We're gonna change this to our thumbnails over here. So content strat 1, go over here, go for content strat 2, go over here, go for content strat 3. And so with this, we have created 3 thumbnails for a video. Now this process, you know, you can get better at this process once you actually make a lot of thumbnails. You will get better at this the more you do it. And so with this, you just create like the thumbnail for your videos. This is basically how you create thumbnails. I have tried to explain in the easiest way that I have ever done it. Use this process and create your own thumbnail for the video that you're making. The same process applies, it's not that complicated. And then you can move on to actually how to create and craft the title so that finally your first ever video can be made. Watch this video to understand every single tool and make sure you apply all of these concepts. I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Welcome to this module. In this document, we will go over exactly how to craft a title that will get your viewers to click. The point of the title is to convince the viewer that the video is worth their time and attention and nothing else. And so the first thing that we need to know is the emotion. The singular point of a title is to generate an emotion in the viewer. And this is the emotion that convinces them to click, and this emotion should also assist the thumbnail. This is what is the tipping point that your viewers will actually face. The thumbnail actually gets their attention, but the title is what convinces them. And this is where the concepts of habituation and infogap theory really come into use. The most important emotion you can ever convey in your title is curiosity plus desire. And I cannot stress this enough. This is the most important emotion that you have to generate in the viewer. This is by far the most commonly used and most effective way to create good titles. You need to show what the viewer wants and then make them curious about how to actually get it. And here are some breakdowns of titles from different educational niches. And basically, the red shows desire, and the blue here shows curiosity. So we take a look at this thumbnail, for example. Meet the 15-year-old who solved YouTube Shorts. The red here shows a desire. People have a desire to actually crack the algorithm for YouTube Shorts. They have a desire to crack YouTube Shorts. And the curiosity element is of a 15-year-old who did it. So this creates a strong emotion of desire and to know how did this 15-year-old kid figure out how to actually crack the algorithm of YouTube Shorts. So anyone who wants to know how to grow on YouTube with YouTube Shorts will click on this video, because firstly there is a desire in the title and then there is a curiosity element. Let's take a look at another example. We are covering multitude of niches, so I can give you a better example. Become a polymath full guide. How to become a renaissance man full guide. It shows the desire of people wanting to become more like renaissance men. There is a big desire, a big influx. There was a topic recently which went very trendy of renaissance, and the title assists the thumbnail in showing how this is a full length guide showing the value to be gained. Hence viewers clicked on the video, so you can see they have a desire. It clearly speaks the desire, and the full guide and how to are sort of like the curiosity element showing that this video is super in depth. Let's take a look at this thumbnail. It's never been easier to win. Curiosity element only, since it goes against the common belief. It generates cognitive dissonance that we had talked about previously, right? So in this video, in this title, it goes against what people actually believe, that winning is actually hard. And the thumbnail assists the title and the viewers click on the video because there is a curiosity element. It's never been easier to win. Why? How? There are questions in your mind, and that is what convinces viewers to click on the video. Let's just take a look at this video. This mental trick forces you to get your shit together, shows the main desire people have for fixing their lives, like forces you to get your shit together. That's the main desire people have. The curiosity element is that it's a mental trick that forces you, because people actually want to change but they're not actually able to change. And so in the title you can clearly see the desire that people have, that is to get their shit together. And the curiosity element here is the mental trick that forces you. So now you're wondering, like, what is this mental trick that will force me to actually get my shit together? Let's take a look at this video: how to edit a killer YouTube video for the 2025 algorithm. The desire to edit better YouTube videos is what people have, like how to edit a killer YouTube video. The main desire is I want to edit the YouTube video properly. Curiosity is the 2025 algorithm. It creates a sense of curiosity and novelty that the algorithm has changed in 2025. So now you're going to be like, we're in 2025, so how do I do this? And then boom, it creates a sense of curiosity and it convinces you to click the video. Let's take a look at this video, for example. How to achieve more in 1 week than most people do in 12 months. Desire for people to achieve a lot in less time. That is the main desire here. People want to achieve a lot in very less amounts of time. The curiosity element is the how to. How can you do it? It shows that there are steps that can be taken to achieve more in a short amount of time. Then viewers click on the video, right? There is a curiosity element that you're wondering, okay, how can I do this myself, because I have a desire to achieve more in 1 week than most people do in 12 months. The next video: I didn't quit YouTube because of this book. Now I have 100,000 subscribers. Desire for YouTubers to have 100k subs, right? If you are watching this video, you probably have a desire to hit 100,000 subscribers. Curiosity element, because she didn't quit because of this X book, right? So the title is I didn't quit YouTube because of this book. The desire is 100,000 subs, so that's what I want as well. So now you're going to be like, but she did not quit because of this book. Now it creates an open loop, that is, people are like, what is the book about? What is that book? What are we talking about? And then to satisfy this mental dissonance, to satisfy this mental tension that exists, people click on this video. Let's take a look at Alex Hormozy. How to make money so fast it feels illegal. Shows the desire for people to make a lot of money fast, right? They have a desire to make a fuck ton of money anyways. Illegal methods usually associated with earning a lot of money. So if we think about making a lot of money, usually your relatives or your parents or whatever, your friends, whatever, will say that, what sort of illegal activities are you doing, because we usually associate a lot of money with illegal activities. So it creates a desire, it shows the desire that how to make money so fast, that's my desire. It feels illegal, it creates a sense of curiosity, as if like, whoa, it's actually going to work. So you just click on the video. How to actually get rich in your 20s. Desire for people to get in their 20s to be rich, right? They have a desire to be rich in their 20s. How to actually shows that there is a sense of reality to it. It shows that it's not clickbait. So curiosity is caused and the viewers click. So people are usually habituated to the title of how to get rich in your 20s. So adding the word actually creates this sense of curiosity and novelty, that this is like you got some sense of reality to it. You can notice that all these videos use the same formula of curiosity and desire. And this is one of the most powerful methods to actually make titles. So here are some examples of how you can make the titles for the following video ideas. So let's just say the topic of the video is how to create a sales script to close more leads. All right. That is the video idea that we have. We need to incorporate curiosity and desire for this exact video idea. So if I'm making a video about this is the topic. Sales script is the topic to close more leads or close more deals. The desire I have, or the desire the viewer has, is to close clients easily on sales calls. The curiosity element is going to be the sales script. So we create 4 title variations. Your sales call will last 15 minutes because of this, or this sales script will help you close in 15 minutes. Double your close rate with this 15 minutes sales script. How to create a sales script so good you can't stop closing deals. All of these showcase desire, right? Your sales call will last 15 minutes because of this. So it just shows that the sales call will last 15. This isn't really that efficient, by the way. This is probably a better efficient version of this title. This sales script will help you close in 15 minutes. We're talking about the sales script. So now this is the curiosity element over here. And then close you in 15 minutes shows that the sales call is going to be very small. It's going to be easy to actually close. So that plays on your desire. How to create a sales script so good you can't stop closing deals. You can't stop closing deals is basically another way of saying the desire that you want to close clients easily. And so you have the desire, and then you show like this is the curiosity element. And you can notice we use popular formats that have worked before for others. So you would have noticed that how to make money so fast it feels illegal is sort of like the same sort of style as has the same sort of style as how to create a sales script so good you can't stop closing deals. And this is the best way to create titles, to take formats that have worked for other people and just create your own spin on it. So curiosity plus desire plus format that works is equal to a good title. So you have curiosity in the title, desire, and then a format that actually works. It'll be a good title. So you can then create a few of these titles and find out which of them has a higher score when you upload the video. And we will cover this in the later modules as well. So what I mean by this is whenever you upload a video, so let me just show you. I'm currently uploading a video as well. What I mean by this is you can input these different variations of titles inside the title here, and vidIQ is going to give you a score. And so with the score, you can determine which video is actually going to be really, really good for you. And we'll cover this in the later modules on how to actually upload and stuff. And then you can basically use this information to actually create your first ever title, which is going to be absolutely epic because now you're finally making your video. So I want you to do this. I want you to go through this again if there is any sort of questions. And I'll see you all in the next module. Take care. Bye. So, welcome to this module. In this document, we're going to cover exactly everything you could ever need to actually become a good speaker on camera. You will cover things like psychology, speaking tactics, and cult building principles. Yep, we're going to cover cult building principles. And so, this is going to be a pretty theory based module. So, just pay attention. Do not just read the text and just read with me, it'll be better for you. So, the best advice I ever gave someone in regards to speaking on camera was don't speak to the camera. Now, this seems stupid and weird, but this technique will make you sound so much more confident and well articulated on camera. Most people make the mistake of speaking to the camera, but you shouldn't actually do that. You instead need to speak to your audience. And what I mean by that is when you sit in front of a camera to record a video, you should only and only speak to your audience as if the camera just doesn't exist there, exactly how this picture is depicting. The more you focus on the thought of, I need to record a video today, the worse your video will sound. Instead, the best speakers on camera don't speak to the device itself, but actually you. And we need to develop that feeling for your viewer too. Your viewer must see your video and feel as if you're teaching them and not the camera itself. This is very important since a lot of people make this same mistake, right? And while you're speaking in front of the camera, another important aspect is gaze and body language. But the main point I want to make with this part of this module is that whenever you're making any sort of video, always have this in mind that you're not actually recording a video, but you're having a conversation with your clients, with your ICP, with your ideal viewer. You are speaking to them. Even right now, as I'm recording this module, even though this is not a video to be publicly posted on YouTube, I'm still speaking to you. I'm not speaking to the camera. I'm not speaking to the device. I'm speaking to you. And this change, this mindset change, will make you sound so much more natural and so much more better on camera. Because when you do not do this, you are in this mentality of thinking that, okay, I need to record a video, and you start speaking to the camera and you start speaking as if you're making a presentation, right? We don't want to sound like we're making a presentation. We want to sound like we're speaking to someone and like giving them proper advice. So, another aspect of actually speaking on camera is gaze and body language. So, one part of it is actually just how you speak, the mentality of how you speak. And the second one is your own body language. So, how do you act on camera? Both of these points are very, very, very important, because in the first point, actually, my friend actually approached me the other day and he was like, yo, I've uploaded a video on YouTube, and I was just watching his video and I told him like, this is just bad, like this video is just dog shit, right? And he asked me like, why is that? And I told him like, you're not speaking to me, you're speaking to the camera, and it comes off in your video. If you're watching this video right now, you have seen my content, haven't you? And so if you've seen my content, you'll notice that I never speak to the camera, but I speak to you. So that is why you're watching this video. I spoke to you. So you need to always at all times hold eye contact with the camera. And if you don't do this, there is no point in you even making a video. So I want you to imagine this. Imagine having a conversation with someone and they don't hold eye contact and look somewhere else and speak. It doesn't look too good. In the same way, you need to always have eye contact with the camera, because if you don't do this, it just comes off extremely bad. It just comes off as, you're really unprofessional, and you do not want to have that in your videos. Your video is your first impression of your viewer for you. And so if you just come off really, really bad, if you cannot even hold eye contact to the camera and just talk to them, just imagine how much of a difference you can make. Just imagine this, your viewer, when they click on the video, you just hold eye contact and speak to them. You sound way better and you look different from other people in your niche. And while speaking, if you incorporate another aspect, that is your hands. So your hands are used to assist you in getting your point across, and you need to use your hands. And don't use it in a cringy way like children do in school speeches, wherein they'll hold their hand out and say like, welcome teachers and good morning teachers and everybody. We don't want to do that, but we want to use our hands to get our points across. Instead, you use your hands wherever necessary to actually look like someone who's putting a point across. And your body language must assist you in getting your point across. It must assist you, because using your hands, first of all, makes your video a lot more enjoyable to see, because now you're just not, you're not just sitting down and speaking, but instead you're talking to your ICP through the content, you're holding eye contact, you're speaking to them, and then you're using your hands to get your point across. So now the viewer or your ICP watches your video and they are like interested in watching your video, because now it makes a lot of sense for them to watch the video, because it's first of all enjoyable, and secondly, you are speaking to them. A great way to have inspiration on how to actually use your hands is to look at famous speakers of the world and emulate what they do. This gives you a great insight on how to use your hands while speaking. So if you look at any great articulated speech teller, so let's just take Hitler for example, right? He was, in history, one of the best articulated people who actually, convinced a lot of people to abide by his extremely flawed philosophy and extremely flawed worldview, right? But he still convinced people to actually think that it was good. And that's like an insane skill to have. And so if you look at his speeches, you'll always notice that he uses his hands. It's never like he doesn't use his hands. If you take a look at Trump, even Trump uses his hands. Any great speaker of this world, they always use their hands to get their point across. And that is what you must do as well. This will give you an insane insight on how to actually be a better speaker. And so till now we've covered the points that we want to speak to the person and not the camera. We want to hold eye contact. We want to use our hands. The next is the greatest superpower, that is the sound of silence. So imagine the last time you saw a movie in which they showed a huge explosion. And we're talking like a bomb, nuclear level explosion. And I want you to really remember what they did. In general, they must have built up the music only to stop it when the explosion happened. Why is that? Why is it that they have all of the music, cinematic music rising up, and then before this explosion happens, everything stops, and then the explosion happens? Why is that? This is the power, the sound of silence. Why stop everything before something major happens? Because impact. Silence amplifies impact. The impact can be visual or auditory, it doesn't matter. This is a very common cinematography technique used to increase the impact of scenes, wherein you pause the sound before the scene happens so that the impact increases. And lucky for us, we can abuse this while speaking as well. So, whenever you're talking and you're about to deliver a statement with which you want to impact the viewer, you're about to tell something that you want the viewer to feel like, holy shit, this is such an insane statement this person has said. And when you want this to happen, what you do, oops, yeah, you pause. You don't speak for a few seconds and then you deliver the message. So imagine this. Imagine I'm speaking to you right now and I'm talking to you right now and I'm about to deliver a huge, big statement. And before I actually deliver the statement, I'm building up a little bit of my speech and the stakes are rising up and my speech is getting a little bit louder, a little bit faster. And then just before I'm about to reveal the statement, I pause. And you can see the difference in like the impact of the statement. You can literally hear the impact being bigger. So instead of just speaking out everything, like reading like a robot, you pause before the major moments and then deliver the statements. And if you watch any great speaker, this is the technique that they will commonly use. And this pause techniques works well for another reason, that it gives your viewer space. It gives your viewer space to take in the statement you're going to say. This is one of the fastest actionable things that you can do to improve your speaking skills, and that is to incorporate the sound of silence. So, whenever you're talking about anything, whenever you're making any sort of video, for example, and you're delivering a statement, teaching a concept, use the sound of silence and make your speech in a way that before the big thing happens, you just pause for some time and then deliver the statement, because then it's going to amplify whatever you have to say. You need to help your viewer find the mental bandwidth to take in the statement that you're going to say. And this is very important because usually your viewer is just going to be saturated in their brain with so many shit happening that he or she is not going to be able to think about anything. And so if you really want your statement to hit them at the core, you need to give them a little bit of space. And the way you give space is by pausing just before the big statement that you're going to say. However, another big issue I see people make when speaking in front of a camera is that they use a lot of filler words. And filler words are basically words used to fill in the gaps in sentences. Um, and so basically the filler words are they are like words. Whenever you use these filler words, you sound very poorly articulated, and this reduces your perception of authority in the mind of the viewer. Because I'm sure every one of us is going to be like, okay, if everyone is stopping like to use words like, they're using words like they're using these filler words. You see how unprofessional and how poorly articulated I actually sound. Instead, whenever you're not able to articulate a statement well, just stop speaking. Like, you don't have to continue the statements if you cannot really think what to say. Just don't say anything and think about what you're going to say. It's very, very simple, but it works so well because ultimately we do not want to use filler words to fill in the gaps in our sentences. If you cannot think of what to say, if you're like struggling to like articulate what you're thinking and what sentence you want to make, just pause, just don't speak. This will help you stand out from the crowd and actually sound well on camera, because most people on camera make the stutters, make the filler words, and they usually will like edit the filler words out. So their sentences, in one sentence, they'll have like three cuts. Instead, you can come in and you can just speak fluently in one take and you still sound better than them. And this method is so easy and so overlooked at the same time. This technique of pausing before the big statement and not using filler words will already make your speaking 10 times better than average. You will sound 10 times better if you just incorporate these two methods. You'll be so much more better at speaking just using this. And we're going to get into voice architecture right now. So there is a simple and quick change that you can make right now to sound more authoritative, because there is a secret setting inside humans which makes us look at people with authority. And that setting is the tone of your voice. Usually we all associate a deeper voice with authority, right? Any sort of like big authority figure we associate usually with a deeper voice. A deeper voice showcases huge amounts of authority, especially if you're a male, right? But obviously we won't be training our voice to sound deeper. We're not going to do those cringe exercises of making our voice sound deeper so that we sound better and we sound more authoritative. That's not what we're going to do. That's not what we're going to be doing today. Instead, there is a simpler method to have your voice sound a little bit deeper and actually sound more authoritative, and it's not to change the tonality of your voice. And this is something you can do right now as you are watching this video and as you're reading this document. And this method is to end your sentences with a deeper tone. This is where you will see the difference. Instead of ending your sentence with a higher tone like this, you end your sentence with a lower tone. What this does is that it makes your sentences sound a little more deeper in voice, which makes your voice crispier. And I'll tell you the difference in the module. You can go back and look at the entirety of the module right now, and you'll see every single method, every single, like, not method, but every single sentence, I actually end my voice a little bit deeper. And you can literally do this to, quote unquote, change your voice. So try this right now. Read the following statements and end the first sentence with a higher tone and the other with a lower tone. So I'll just let you just hear the difference, alright? Hey there, this is a great piece of artistry. Hey there, this sounds pretty good, doesn't it? You'll see the difference. I'll say it again. Hey there, this is a great piece of artistry. Hey there, this sounds pretty good, doesn't it? I'll read the same first statement with the two differences in tone. Hey there, this is a great piece of artistry. Hey there, this is a great piece of artistry. Use this technique the next time you speak anywhere and you see the difference between how people perceive you. Just ending the sentence with a deeper note makes you sound way more deeper. It makes your sentence sound more authoritative. And you'll notice, like, every single statement I've said in this video, I've used this exact technique. Hey there, this is a great piece of artistry. You can see how the tone of your voice ends at a higher note, which is not ideal. Instead, you end it with a lower note and you just say, hey there, this is a great piece of artistry. You see the difference? Artistry, artistry. You sound way, way better. I cannot tell you enough. This is one of the most game changing methods to actually improve your speaking skills. Honestly, the most game changing method. Now, I want to look at the psychology of messaging. Another important aspect of getting better at speaking is the psychology of cult building. And yes, it's cult building. A cult is basically a congregation of people with a common belief and a common goal. Your following online is nothing but a cult, although a good one. Right? We're not building one of these racist cults who do murders and homicides and stuff like that. Your online following is basically a cult. Right? It's a group of people with a common belief and a common goal. And so, if you truly want to build a loyal following online, change people's lives, and actually cause an impact on people's lives, you need to first develop charisma. And charisma is the most important point. Charisma is nothing but the quality attributed to leaders who arouse fervent popular devotion and enthusiasm. But for us, our main goal with charisma is to motivate people. Because if we can actually motivate them to do something, their behavior will change, which will lead to a different outcome, which will continue this cycle. So let's just take a look at this cycle right now. It's the belief action outcome cycle. And so in this cycle, one of the key points that you have to know about is that changes in belief or beliefs basically cause actions. Actions will then lead to outcomes, and outcomes will then lead to new beliefs. So if you believe money is hard to come by, you'll take actions which will satisfy this belief. Because always, every single person is always looking to validate their beliefs. Every human psychologically is looking to validate their belief. And if they validate their belief, any action that validates this belief, they like to do that action. So whatever you believe to be true, your actions will be acted in accordance to support this belief. And because you do an action, since everything is cause and effect, you provide a cause to an effect. And so when you get an effect, this effect then reinforces another belief inside you. And so this action continues. And so if we want to essentially create content, we need to be able to change belief systems. And to change belief systems, you need to cause actions which will lead to outcomes, which will then ultimately lead to belief changes. And so creating actions is the most important part with your content and with your personal brand. You need to be able to create action. All right. And so firstly, we need to understand is what governs motivation. What is the first principles of motivation? What actually gets people motivated to take action towards something? Because the moment you have this power, my friend, you unlock a multitude of possibilities. And the graph here shows the correlation between belief actions and outcomes because one governs the other. It's the same as the YouTube algorithm. It's very, very complicated, but one governs the other. To actually influence people, you need to change their belief systems, change the way they see the world. Because if you can do that, they will take certain actions. And these actions will cause them to face a positive outcome, which ultimately leads to having a recent reinforcement of a belief that your advice actually works. Think about this. If you actually give them the right action steps, if you can influence them to be motivated to do these action steps, their outcomes will change, which will lead to a reinforcement in the belief that your advice actually works, which is the best belief you can have for in the mind of your clients. And so motivation in general can be boiled down to three things in its first principles, that is showing gaps, telling the right steps, and association. And mastering all these three steps is crucial for your success to be actually able to motivate people. And so the first one is showing gaps. The basics of sales is to sell the transformation, right? And one of the ways you do that is by showcasing the difference between where they are and where they want to be. So if you know anything about sales, it's basically about just selling a transformation. You don't sell products, you sell beliefs and you sell transformations. And so to sell a transformation, you need to be able to show where they are and where they actually want to be. Because if this becomes clear in their mind, then they can actually see the gap. And this is the same technique that we must use in our videos and our speaking skills as well. You need to be able to showcase the gap and how much distance actually exists between them. So, where you are and where they could be. Because humans want to move away from pain. Humans don't move towards pleasure but away from pain. All right. This is how humans basically function. And the moment you define the gap is where you put into perspective the pain that they might experience in the future. And this is where you have nailed down the first pillar of influence. So the first pillar of influence is basically showing the gap. So when I'm talking to you right now, right, about speaking skills, I'm showing a gap between where you are and where you could be with the content that I'm saying in this video. And if I'm able to show this gap, if I told you like you know everything about speaking because you learned it in school, you wouldn't actually be motivated to go through this module, would you? You wouldn't actually be motivated to do that. And so essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to show this gap between where they are and where they could be. Because once you put into perspective this gap, what happens is that now they know, like they are in pain right now because they don't know this, they don't know the content that will, or the advice that will take them to where they actually want to be. And so when you define these gaps, it becomes very easy for the viewer to visualize that the jump that they have to actually take. So if I told you right now that you're at this stage and you could be here with your speaking skills, now you're able to visualize, like exactly in this diagram, the steps that you have to take and the gap that you have to cover. And once they can clearly see the gaps that they have to cover, then they are ready for the next step, that is telling the right steps. So we had seen previously how important it is to change belief systems, right? Because belief systems will ultimately lead to feedback loops and positive feedback loops about yourself. So basically, if you can change the belief systems, you can actually get them to convert as a client. And the way you do that is by the right actions. The right actionable steps will do the most important thing you could ever do: get quick results. This is very, very important. The right actionable steps will actually get quick results for your viewer and your ICP. How does that matter? Because quick results lead to new outcomes which lead to new beliefs. So think about this. The reason why I gave you actionable steps for this module itself is because I want you to experience quick results, right? And so when you experience quick results because of my advice, you get a new outcome. Basically, you feel the difference. You get a new outcome that you face. And because you get a new outcome that you face, you end up developing a belief system and a feedback loop inside your brain and in your brain, basically, that is basically saying that your Rohit's advice is actually working because you got quick results. Think about this. If with your service, basically whatever you do, if you told them that you could get them the results that they'd want in one day and you actually did it, imagine the belief system they'll have about you. They'll be like, okay, this guy's actually really, really professional and he's exceptionally good at this one thing. To actually motivate people, you need to give them proper actionable advice, because without this, they won't be able to know what will bridge the gap that they need to jump. But bear in mind that these actions must be easy to do and should generate some sort of result that is emotional or tangible physical results. So if you're able to like give them advice, which is first of all very easy to do, because the easier it is to do, the more, it's simpler for you to convince them to do it and for them to actually do it themselves. So if I told you right now that you had to record like an hour long speech to improve your speaking skills, you probably wouldn't do that. Why? Because it's hard to do. Instead, I just gave you actionable tips like, end your sentences with a deeper tone. And the second thing should be that it should generate quick results, either emotional results or tangible physical results. Emotional results are basically, they feel better. So if you do meditation, for example, you feel better. That's an emotional result. A tangible physical result is like, you change this one thing in your landing page and then you start getting appointments, right? That's a physical result. So how do you actually find these action steps? Because a lot of people get confused, like what is the proper advice that I can give the person? We leverage the power of AI tools for this thing. All right. So here's how you do it. Step one is to define the current stage. So you need to define exactly where the viewer is at the current moment as they're watching your video. And the description of the current scenario will help you gauge what you're dealing with. And remember, in this description, we're mainly looking to describe their current emotional state so that we can leverage it to our advantage. We're not looking to say, they live in this place, they make this much money. Mainly, we're looking for emotional responses that they have at the current stage. So, right now, you're at that current stage, you are not able to speak properly on camera. You see my videos, you're like, this guy can speak so fluently, why can't I do it? Right? That's the current stage. Then you want to define the desired stage, that is, define the dream scenario for the problem you're solving. What is the end goal with it, and what is the emotion you want the viewer to feel? Very important question to ask. What is the emotion you want the viewer to feel? And so you define the dream situation, like, okay, when they do this action steps, they'll be able to reach this point wherein they're able to be very articulated on camera. They have a lot of confidence, they have charisma, and they actually see the difference in their content. That's the desired stage. And then you want to use Claude AI. So this is a very powerful tool. So you can click this link in the document itself to open it up, or just search up Cloud AI and something. And make sure you choose the explanatory option over here. So there are multiple options of style. Choose explanatory style before you use the chatbot. And then you want to role play. So describe to Claude AI on the current situation and the desired situation of your viewer, and very specifically ask it to suggest you actionable steps which the viewer can do, which will get them the quickest results or wins. So I basically describe your current situation by saying that, imagine I come to you in frustration that I'm not able to speak properly on camera. My voice sounds like shit. My confidence is low and I don't sound natural at all. I want to reach a stage wherein I'm completely natural in front of a camera and I can articulate myself very well. To make sure I reach this, please give me quick actionable steps I can do which will get me instant results. The key point here is to make sure you mention instant results and quick and easy actionable steps. Claude will give you the best correct action steps that you can suggest in your videos. You can pick and choose any of those steps, and these are like the quick action steps you can suggest to your viewers. However, it will all be useless if you can't actually get them to do the action steps. So, this is where we get into the concept of association. Remember, humans move away from pain. So, you need to showcase the pain that they might feel if they don't do the work. So, the moment you bring in the stakes of not doing the action steps, now the viewer has something to fear. And this is called as association. You need to associate the consequence of them not doing the action with something that is not them. So, what I mean by this is, you can say that if you don't do this work, your life will stay the same, and that's all you can provide to your future daughter or son, or your basic your that's all you can provide to your future children. Think about this. If you do not do these action steps, if you do not change the way you speak, your content will stay the same, your business will stay the same, your life will stay the same, and you cannot really even provide what you actually want to provide to your children. And this makes the consequence of not doing the action step way more powerful than actually doing the work. This is the key point. The reason, the way you actually get them to do the action steps is to increase the pain of not doing the action steps. And so here is the messaging for tribal building. So here we learned about association and what basically governs motivation, right? So you need to show them the gaps, give the right advice, give the right steps, and then associate the consequence of not doing the work with something that is not them. Now we get into tribal building. The people who do best on social media are the people who understand tribal building. We humans are social creatures, right? And that means having a sense of tribe or community is something that is ingrained in us. The world's most influential people always had a goal to create a tribe. This helps you in generating a lot of influence. And the first step in forming a tribe is creating an us versus them narrative. This is one of the key points that we need to know about when building a tribe or a cult. And by cult, I mean like in a positive fan following, online fan following, not a physical cult. One of the key things about building a tribe or influencing someone is polarity. And polarity is something that is very important to understand. You need to give a people a choice. Either they join you or they hate you. There is no in between. And this is basically the concept of polarity. You need to be different. So this is the us versus them narrative, which we'll cover in a second. You need to either tell them like, yo, you can join me, you can stand by my beliefs, or you can actually hate me. There is no in between. They cannot be neutral. This sounds bad since you increase the number of haters you get, but this is actually the best thing you can do for your brand. Polarity is how you get people to actually listen to you. And so, what you need to do is create a divide between humanity itself, one group of people that are with you, so that you can then call the other group who don't fit your criteria separately. So you can say that, okay, you can either join my side of this movement in which, you know, we are out here trying to grow a brand that is purposeful and live a life of freedom, nature, and impact. Or you can be like other people. You're creating a divide. Now you might be thinking like, yo, this is a very dark, psychological, bad thing to do. But this is exactly how the all of the most influential people you know always created polarity. You need to either have people hate you or join you. The reason we do that is because we want people to listen to you and feel that you're different. Most people in your niche are not polarizing. They are not polarizing at all. So there is, they are just like the people who just sit down, give advice, and leave. Just imagine if you come in and say that, yo, you can join me on this movement together. You sound different. You sound different than every one of these YouTubers that you know. The more polarizing you are, the better people you will actually attract. Why? Because the people who actually align with your values stay, and they're somewhat like you and they align with your vision. And these are the best sort of people to work with. Imagine all of your clients are just like you. They have the same beliefs as you, they have the same values as you. They'll be the best sort of clients to ever work with, right? And so creating a rift between you and others is important, since this is how humans always have functioned. We have always been tribal people. We have always been in tribes and had polarity in all of the population ever. And so when there is a narrative that there are some enemies you're fighting against, people who align with you end up forming a tribe with you as the leader, and boom, now you got a loyal following, right? And so when you can say like, yo, you can join me on this movement to live a life of freedom, nature, and impact, and actually have a purposeful business and inspire other people, or you can stay in like where you are and stay like other people who are just behind the money. Now there is a sort of difference between me and other people. And so either you will be like, okay, I align with like, making a purposeful business and inspiring people, so you align with my values, and so you jump on my side of this movement. Or I tell you that, or you can do this and just stay like other people behind the money and running behind the cash and the materialistic cars and the watches and stuff like that. And so now I've got a loyal following of people who align with what I want, with what I believe to be true, and that I am the leader, right? They look at me as the leader, and that is the best scenario that you can be in. One of the key aspects of being polarizing is being authentic and saying whatever you actually want to say. This is the key aspect of being polarizing, right? You just say whatever you want to say. It just doesn't matter. The more authentic you come off, the more people will see you as genuine, and the more polarizing you actually become, which is the key point here. You need to actually be authentic. There is no need to become someone different on camera. You don't need to have a different persona on camera. You just stay the same person you are in real life and stop caring about hurting other people's feelings. Just say whatever you want. Just stand by your beliefs. This seems a bit harsh, and you might not want to do this, but you have to. Because if you don't have haters, you're not influential enough to have any sort of supporters. And so you need to have this narrative of us versus them, wherein either you have people aligned with you, or with or go against what you actually believe. If you do not have haters, you're not influential enough to have any sort of supporters. And this is the very essence of speaking. So to summarize this module, talk to people, not the camera. Use pauses effectively to increase the impact of your speech. End your sentences with a deeper tone to sound better. Use the three methods to motivate your audience to do actions. Create an us versus them scenario. Stand by your values at all times. Don't be afraid to have haters, and be authentic. If you do all of these 8 steps, your speaking skills will improve drastically. This is all for this module. I'll see you all in the next one. Take care. Peace. So, welcome to this module. In this module, I'm going to be essentially covering how to actually teach better. Now, this is a very important module because we're going to be covering exactly what principles you have to use when you're actually making your videos and teaching in your videos. Now, at this point, if you're at this stage of the video or this module, you have learned how to ride a bike. It's equivalent to assume that you have now learned how to ride a bike, you know how to cycle and everything. However, now we are understanding how to ride your bike faster, take better turns, etc. What we are doing with these modules is making sure that we're able to optimize. You've learned the basics. Now it's time to actually optimize the things that you already know of. And so that is what we're going to be doing with this module. How well you teach directly impacts the conversions of your leads. This is a direct metric to your conversions. If you're able to genuinely convert people with your content, you need to understand that it is very very influenced by the way you teach. Now some people are really really good at teaching, while some others just suck. Their videos are just bland because they're just reading off of presentations. To understand how to teach better, you need to know two main things. And once you know these two main things, that is when you're going to see the real difference. You need to know the psychology of learning and the act of actually teaching. If you understand both of these things, you'll actually be able to teach better. How humans think while learning, and how do you use that while actually you're making your video. People learn differently online than offline. Now, COVID was the most obvious example. If you have if you know any sort of a young person, or maybe you yourself, during COVID, during the lockdown, you could quite clearly understand the difference between learning in a classroom setting in real life than online. And so people learn differently online than offline. And before we understand the psychology behind online learning, there is something which is way more important, which will actually change the way you proceed with this module. That is your mindset. You need to have a very specific mindset before you actually start, before you actually even consume this module, because this mindset will actually help you stand out. And this is a very specific mindset you need to have when you are teaching, and that is to you need to be the teacher you still remember from school. This is the mindset that you need to have. You need to be the teacher you still remember from school. This mindset will change the way you teach forever. And that is true. This is genuinely the best mindset to have when you're actually teaching people. We all have had teachers who were decent at teaching, right? In school and stuff, we all had teachers, who were pretty decent at teaching. They weren't absolutely bad, but they weren't really that good as well. But we all have had teachers who you still remember, right? A few of them really stood out to you, didn't they? And you can still remember their names, can't you? How interesting is it that in school, even though so many teachers taught you, you still remember a few teachers' names? A few of them actually stood out to you. That is the best indicator of this skill, being able to be memorable. We have to become someone like that teacher for your clients. We need to be the sort of person who becomes the teacher that they still remember. So think about this. For the last time, when did you watch a YouTube video in which you genuinely were like, yo, this guy actually changed the way I think? This guy actually really taught me well. When was the last time that happened? Probably very rarely has it happened. We have to become the teacher that you remember from school for your clients, because the moment you do that, you become memorable. And the moment you do that, your clients will actually convert because they actually start liking you. You are memorable to them and your content is remarkable to them. And that is the end goal. You become memorable, your content becomes remarkable. And if you remember, in the first ever module, we talked about that the best way to actually grow on YouTube is to make remarkable content. Memorability is a metric of good deeds. This is a quote coined by me. Memorability is a metric of good deeds. That means the more good deeds you do, the more you are remembered. So if anyone who is remembered by their names, the reason they're remembered is because they have either done a lot of good deeds or a lot of bad deeds. Right? It's two sides of the same coin. There are three concepts which are crucial to understanding and getting better at teaching. And when you understand these concepts, that is when things are going to change a lot for you. A huge part of getting better at teaching for your clients is to understand exactly what goes on in their minds as they listen to you. That is very important to understand. You need to know exactly what is going on in their minds while you're speaking to them, while you're teaching something with your content. There is a very specific window of time in which information must be conveyed. And if your information is not conveyed in this very specific window of time, they are not going to learn better. They won't even remember what you're speaking. All right. The thing you need to know about is attention patterns. And this is very important. There was once a study done in which they took a group of people and studied how their attention spans fluctuated with time. So they took a group of people, they put them in a very specific setting, and they showed them a few videos, right? And then they studied how well their attention fluctuated, or when did their attention fluctuate when time elapsed. And the results revealed a lot of things, and a lot of things about human behavior. And the result was basically this. So this diagram, by the way, is drawn by me, so excuse my epic drawing skills. But what they noticed was that there is a huge spike in attention, and then there are drop-offs. And the drop-offs are at very specific time intervals. So they found out that the people had the most attention in the first 30 seconds of seeing a video. So the first 30 seconds of seeing a video, they had the highest attention. Then they had a bigger drop around the 8 then they had a bigger drop around the 8-minute mark. All right. And so basically what happened was that in the first 30 seconds they had a huge spike in attention, and then around the 2-minute mark they had a drop off, and then around the 8-minute mark they had an even bigger drop off. So that is what happened. So the ability for the viewer to grasp information is very, very slim, because there are attention windows experienced due to drops in attention, right? And so when there is a very specific time duration in your video wherein you have to convey very important information. And so these attention drops, as you can see, attention windows are basically windows created when there are drops of information. So this is an attention window. The first 30 seconds is an attention window, the next 2 minutes are an attention window, and then the next 8 minutes is an attention window. And so during these windows there is going to be less and less capabilities for your clients to remember and learn actually. So if you're conveying a very important concept in the drops, then the ability for the viewer to grasp that concept reduces significantly. So if you're teaching a very important concept after the 8-minute mark, the ability for the viewer to actually grasp that information becomes very, very less, because they have experienced huge drop offs. And so the way you actually deal with this is by the sinusoidal info distribution. So this is basically a diagrammatic representation of the sinusoidal info distribution. So in mathematics, there is a graph known as the sine wave graph, right? In trigonometry, the sine function has a graph like this, if you don't remember. And this is exactly how your information must be distributed. If your information is distributed in this manner, it accounts for the attention gaps. And this method says that you must distribute information in a way that it has peaks and troughs. So let me explain it with these diagrams. All right. So let's just say that you're making a video. All right. And as you're making a video, your first 30 seconds, the viewers are experiencing a huge spike, then they experience a dip, and then they experience another dip. So this is the highest point, and this is the point wherein you have to really, really focus on delivering key information. Because after this, you've got this point wherein information drops, attention drops, sorry, not information. And so when you've got these drop offs, you need to understand that this cycle is repeatable. So what does that even mean? So when I say like this is an attention pattern, what that means that this is a pattern which happens like this, and it can be repeated again. And so once you understand that it can be repeated again, you realize that there is a huge loophole that you can abuse. And so that is why the sinusoidal wave in info distribution is important, because what this does is that it shows that your information should peak and also go through a trough. So how do you actually use this in a video setting, for example? So what you need to understand is that when you're making a video, right, once they have the peak, they're going to experience the first drop and then the second drop, right? So when they're going to experience this first drop, we want to make sure we minimize this, right? And the way you minimize this is with this info distribution. So what you do is in the first 30 seconds you cover the most exciting and important information, then you cover the boring information, and then you cover the important information again. And so what happens is that there is a direct correlation like this, right? And so when you repeat this a couple of times, what's going to happen is that they experience a drop off, and then boom, another this, and then boom. And so you can see their attention remains constant throughout the entirety of your video, instead of having drop offs like this. And so that is basically what it means to use the sinusoidal info distribution. The more troughs and peaks you can make the viewer experience, the better it's going to be. Because when you're conveying key information, you also have to convey this boring information. Because what's going to happen is that not all information is created equally. So when you're covering concepts, it might be possible that some concepts are just dry as hell, right? They're just super dry. It's not exciting. And so if you start off your video with exciting concepts and then teach the boring concepts, the attention pattern is going to happen like this, and you're going to get a huge drop off of viewers when you start covering the boring information. You need to be able to keep this graph and keep this flow always going. And another simpler tactic is to incorporate the bridge technique. So When you're actually making your videos, you have your information in a way that it is following the sinusoidal info distribution graph, but you also incorporate the bridge technique, and this is very simple to incorporate. So when your viewers experience the first dip in attention, you need to be able to get back their attention, and the way you do that is by doing something interactive. So think about this: if you're in a very boring classroom, in a very boring school, in a class, and you're very bored, and the teacher does something, they tell you to stand up and put your hand in there, you start to become very attentive, because action beats the AFK state. Raw action beats the AFK state. So AFK state is basically the subconscious state people just exist in. They just live in that. Since your viewers experience the attention dip, they are in their default state of consuming information. They're in this attention dip, they are in this subconscious mode of actually existing. They're not conscious at that moment. So doing something interactive helps break the AFK state. So you can tell the person, like if you're making a video, you can tell the viewer, like, okay, take out a pen and paper, or like look at me in the eyes. When you say these action statements and they actually follow through with these action statements, what happens is that you're breaking their AFK state and you're breaking that subconscious state. So they actually start to move outside the attention drops, the attention windows, and they start to experience the peaks again. And so the more you can help them experience the peaks, the more they start to value your information. And the more they start to value your information, the better it is for you. So what you need to understand right now is cognitive loads. We've covered cognitive loads a lot throughout this entire course, but it's very important to know about. So there is a concept known as death by a thousand cuts, and not a lot of people actually know this. So what that concept says, it's basically related to productivity, but it says that you don't lose your time because of a big event, but rather micro events which take up your attention. So there are certain things, for example, you need to make a decision and you're not able to make that decision. The reason why you're not able to make that decision is not because there is a big hindrance, a big obstacle, but rather micro obstacles that is taking away and slowly cutting down on your attention. This is like degradation of like metal, or rusting of metal, right? Rusting of metal is not a instantaneous process, it's a very slow process that happens. And because it's a slow process that happens, it is basically going it the your the information that you convey is also functioning in the very similar manner. Your brain can fully focus on 4 to 7 pieces of information at a time. After, if there is more, if there's like 10 different things you have to think about, you can't really think about anything, right? 4 is sort of like the maximum best capabilities we can have for our efficiency. So what the death by a thousand cuts concept is that you don't, in a literally term, it is like, if I have to give an analogy, it is like you don't die because of a huge cut, but because of a thousand different cuts that you make to yourself. So you don't become unhealthy because you eat a lot of food. It's because you make a thousand different small decisions which slowly compound to actually get you the end result. And so there are three types of loads: intrinsic loads, extraneous loads, and germane load. And so if you understand these three different loads, you'll be able to understand exactly what viewers do when they're actually listening to you. So, first of all, we're going to cover the intrinsic load. So, intrinsic cognitive load represents the inherent difficulty of the content itself. For example, watching a video about basic addition requires carries a lower intrinsic load than about quantum physics, right? And this type of load can't be reduced without changing the fundamental complexity of what you're trying to learn. This is something like this is something out of your control, basically. So, when you're watching a video explaining a complex topic, your brain needs to process not just individual concepts but also how they relate to each other. And so that is your intrinsic load. Your extraneous loads, so it is basically this load comes from how information is presented. And this is where video design becomes crucial. This is where teaching actually matters. So imagine you're watching a video where the narrator is explaining one concept while the visuals show something completely different. This creates unnecessary mental effort as your brain tries to reconcile the mismatched information. So, research by Richard Mayer and Roxana Moreno showed that poorly designed multimedia presentations can overwhelm working memory and impair learning. This is basically the direct load that is in your control. The one previously is sort of not in your control because it just depends on what you're actually teaching. But these ones really, really depend on you. the way you present the video, this is how you reduce the extraneous load. And the third one is known as the germane load. So germane cognitive load represents the mental effort needed to create and strengthen mental models or schemas. And this is actually beneficial cognitive load since it's the mental work of learning and understanding. So when you watch a well-designed educational video that helps you connect new information to things you already know, you're experiencing a productive germane load. And so this is the load that we want our viewers to experience. We do not want them to experience a lot of extraneous load, but want them to experience a lot of germane load. So total cognitive capacity is like a container that can only hold so much, right? And if extraneous load is high, that is due to poor video design, there is a lot of things that they have to process. There is less capacity left for handling intrinsic load and engaging in germane processing. So it's like filling, if this you've only got this much, right? And so if you're filling and adding more load to this, there is not much capacity for your basically for the cup, essentially, quote unquote, to have other sorts of drinks in it, right? So when you make your video poorly or you teach something poorly, there is less capacity for your viewer to actually process what you're talking about, which is not ideal at all. And your brain processes things like a computer. So when you use your computer and there are multiple processes running concurrently, the computer essentially slows down, right? Because there is so many things happening at the same time, your computer requires a lot of energy and all of that stuff to actually process things. So overall your efficiency reduces. The amount of brain ram required is high when your teaching is actually very very poor. When your extraneous load is high, the amount of brain ram required to actually exist is also high. So because it is also high, it reduces overall in all aspects. So our goal when making videos is to provide singular concepts instead of providing all the concepts at once. That is the main goal. And so what we need to understand is anticipatory learning. Since we are teaching in a non-live setting, it becomes very hard for the viewer to deal with doubts. And so doubts are basically like little obstacles and bottlenecks that they have to face. And these pitfalls are called as learning anchors. All right. When you're teaching something, you must be aware of the common pitfalls that will occur and make sure to solve those common problems in the video itself. Because when you solve these common pitfalls, you're actually creating more value for your viewer. And so, essentially, what you need to understand is how to teach. How do you actually use the information that we've learned till now? Till now, we've understood how attention is distributed, how information must be distributed, the loads that experienced by humans, and basically like how we must deal with doubts and the fact that we must deal with doubts in the video. So how do you actually use this? One of the greatest methods to he so Richard Feynman was basically known as, like, one of the greatest teachers of the world, and he came up with very very insane methods, and one of them and two of them is basically first principles and analogies. So first principles is something we've also learned beforehand in this course itself, but Richard Feynman was basically one of the greatest thinkers out there. And what he believed was that if you cannot explain a concept to a 5-year-old, you don't know it well enough. You might have heard about this before as well. And this is actually factual. You should have the ability to explain anything to anyone using the core disciplines. So if there is a very where there are few core disciplines regarding a topic, you must be able to explain anything about that topic to anyone using these core disciplines. Because the moment you're able to do that, you are developing your own ability to actually teach. So when your brain tries to remember things, it is very easy for the brain to keep the info in the working memory if it is associated with something. And this is basically how your nervous system functions, right? Your nervous system creates new memories, new concepts by interconnecting different things. And so when it is interconnecting different things, that is when it's actually learning. And so what we want to do is basically abuse this shit. So when you teach anything, incorporating analogies is very important. And this will help the viewer remember what you were saying. Analogies will help your viewer remember the information you're trying to convey. It also becomes easy for them to remember that you changed their paradigm. Paradigm is basically how the viewer views the world. And so when you actually create analogies, it becomes very easy to influence them to change the way they think. And when you can influence them to change the way they think, you shift their paradigm. And when you shift their paradigm, you essentially create a lot of trust and value. So, for example, imagine you're teaching how to use cold email to get clients. That's the video you're making. You can use the following analogy to help you drill down the point. So instead of talking about like, yo, you need to like, cold email is basically about, sending emails to random people. You can say that, imagine you're transferred to a new school. You have to make new friends. And you won't be able to do that if you don't talk with anyone, right? You would have to approach a lot of people, find some people who you like, compliment them to build rapport. That is what cold emailing is. So now when you give this example, your client will be able to remember what cold emailing is. So instead of saying like cold email is about sending emails to random people in hopes that they actually book an appointment with you, it's about they'll be able to relate to this information and remember this information by remembering that you told them that it is something related to moving to a new school. And that is very, very powerful. Now it is very easy for your viewer to remember these things because it becomes easy. To remember it, the concept becomes very, very easy. So if you explain quantum mechanics to someone using analogies, it becomes very easy to remember quantum mechanics and understand quantum mechanics. And so if you think about this, every teacher who you still remember from school used analogies. Every one of them used analogies to help you learn better. And that is the reason why you still remember them. Another important aspect of becoming someone who is good at teaching is to learn and grow at all times. This is very, very important because you are never going to be perfect at teaching. You're never going to be the best at it. You need to always and always be improving. You need to spend time learning and getting better at teaching. And the way you do that is by making more YouTube videos. Your skill is basically in your hands. This is exactly how you get better at teaching. I hope you like this module. Create notes or whatever. You can watch this module again if you cannot really understand, and go and watch the next module after this. I'll take care. See you soon. Peace. So, welcome to this module. In this module, we're going to learn exactly how to tell stories. Now, this module will go over everything you could possibly ever want to know about storytelling. This skill will change it all for you because humans love listening to stories. And if you're the type of person who's going to make very unedited videos, this skill is extremely important because this becomes one of the digital assets that you need to have. And it is one of the most advantageous skills of this century to be able to tell stories and attract people, to be able to hook people, to be able to convert people with just your words is a very advantageous skill. I have broken it down into very, very simple steps. So all you have to do is apply them. There is no need for you to think anything. I have broken it down into extremely simple concepts and frameworks. So all you have to do is just apply them, and then you'll be telling great stories. I want to ask you a question. What do you think the point of every story is? If I asked you like, yo, what is the entire point of storytelling? What would you say? What would be your answer? If you answer with giving the details or telling the events or describing whatever happened, you are absolutely wrong, my friend. That is absolutely not what storytelling is all about. The point of every story is to sell a transformation, and yes, it is to sell a transformation. What does that even mean? You talk about the transformation you experienced in the 5-second moment. And this is the first concept we need to talk about, the 5-second moment. Storytelling is not about telling the details or events, but rather about selling a transformation, selling a feeling you felt. Humans only like experiences, and humans only and only relate to experiences. Humans do not like anything else, right? If I was talking to you about a story to my trip to Bali, nobody would be interested, and if I started talking about the places I visited, you would absolutely not be interested in listening to whatever I have to say. Why is that? Why is that would happen? It is because there is no transformation to experience, right? There is no transformation to experience. Instead, every one of our stories should end with a transformation that the listener can actually feel, which is very, very important to understand. They must be able to feel it. This transformation is why people listen to stories in the first place itself. The transformation is why they're sticking around, bro. If there was no transformation to experience, they are not going to actually stick around. If you do not believe me, it's time for a story. So, If you do not believe that people only stay for a transformation, let me tell you a story. So I put down my bag and I'm walking back to my room. All right, I just put down my bag. I'm walking back into my room and I just come back from my coaching classes and I close my door. My mom is prepping for her catering business order, so she's making food. She talks to me, how was everything, blah blah blah, and I'm like, oh, decent, normal, whatever. And I go into my room and I just close the door. And on my desk, I've got my laptop and my to-do list is just staring at me, right? And the to-do list is just there, and I know I have to do work, but I don't actually want to do work, and so I go on to YouTube. And so I'm watching YouTube videos right now while sitting down on my chair, and I hear my mom calling me. Mom calls me loudly. She's like, Rohit, come here. And I'm like, oh my God, what just happened? What did I do wrong? Or I just heard like a noise and I realized, like, she was actually maybe calling me because something fell down. And so I was very irritated and very tired. So I went out, and as I reached for the door handle and I opened up the door handle and I pulled back the door, and there was a sight that awaited me, which I never actually expected. My mom wasn't there, and I looked down on the floor and there was blood. And I was like, oh my God, what just happened? My mom calls me, she's like, Rohit, Rohit. And I tell her, what happened, what happened? And she shows me her hand, and her hand is falling apart because when she was prepping for her order, her fingers went into the mixer and her skin is falling apart. And my father is out of town, he's traveling, and so there is no range also. And I realize, and suddenly I'm get hit with this feeling that holy shit, something wrong is about to happen. And I don't know what happened in me. I suddenly had this sense of responsibility. I take her to the hospital, and soon she tells me she needs an operation because her fingers are absolutely messed up. And I'm like, holy shit, call my dad and everything. And I don't know how time passed so fast, and I'm waiting in the operation waiting room. It's 12 midnight, it's midnight basically. I'm in the operating room waiting. My phone is almost dead. It's at a 1 digit percentage. So I'm not using it to scroll or anything because there is no range that I'm getting in there. I'm alone in that room. There is only one light above me and a metal chair that I'm sitting on. And I'm hungry and I'm really, really sleepy. And I'm wearing a khaki pant and a white shirt. And as I'm sitting on there, as I'm sitting and waiting for my mother's operation to be done, my mind starts to think about everything that could go wrong. And so as I'm sitting there, something clicks inside me. As I'm sitting there lying, almost lying down on that chair, I started smiling. It's very strange why I would smile in such a precarious situation, but I was smiling because I genuinely felt grateful for myself. For the first time in my life, I genuinely felt happy to be me. And I realized, and I look back at my self improvement journey, I look back at how much I've changed and improved. And I realized, like, all of that effort actually paid off. All of those efforts actually paid off. And it was because of those efforts that I really, really was able to deal with the situation. And for the first time in my life, I was actually proud of myself. I was actually proud to be who I actually am. You can see from this story, I'm selling a transformation, an emotion. I'm not talking about the accident, I'm selling an emotion. I hope you now understand why the transformation is so important to talk about or to actually convey. Because it is because of this transformation that people actually are enticed to listen to you. People actually feel like listening to you. Now, what can this transformation even be? Rohit, what are you talking about? What transformation can I talk about? A physical transformation I have, it is literally anything. It can be physical, emotional, logical. Any transformation you experience is a story to be told. I remember we're not writing a school essay about your trip to Paris. We're trying to change the listener. This is very important to understand. We are not trying to write a trip about wherever we went and, I traveled to this place. And we're not writing a school essay and a descriptive essay that you know the typical descriptive essay format. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to change the listener with our story. We're trying to change the way they think, change their paradigms and everything in between. You need to sell the transformation. But Rohit, I don't really have any stories to tell. This is probably you. You're saying that, okay, I've understood the importance of storytelling, but I don't really have any sort of stories to tell. There is nothing great that has happened in my life, and that is very wrong. Stories are all around us. They're not just found in novels or movies, but they're in the small moments that happen to us every single day. These are stories. And so we move on to the next concept known as homework for life. Most people think that stories have to be grand or extraordinary or something insane, an event that is super crazy that happened, when in reality, that is not the case. The best stories are often hidden in the everyday moments that catch us off guard or make us pause for a second. These are the greatest stories that could ever exist. And your job is to actually notice them. And it could literally be the way someone smiled at you on the street. You're going to get groceries, someone smiled at you. That is a story to be told. A random conversation that made you think, or that little feeling of satisfaction you get when you cross something off your to do list. All of these are small moments, and as small as they may seem, they are stories waiting to be told. But here's the catch: we're not writing a novel about it. Keep it short, just 2 to 3 lines. Now you might be wondering, Rohit, what are you talking about? This is all it takes to capture a moment. This is where we're actually going to be getting into the actionable steps of learning how to tell stories. And these little moments are basically stories, and these are the seeds that will grow into something bigger when you need them. And so here's what you need to do at the end of every day. You need to ask yourself, what moment stood out to me today? What is something that really, really stood out to me, that was something that really, you know made me happy, sad, whatever, an event today that made you stand, that stood out to you, and just write it down in a book, just 2 to 3 lines, and just talk about it, like, okay, this happened, this happened, this happened. We're not writing a story about it. We're just writing a quick little explanation of what it happened. And you don't need to overthink about it. You don't need to think a lot, like, oh my god, what do I write? Write down whatever comes to mind. All right, this is very, very important to understand. Maybe it was the awkward conversation you had with a friend that left you thinking for hours afterwards. Maybe it was the sunlight that hit your desk just right in the afternoon. Maybe that was what made you feel like, yo, this is actually an event that stood out to you. Are these sort of events that will actually make up a great, great story for you. These little movements are important because they actually add up, and they're proof of your life, your growth, and your experiences. And when you start collecting them, you start to see the patterns. You start to recognize the transformations in your own life that you can share with others, which is the entire point of storytelling. With this homework for life action, if you write down every single day an event that stood out to you, you're making these databases of stories that you can tell in the future. And these stories, you don't even need to be like writing it perfectly. They don't even need to be profound. A lot of people have this question like, oh my god, I'm talking about a story, but it's not profound. I'm not, nothing great has happened, when in reality nothing great has to happen. All they need to do is capture a piece of your day. Because remember, storytelling is all about transformation. It is all about letting the viewer experience a transformation. It's about capturing that 5-second moment and sharing the emotion that came with it. The 5-second moment being the transformation or the emotion you experience in an event. By doing this homework for life, you're training yourself to notice those moments, to capture them, and eventually to share them in a way that impacts others. So grab a notebook or open a note on your phone and start writing. Just write now as well. Write down an event that stood out to you today. Just write it down. Just 2 to 3 lines. Describe it like, this happened, this happened, this happened. That's it. This is very, very important. Just 2 to 3 lines. That's all it takes. And you'll be surprised at how much these little stories will matter in the long run. And I cannot stress this enough. There has been so many times in which I've referred to my own homework for life documents, and I found stories which I literally forgot about, but which were actually really, really, really good. So every day there is a new story that is waiting for you. And when you tell a story, do not waste time, right? When you're talking about a story, you don't have to actually waste time. Now, I know this was a big big jump from one concept to the other, but the first concept obviously being like, just write down an event that stood out to you right now as well, that happened today or maybe yesterday. Just write it down in 2 to 3 lines. And the next thing that you need to know is, when you tell a story, you don't have to actually waste any time. You should not waste any time. You need to start as close to the 5 second moment as possible. What, Rohit? What? What are you talking about? I thought storytelling was all about selling the transformation, so why should I cut short my own story? The reason people listen to stories is for that transformation. The shift that happens in those few seconds that changes everything. So why do you want to delay it? And so we move on to our third concept, known as starting your story. How do you actually start your story? The closer you start to that moment, the more powerful your story will actually be. And this is very, very important to understand. I really, really want you to think about this. If you begin a story too far away from the transformation, you risk losing your audience. If you talk about some irrelevant thing that happened to on that day that is not even correlated to the 5 second moment that you experience, the viewer or the listener will actually just be bored. And they don't need a long introduction. They don't need all the background information, and the keyword here is all. They don't need all the background information. What they need is that spark, that pivotal moment when everything changes. That is what they actually need. And so when you're trying to start your story, you need to understand that starting as close to the 5 second moment as possible is very, very important. And obviously, like, don't be someone stupid and say that, oh, just talk about the 5 second moment instantly, because that's the closest you can start it with. But instead, like, just be a little bit like a logical human being, and just think that what is the point with which I can start like the story as close to the 5 second moment as possible that actually makes sense. So for the story I narrated before, if you think about it, I started the story very, very close to the 5 second moment, right? Very, very close to the context. I could have started the story with me going to my coaching classes in the morning, being very disinterested, bored, sleepy, sitting in the class and all that stuff. But those details are very irrelevant, right? Those details are very irrelevant. Instead, if we talk about like I talked about like the point with as close to the 5 second moment as possible that actually made sense. It actually made sense. And so what you need to do is start your story with movement. What does that even mean? Start with action. Draw your audience in by setting the scene, but don't get caught up in the details. Instead, focus on the build up to your 5 second moment. And the beginning of your story should be the exact opposite of where your story ends. This is very important to understand. Once you've identified, like, okay, this is an event and this is the 5 second moment, you need to understand that the story should start almost opposite to where your story ends. So if your 5 second moment is about finding peace, start with chaos. If your 5 second moment is about achieving clarity, start with confusion. This contrast creates a sense of tension and intrigue, pulling your audience in. This is very, very important to understand. And so let's break it down. Let's do something actionable. I want you to go back to your homework for life document. I hope you've written down at least one event right now. Choose one event that stood out to you and write an intro for it. Writing an intro for that story. And so here is another story for you. So before I actually tell you a story, right? I really want you to do this. Go back to your homework for life document, and on that document, I really want you to pick like an event that you've written down, and you're gonna write a story. All right, you're going to write a story. So what you're gonna do is understand like, okay, this is the 5 second moment, and then once you've identified like this is the 5 second moment, I want you to write down the starting point for that story. So whether that be something opposite to the 5 second moment or whatever it is, write down that intro. And so let me just tell this story about very interesting thing. So I put down a pan on the gas. All right, I put down the pan. I just cleaned it off, and I look around, and my eggs are ready, my spices are ready, and my bread is ready. And I have a smile on my face because I had learned about optimizing for testosterone, and I knew eating eggs was the best thing that could ever happen. I knew how healthy eggs were, I knew how advantageous they were, and so I was really, really excited. Like, things are actually going to change for me. And so I kept everything ready. I kept the eggs and everything ready. And I was excited, and I told my mom that, please bring me brown eggs, because the white eggs, I hated it. The brown eggs, they were even more healthier. They would have a nice orange yolk, super high in fats, very, very healthy, high in omega 3 and everything. So I researched a lot about all of this, and I was excited that from today onwards, I'm going to start eating healthy. From today onwards, I'm going to optimize my own life so that I can be even healthy. And so, with a smile on my face, I'm really excited to make these eggs. I pick up one of those eggs, right? And its brown shell is staring into my face. And I'm really excited, like, finally, it's about time. I'm optimizing my own life. I'm really excited. I'm happy. And I crack it open, and then suddenly, my smile died. My smile died. And I looked down into the pan in which I had sauteed the vegetables, and I was shocked because the eggs was really, really bad. It was really bad. It was literally yellow water. And I was shocked. I was like, okay, fine, maybe this is just one of these eggs. Maybe just one of them went bad. And I cracked open the remaining egg, the second egg, and it was the same thing. I cracked open another egg, and yet it was still the same thing. Turns out, all six of those eggs were absolutely bad. And my excitement for taking control of my life died down, because then I had to eat upma laden in seed oils, which absolutely ruins your health. You can see from this story, right? Think about this. In this example, notice how the story starts with movement, right? Think about this. I started the story with movement, complete opposite. Even though there was no significance to the story, there was nothing profound to be experienced, you were still enticed in. You were still hooked inside the story. And so, storytelling is all about taking your audience on a journey, leading them through the tension, and then releasing them with a transformation. The story I just narrated had no transformation, basically. It had basically no transformation, yet, just the way I spoke just enticed you in. Now, I really want you to do this and take one of your stories and start with movement and guide your audience to your 5 second moment. So, right now, with me, do this. Pick an event that stood out to you. Then identify, like, this is the 5 second moment that I experienced. Then I want you to, like, think about where you can start the story, which will make sense. So, it is the closest to the 5 second moment, but it actually makes sense. And once you've identified that starting point, I need you to start the story with movement. Start the story with movement that I am doing something. Don't talk about something really, really stupid like, oh, this happened, oh, that happened. Because I really want you to think about this. When you're watching a movie and there are dialogues, you always have like something happening, right? Whenever a movie even starts, for example, there is always movement. It never starts out static. There is something happening. And that is the key point. You need to start your story with movement, because if you do not start with movement, the listener cannot actually even relate to what you're saying because they can't imagine anything. If I just talked about, like, I am sitting, you can sort of imagine myself. But if I say, and I put down my ass on the on the chair, and I put my arms on my hand rests and stuff, now you can sort of imagine it to be a little bit better, right? Now you can imagine things to be a little bit better. The next thing we're going to cover is stakes, and it's not the gambling website, by the way. We're talking about stakes. Every great story has something at stake. Stakes are what keep people glued to your words, wondering what's going to happen next. They are what make a story matter. And so, without stakes, your story is just a series of events, which is extremely bad. Without stakes, your story is just a series of events that happen. With stakes, however, your story becomes a journey with tension, anticipation, and ultimately transformation. So, to craft a compelling story, you need to highlight what's at risk. And there are a few key types of stakes that we will use in our own storytelling, which is very important. And these different stakes have different purposes. And once you realize like what these purposes are and what these uses are, you'll be able to cherry pick whatever suits the story that you're narrating. And so the first thing we need to understand is what's the biggest thing your listener needs to know. What is the biggest thing in the story that the listener needs to know? This is called as the elephant. The most obvious thing in your story, the one detail that sets the tone for everything that follows. Right? This is called as the elephant stake. The one big thing that the viewer or the listener needs to know about your story. And without this, your story loses its weight. No pun intended, by the way. Think of the elephant as the anchor that grounds your narrative. You need to make it clear to your audience that the biggest issue or challenge is, and once they understand it, they'll actually start to care. So, example, in my story about eggs, I clearly highlighted the fact that the story was about eggs. Right, I didn't need to specify what would happen. When you were listening to that story, you clearly knew like the story is about eggs. It's not about fruits, it's not about gambling or whatever, it was very, very and evidently clear that it is all about eggs. The use of the elephant is to bring clarity. The elephant is used to bring clarity. When you use the elephant in your videos, you're going to realize like it's going to give a lot more clarity to your listener or your viewer. The other stake is known as the backpack. The backpack stake. The backpack is that feeling that you carry before the action begins. It's the anticipation, the build up, the anxiety before you take a step. And it's what the villains plan before they strike in a sort of analogical way. This is where you make your audience feel what you felt before something important happened. So, what do I mean by that is when you're approaching your 5-second moment, the backpack is used to convey the feeling just before the 5-second moment. So, if you're anxious, you're scared, you're nervous, that is the feeling you sort of talk about in the backpack. That is basically the feeling or the emotion you feel before the 5-second moment happens. It's very important. It is before, it is not the 5-second moment, it is something that happens before that. And the backpack doesn't even have to be grand. It can be the quiet nervousness before a big decision or the subtle tension before a confrontation. By conveying this feeling, you hook your listeners and get them invested in what's about to happen. So, example in my ex story, basically, I was clearly depicting my emotions, how I was feeling. So, how I was feeling before I actually cracked the eggs, right? I was talking about like how I was excited that I'm taking control of my life, blah blah blah. This is the exact use of the backpack. That is the use of the backpack. The next thing we will use is known as the breadcrumb. And I know these words are really, really weird. Breadcrumbs are little pieces of information that don't seem to fit, but they are there to keep your audience guessing. They're the little bits of information that do not make sense at all, but they do. And you can use them to throw people off or to make them wonder what's actually going on. And so the breadcrumb is basically used to add layers to your story. They make your listeners think they know what's coming, only to surprise them with something else. And these small details create intrigue and keep people engaged, wondering how the pieces will come together. So, in my story about my mom's accident, I was giving you details which were not actually needed, but these details made you guess what the story was about. So, I talked about a to do list staring at me, and I talked about sitting and watching YouTube videos, right? You could have never expected and anticipated that, the story was about my mom's accident and stuff like that, but it was these details which made you hooked because you had a different perception of what would actually happen. Now, this is the complete opposite of the elephant. Although later on you will understand how to use both of these. You might be wondering, like, okay, Rohit, you told me the elephant you have to bring clarity, but in the breadcrumbs you're talking about not giving clarity and throwing the viewer off. What does that even mean? It's a very important thing to understand that the elephant can be used two ways. One is you literally give them clarity on what the story is about, like with the eggs story that I've narrated, or you talk about something and use the elephant and the breadcrumbs to create that this is what the story is about, and then you do completely different. You do something completely different to throw the viewer off. And that is what I did with my accident example. Now, when you're nearing the climax of a story, use the hourglass technique, right? As you approach the big moment, slow down. If you remember, this was also something we had talked about in the speaking module. Halt the movement of your story, make your listeners wait. At this point, you own their attention. They're hanging on to your every word. Right before you're actually talking about the climax, you pause. You drag out the moment just enough to build suspense to make them hold their breath in anticipation. And this is the part of your story where tension peaks and you are actually controlling the pace. So stretch it, but don't snap it. So in my story about my mom's accident, when I was experiencing gratitude, that's when I stretched the story. Right before I experienced gratitude, before I would talk about like how I was smiling and stuff, I stretched the story. I started describing details. I was using the hourglass method. The hourglass method is just pausing just before like the 5 second moment is happening and then just stretching it out a little bit, just a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, so you can keep the viewer or the listener on their toes and make them want to know what you're talking about. And the crystal ball is your chance to offer another possibility. So, what could have happened instead? What did you predict would happen? Showing your audience an alternate outcome adds to the depth of your story. It shows them that things could have gone differently, and that adds weight to the final outcome. And so, by giving them a glimpse of what you expected, you let them see the uncertainty and the risk involved. And this is what makes your story feel real. It's not just a straightforward path, but a series of possibilities that could have turned out a lot of ways. So when you're telling your story, if you're ever unsure about its impact, and if you're ever unsure, like, is this story good enough? Is this something that is actually going to keep people hooked? You need to ask these questions to yourself. If I stopped, would my audience want to hear my next sentence? If I stopped, would anyone care? And is this story more appealing than sex right now? The last question is very weird, but yes, it's true. You need to ask yourself these questions. If you're thinking like, is this story actually even impactful? Just ask yourself, like, if I just stop talking, would my audience want to know what happened next? And if I stopped, would actually someone even care? And is it appealing? Is it more appealing than sex right now? And these questions are brutal, but they're essential because these are going to give you a spotlight or like a magnifying glass overview on actually what is important. And if the answer to any of them is no, then you need to raise your stakes in the story. You need to make your story matter more, because if they actually do not care what you're talking about, they're actually never ever going to be hooked into what you're actually wanting to say. Make your listeners care more. Give them something they can't run away from. In the end, storytelling is about holding your audience's attention from start to finish. And to do that, you need to make them care about every word you say. So use the stakes to keep them on the edge of their seats, and don't be afraid to drag out the moments that actually matter the most. And do not be afraid to do that. If you absolutely understand this, I really want you to take action and just think about the intro that you have written for a story, and just think like what sort of stakes can I add to this story so that I can make it feel way better. So we're going to move on to our next concept, that is, every story you tell is a movie. So imagine your words painting pictures in the minds of your audience. When you speak, they should be able to see what you're saying, feel it, live it as if they're watching it unfold on a screen. And to do that, you need to set the scene. So every story you tell should begin with a setting, a physical location that grounds your audience in the moment. And you can't just describe events, you need to place them somewhere. So think of your story as a series of movie scenes. Right? Without a setting, there are no shots, no visuals for your audience to hold on to. Think about this. You're watching a movie, there are only dialogues, but there is nothing to see. That movie won't really do that well, right? Because you're not able to associate whatever is happening with a place. You're not able to imagine anything. The setting is the canvas on which your entire story unfolds. So, for example, remember the story about my mom's finger getting cut? It started with a scene, right? It me coming out of my room, reaching for the door handle. The setting was my house, and every detail, the door, the handle, the blood, was tied to that physical location. And so, whenever I was describing that, you were able to imagine. that thing happening. If I just talked about like, oh, I just saw my mom's blood, you'll be wondering where did you see it, right? It wasn't just about the events that took place, it was about where they took place. And so this allows your audience to picture the moment in their minds, to visualize what's happening as if they're right there with you, as if they're right there. It's very, very important you do this. So always start with the setting, right? Always start with the setting. Whenever you're starting a story, you have to start with movement, but there has to be a place where that movement actually happens. Because if there is no physical location, your audience can't imagine the scene, and if they can't imagine the scene, you've already lost them. If the setting could be anywhere, like a room, a street, a car, a park, but it needs to be somewhere, there has to be some physical location. If you think about this, you wouldn't watch a movie with only dialogues, would you? You wouldn't be watching a movie in which there are only dialogues and there is nothing to see. Your audience needs to be able to place themselves in your story, and that starts with giving them a location. Break it down visually. Where are you? What do you see around you? What's the weather like? What objects are in the room? The more specific you are with your story, the more vivid your story becomes. Now, you might be wondering, Rohit, what are you talking about? This is very hypocritical of yours. You told not to describe events and not to describe places, but now you're telling to describe. There is a difference in what I'm saying. I'm not talking about if you're going to sit there and talk about, there it was a bright sunny day and the sun was there. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a very describing the setting you're in so that so that your story is like a movie. You're talking about something, you're starting your story with movement, you're describing what is around you. That is what I'm talking about. Your audience needs to be able to see the shots in their mind's eye, and if they can't, they will lose interest. Think about this. If they cannot mentally imagine what is happening in their minds, they won't be invested in it. When they can actually imagine, like, okay, if I talk about, like, I'm sitting in front of a laptop and I'm sitting on a tropical island, there is some sort of an imagination in your mind happening. You can imagine the scene, right? You can imagine something happening. And if you are able to imagine that, that means you're mentally invested in the thing that I'm saying, and that is very important. Your setting should be woven into the fabric of your story. It should feel natural, like it's part of the narrative, which is very important. It should feel natural. Don't just describe the scene, live in it, right? Think of your audience as the camera and you're directing them where to look. You're telling them, okay, look at this place right over here, look at this thing right over here. Every scene in a movie serves a purpose. The setting isn't just a backdrop, it's part of the experience. It's what makes your story tangible, something your audience can hold on to. And without it, your story becomes abstract, and abstraction doesn't hold attention. So the next time you tell a story, think of it as a movie. Visualize each part as a scene with a clear location. Because if they can't see where the story is happening, they won't stay for the ending. So before we actually move on to the next concept, I want you to do this one thing. All right. Now, once you've written down the intro to the 5-second moment of an event that you've found, I really want you to think about this like this. Whenever you're talking about that story, I really want you to talk about like the setting and just live in that. There is a difference between describing the events and describing the setting. So if I'm talking about like the accident about my mom, I can talk about like, it was a bright sunny day, it's really hot, it's afternoon, I'm sweating, but these details doesn't actually help me. What we're talking about is when you're narrating a story, when you're talking about like the events that are happening and you're building up to your 5-second moment, you need to constantly describe the setting around you so that the viewer can actually visualize this. They can actually visualize and see what is actually happening in their mind's eye. And so the next thing you need to do is avoid this word. Here's a simple rule that will instantly make your stories more engaging. Stop using and. Stop using the word and. And kills movement. It's a word that drags on, stringing together events without giving your audience a moment to breathe. That is the that is the worst part about the word and. When you rely on and, your story becomes a list of things that happen one after another with no real momentum. It's like, oh, this happened and this happened and this happened. You need to avoid that at all costs. Instead, use but and therefore as words. These words are like the engine of your story, propelling it forward and keeping your audience hooked. But introduce. introduces conflict, and conflict creates interest. Think about this. If there is a fight happening on the street, you're very interested to see what is happening. Therefore, introduces consequence, and consequence keeps your audience invested in what happens next. When you use but and therefore, your story moves with purpose. Every sentence flows into the next, keeping the pace alive and your listeners engaged. Let's just look at an example. Imagine you're telling a story about a vacation you had. Let's read this together. I had planned this vacation for months and I was looking forward to it. The destination was perfect, the itinerary was set, and I was ready to relax. But when I arrived, everything felt off. The weather was colder than expected, and the hotel room was smaller than the picture had shown. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just being picky. But as the days went by, nothing seemed to improve. The beach was crowded, the food was bland, and the activities I had planned weren't as exciting as I had imagined. Therefore, I found myself spending more time in my room than exploring. I would sit on the bed, scrolling through my phone, wondering why this trip wasn't living up to my expectations. I had been so excited to get away, but now I just felt disappointed. I even thought about cutting the vacation short, but I didn't want to admit defeat. Therefore, I forced myself to go through the motions, visit the sites, take the pictures, smile for the camera, but deep down, I couldn't wait for it to be over. In this example, you can see how but and therefore create a natural flow in the story. That is very, very important to understand. They introduce problems and resolutions, keeping the pace dynamic, right? But highlights the conflict and therefore shows the consequence of that conflict. And this keeps your story moving forward, making it more interesting and engaging for your audience. When you use and, it becomes a series of events. When you use but, there is conflict, there is tension, and therefore it's like a resolution to that. On the other hand, if I had just used and, the story would have fallen flat. It would have turned to a list of events with no real movement or tension. And makes your story feel like it's just dragging on, while but and therefore give it structure and momentum. So remember this when you're crafting your stories, right? Try and use the word and as less as possible. Use but and therefore to create tension. The next thing is enhancing your story. One of the biggest mistakes you can make when telling a story is starting with the point of the story itself. Saying things like, I had to take responsibility for my mom in the hospital, gives away the entire story before it even begins. This is very, very important to understand because a lot of people make this mistake. They'll talk about, hey guys, today I'm going to tell you about a story in which I had to take responsibility for my mom in the hospital. It gives away the entire story. This is called a thesis statement and it's a story killer. You're telling your audience what's going to happen before they even have a chance to get interested in what's going to happen. You need to avoid this at all costs. Instead, keep your audience in suspense. Don't give them the point of a story at the start, make them wait for it. Don't tell what your story is all about. It's so stupid. Use stakes to build tension and increase surprise. When people don't know what's coming, they're more invested in the journey. The less they know, the more they want to know. One powerful way to do this is to plant bombs in your story. These are pieces of information that are crucial to the narrative, but you hide them. Don't give away the surprise upfront. Instead, bury these important details within other seemingly unrelated information. It's like putting a needle in a haystack. The needle is there, but it's hidden among everything else. When planting bombs, mix them in with a list of details. And this technique allows you to reveal critical information without making it obvious. By placing the bomb alongside other less important information, you disguise its significance. It gets lost in the shuffle until the moment when it explodes and changes everything. For example, instead of saying, I had to take responsibility for my mom in the hospital, you might just start your story with a series of unrelated details. I was walking back to my room after a long day. YouTube was enticing. My to-do list was staring at me from my desk. I didn't think of it much when my mom called me into the kitchen. Think about this. When I was narrating the story, I told you like my mom was making her catering order, right? That was a bomb that I had planted. I did not tell you like the story is going to be related to her, but that was a bomb planted in a seemingly unrelated information. You mix the bomb, your mom calling, with other details that seem unimportant, hiding the surprise. And to enhance this effect, place the bombs as far away from the actual surprise as possible. You need to do that. So if you're going to drop a major revelation later on in the story, you don't want to hint at it too soon. If there is something that is great going to happen at the end of the story, Place a bomb at the start of the story. Bury the detail early on so by the time a surprise comes, your audience isn't expecting it. Another tactic to camouflage a surprise is to build a laugh just before the big reveal, which is very funny. Humor lowers people's defenses. When they're laughing, they're not expecting something serious to happen. By making your audience relax, you set them up for a bigger impact when the bomb actually goes off. Sorry. When enhancing your story, remember that it's all about control. Don't spoil the experience by giving away too much too soon. Use stakes to keep them on edge, plant bombs to hide the crucial details, and camouflage the surprises with laughter. Keep them guessing. Keep them invested in, and most importantly, keep them wanting more. And so here we move on to our next concept as humor. Now we're going to move on to this concept of humor. You can't just throw jokes around and expect them to land, right? That is something we all know. Humor should serve a purpose. It's like seasoning. Too little and the dish is bland, too much and it overpowers everything. So when used correctly, humor makes your story more engaging, relatable, and memorable. So the first rule of humor in storytelling is to try to make your audience laugh in the first 30 seconds. This sets the tone and builds a connection. If you can make them laugh early, they're more likely to stick around and trust you as a storyteller. Humor breaks the ice and gets your audience on your side from the very beginning. But don't stop there. You want to strategically place humor just before the main climax of your story. This not only gives them a breather but also makes the upcoming climax hit even harder. Humor acts as a pressure valve, letting out just enough steam to keep everything under control. Think of humor like a carnival game when you throw a ball at cans. The cans are your setup, the details of the story that build towards the joke. The ball is a punchline, it's what knocks everything down and gets the laugh. And most people make the mistake of throwing the ball too soon. They say the funniest thing first and then try to explain it with details afterwards. This kills the joke. Always save the funniest thing for last. Let the details stack up and then hit your audience with the punchline when they least expect it. One effective humor technique is to combine two things that don't normally go together. For example, I remember going to my tuition classes and the business was booming. More shoes were piling up outside, indicating more students were attending. But what made it even funnier was that among all those shoes, there was a pregnant cat lounging around. The contrast between a growing business and a random pregnant cat, it creates a moment of unexpected humor that sticks with the audience. Remember, humor is all about timing and delivery. It's not about what you say, it's about when and how you say it. You need to make your audience laugh early, use humor to diffuse the tension, and strategically place it before the climax to maximize impact. Stack your details like cans and throw the punchline at the perfect moment. When done right, humor sorry, you're not humans, humor enhances your story, makes it more memorable, and keeps your audience hanging on every word. Now I'm no expert at humor. I can't really think about how to teach you to be funny. That's something you just have to be better at. Let's look at the next concept known as stay in the present. When you're telling a story, staying in the present tense can be a powerful way to pull your audience into the moment. There's something about the present tense that makes everything feel more immediate and real. It's like you're not just recounting something that happened, you're reliving it, and so is your audience. So, this is another story time right now. So, I'm sitting on my bench, right? I'm sitting on my bench and I have my phone out and I'm on my YouTube Studio app. The reason being was because I was waiting for my girlfriend to arrive, right? At the time of recording this video. And so I was waiting for her to arrive. I told her half an hour early to come down, and she wasn't coming down. And I was like, oh my god, she is late again. And so I'm sitting on the bench and I'm opening up my YouTube studio, and I see that the video is performing decently. That's fine. And I open up and I go on my phone and I open up the emails that I have, and I open up Google, the Gmail, and inside that I find an email. And I open the email and I'm reading the email that says that Rohit, I'm very grateful for your videos. You changed my life. And then I close the email and then I stop again and I think, oh my god, what did I just read? Rohit, you changed my life. And as I just read that statement, I just everything stopped around me and I just looked around. And I really thought about this statement. Rohit, you changed my life. At that moment, I realized, like, holy shit, my videos have a huge impact on the people that I'm making it for. I'm actually changing lives. And at that moment, my girlfriend came, and, and she was asking me, why were you laughing? And I just told her, "Look, nothing happened. Nothing happened. I was just laughing." But deep inside my mind, I was really, really happy with what I was doing. You want your audience to feel the moment as vividly as you did. And so using the present tense keeps your reader or listener in the story with you. This is very important. If you if you can literally like scroll back to the moment I started this story and I was literally in the present moment. I did not tell that I was sitting. I said I am sitting. They're not just hearing about something that happened, they're experiencing it with you. And this technique is particularly effective in moments of high emotion or tension because it locks your audience into the now. It stops them from drifting off and keeps them grounded in the story you are actually telling. However, using present tense isn't just about staying in one time frame. It's about learning how to shift between past and present, which adds texture and depth to your storytelling. But be careful with this technique. The trick is to keep only one event in the present. This back and forth movement adds contrast and makes the story dynamic, while the present tense keeps your audience engaged in what's happening right now. The key to making this work is balance. You need to realize this. You don't want to overdo it. Too much shifting, and you leave your audience feeling disoriented. They'll be confused like what is actually happening. Too little, and you lose the impact that this technique can bring. You lose its significance. The trick is to use the present tense strategically for moments of high significance, moments that deserve to be felt as they happen. That is very important. Another small concept is known as how to talk about wins. How do you talk about wins? Now, people love underdog stories. This is not entirely related to storytelling, but in a way, it's very important to understand because there is a psychological tendency for people to love underdog stories. We're drawn to stories of struggle, of overcoming obstacles, of rising from failure to success. But here's the thing, if you just walk into a room and start talking about how great you are, nobody wants to listen to you. It's not that people don't care about success, they do, but they need a reason to care about your success. They need a reason. And the reason comes from how you frame it. Success is compelling when it's unexpected, when it's a surprise, when it's the result of a journey filled with pitfalls, setbacks, and doubts. People want to see the humanity behind the achievement, they don't want to see the achievement. One way to do this is by creating a sense of disalignment with your success. Think about the last time you achieved something big. Now, instead of jumping straight to the highlight reel, talk about everything that went wrong leading up to that point. Create a contrast between where you were and where you ended up. This disalignment makes your success more relatable and believable. For example, let's just say you hit 1,000 subs on YouTube. That's a big milestone, right? That's a big milestone for you. But instead of celebrating, tell the story of how your videos were flopping left and right before that. Talk about how you got more unsubs than subs some days and how you thought about quitting because no one seemed to care about your content. Show your audience the mess, the frustration, and the doubts. And by showing how misaligned you are with your success, your audience feels that journey with you. And it's no longer just about the achievement, it's about the process of actually getting there. Another approach is to talk shit about yourself. And I know this sounds very weird, but yes, another approach is to talk real shit about yourself. Be brutally honest about your flaws, your mistakes, and your shortcomings. People don't want to hear about how perfect you are, they want to hear about your imperfections. The more you talk about your shitty behavior before your success, the more people will listen to you. It's very weird. But don't hide those moments, embrace them. Let's just take the YouTube example again for a second. Instead of talking about the flopped videos, dive deeper. Talk about the shitty habits that held you back. Whatever it was, talk about it openly, be authentic. Show your audience that you're just like them, flawed, imperfect, but willing to learn and grow. That even though you're like them, you were able to actually succeed and get that result. Now, here are some mistakes to avoid. Right, here are some big mistakes to avoid. Storytelling is about time travel. So, your job when telling a story is to take your audience back in time to that exact moment when you experienced, to recreate the sights, sounds, and emotions of that scenario. But just like any art, storytelling comes with its own set of rules. Here are some common pitfalls to avoid if you want to keep your audience engaged and immersed in your story. Don't say, "You guys won't believe this." One of the biggest storytelling mistakes is starting with phrases like, "You guys won't believe this," or "I have the craziest story to tell you guys." I'm going to tell you the craziest story. When you do this, you're setting up an expectation that the story will blow their minds. The problem is, if your story doesn't live up to that hype, you've already lost your audience. Plus, it's lazy storytelling. If you're telling, like, "Oh, my story is actually crazy," it's a lazy storytelling that you're doing. Your story should speak for itself. Let the events and emotions build the suspense and surprise naturally without needing a disclaimer. Let them feel the disbelief themselves. Think about this. If you're watching a movie and the movie says this is the greatest movie you will ever see, right? It's just a lazy movie. It's not a good movie. The next thing is to don't use the word story in your story. Another mistake is announcing that you're telling a story by using phrases like, "So here's the story," or "Let me tell you the story." Now, this is a mistake I made in this module itself, but honestly, I made that mistake consciously because there was no way to continue my words and string with my words without using this word. But if you're like talking about it in a video, do not ever start your story with saying that, "Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys a story about this thing." Don't ever do that. This pulls your audience out of the narrative before it even begins. Very inefficient, and it's really, really bad. Think of storytelling as immersion. You want your audience to get lost in the events, not reminded that they're listening to a structured tale. Just start with the action, the setting, or the emotion. Start with action. Don't announce that you're telling a story and just tell it. Don't use swear words or vulgar language. Now, swear words and vulgar language can have their place in conversation, but when it comes to storytelling, they're often a distraction. But it's like a tool, it just depends. If you're using them too much, they can cheapen your story and make it less impactful. So, it's up to you, just use it very consciously. The next thing, very important, is never memorize your story. A story that sounds rehearsed feels robotic. It loses its authenticity. One of the biggest storytelling mistakes is trying to memorize every single word of your story, right? Sorry. When you do this, you run the risk of sounding stiff and unnatural, as if you're reading from a script rather than sharing a lived experience. Instead, memorize the key points. Don't memorize like, "Okay, this happened, I have to tell this, then that, this, and that." Memorize the key points. Focus on remembering the first few sentences, the last few sentences, and the main scenes that form the backbone of your story. By memorizing only the essential parts, you leave room for the story to breathe and evolve naturally, making it feel more like a conversation than a performance. Instead of memorizing the story, memorize the scenes. Even if you don't memorize the entire story, you should always memorize the scenes. These are the specific moments that anchor your story, the vivid snapshots that take your audience back in time with you. If you know your scenes, you can focus on bringing those moments to life, making the details as vivid as possible. Storytelling is all about time travel. Your goal in storytelling is to make your audience feel like they've been transported into the past, right there with you, by you, experiencing the events in real time. Every detail, every emotion, and every moment should be crafted to pull them deeper into that world. Mistakes like overhyping, swearing, or sounding rehearsed can break that immersion. And by avoiding these common pitfalls, you keep your audience engaged and make your story feel you make your audience make your story feel like, which is something which is genuine, a lived experience, one that can not only listen to but feel on a deeper level. Remember, storytelling is about connection. It's about moments. It's about sharing moments in a way that makes others feel like they were there with you. And so, let's just conclude this module right now. By now, you have journeyed through the core elements of storytelling and are equipped with everything you need to craft stories that captivate, connect, and leave a lasting impact. You'll continue to grow, evolve, and discover new ways to engage your audience. And while you're learning these techniques and strategies to craft compelling stories, the real magic lies in practice. The more stories you tell, the better you'll get at it. So keep experimenting, keep sharing, and keep connecting. And don't be afraid to take risks with your storytelling, because in the end, it's not about the stories themselves, it's about the moments of connection, the emotions stirred, and the impact left behind. Your story matters, and the world needs to hear it. So now go out there and tell it. You're now equipped with everything you could ever want to know about storytelling. Watch this module again if you're actually not really understanding a point, and get started with crafting your own story and narrate it to somebody, maybe in your house or something, or record a video about it. But talk about that story and just see and just practice it every single day and just see how well you get at it. This is everything you could possibly ever want to know. I'll see you in the next module. Take care and peace. So, welcome to this module. In this module, we're essentially going to be looking at how to actually use the YouTube Studio. Now, this is a very important skill to have because you need to be able to use this stuff, because this is exactly like everything that you're going to ever need. So let me just put this over here and let's just begin. So firstly, this is like obviously like the main page, like you already know. You've got everything over here. The most important parts that we're actually going to be looking at is these sections. So first of all, when you go into the content part of this, you're going to see that you've got all of your videos over here, and analytics is basically the thing we're going to use all the time. So you can basically just see here in the overview section, we've got the views that we've generated, the watch time, and the subscribers. If you scroll down below, it's going to show you like the most the top content in this specific period. If you go into the content side of these things, you're going to see like the views, the impressions, the click-through rate, the average view duration. It's also going to give you like key moments for audience retention, the retention graphs, how viewers found your videos, the top videos. Same thing for shorts and even posts. If you go to the audience tab, it's going to show you the returning viewers with a purple line. So it's going to show you how many people are returning to your content. And the blue one is basically the new viewers. So you can basically just see how many new people are actually clicking on your video. And all of this is for the last 28 days. You can click over here and pick whatever you want. It's also going to show you videos growing your audience. So it's going to show you like the content that is really, really working well. And the new viewers who returned came for these videos, so that you have a good understanding of it. If you've uploaded enough videos, it's going to give you this data as well, in which it's going to show you when your viewers are on YouTube. So you can post the correct, you can post it on the correct times wherein people are actually watching, even like the geographies, the watch time, gender, age groups, blah blah blah. The trend section is basically something that we don't really want to use, because it's just going to tell you to go here. It's basically like a normal, it's a very normal thing to do. This is like a very less efficient way to do this, so we're not going to be focusing on that. Now in the dashboard section, after you've uploaded every video, it's going to give you a ranking, like it's a 1 of 10 for this video. That means it is performing, it is the first performing in comparison to the last 10 videos that I've uploaded in the first 15 hours and 19 minutes. So this has got the most amount of views in the first 16 hour and 19 minutes. You've obviously got the comment section and the posts and all of that stuff. This is basically everything that we're going to be using in your YouTube studio, and everything that you could possibly ever want to know. In the next module, I'm going to show you exactly how to upload your videos. And third module, we're going to cover how to actually analyze your videos. So I'll see you in the next one. Take care. So in this module, we're going to essentially be looking at how to upload videos. Now it's very straightforward, but there are a few key tactics that we have to use. So obviously, you're going to hit this button over here. It's going to give you this prompt. You put in your video. Now, once you've put in your video, what you want to essentially then do is it's going to show you this screen right over here, right? And this is where you input your title and your description. Now, the title, if you've downloaded and installed the vidIQ extension, it's going to give you the score, right? And you can see it's green and 90 out of 100. So that means this title is actually very good. If you're struggling to come up with titles, you can also use vidIQ's free version and get like three prompts and get three different basically just give it like three different prompts for titles, and it's going to give you that. Now this is the title that we have to do, and now once you input the title, we have to basically look at the score, right? And in the analysis section, I'm going to tell you exactly how to make changes and stuff. But when you upload a video, you basically want to aim for a good high score. In this section over here, you want to look for something in the green, not a yellow. Next thing, in the description, just put three normal tags which basically summarize what this video is about. It doesn't really matter what tags you put. It's just there. It just helps easier. It just makes YouTube like easier to help you. It just makes YouTube, it just helps YouTube to understand what this video is about. Your description, obviously, you just have a very minimal description with your VSL page and also a free resource page, or basically like a lead magnet page. You have all of these set up, and you just tell people like, yo, go and click here, blah, 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 something like that. In the thumbnail section, you can test and compare three different thumbnails. So you can go in here, you can choose three different thumbnails so that it split tests and choose the best thumbnail for you, or you can just upload your normal thumbnail over here. Now this is pretty straightforward. You want to scroll down a little bit, and click on no, it's not made for kids, and then scroll down below. This is the most important part, that is you want to essentially find these tags. Now how do you do this? How do you find tags which will help you get discovered easily? What you essentially want to do is you want to go on a tool known as subscriber.ai. Right, it's a free tool. Go into the tools section over here, and then you basically just want to go into the tag generator over here, and you essentially just want to input your tag over here. So let's just say the video is about how to upload videos on YouTube. You just put your video title. If you want, you can put your channel description as well. It doesn't really matter though. Once you upload that video title, it's going to give you the exact keywords for this title, which is optimal. And once it has generated everything, you just give it a few minutes here. Once it has generated everything, you just want to hit select all, and then hit copy selected over here, and then you just want to come over here and just paste that in the tag section. Now sometimes it does exceed this limit, so sometimes it's going to go over 500 words, so you just want to remove one of these tags, and so that it actually fits the criteria. And that is basically everything that you have to do when you're uploading the video. Now how do you know it's actually really good? You have to look at this, right? vidIQ SEO score. You want to look for something that is close to like 50 or even bigger than 50. If it's like 27 or something, that means your videos just your video is not going to do that well. It has a good amount of score, that means the video is going to do very very nice. And that is basically everything that you have to do. You can essentially also, like, once you upload this video, what you essentially also want to do is you want to add an end screen element. So what you want to do essentially just go in the end screen element, and you want to just put this over here in a time when your video ends. You basically just want to say like go and watch this video, and you want to direct them to a very specific video. All right, so for me, it's how to build a personal brand that generates 200 plus leads a month. You just input that, and you just keep that as your end screen element so that people can either book a call with you, or they can go watch more of your content. Now, let me just show you the video that I always direct people to. So it is over here. So this is the video that we're basically talking about, that we just send people to. All right. Now, once you actually upload your video, it's also going to give you like this analysis and stuff, which we'll cover on later. But if you look at this details part over here, you can basically just see, like, if you look at the title over here, it's 90. And if you just wait for this to load up, it's basically a really good score also here. So you can see like the tags and everything. It's not really generating a score, which is very sad right now. And this is basically all you have to do. Like, you just have to like upload the videos, and then let the magic just happen. And in the next module, we're going to cover how to analyze your video. So stay tuned for that. I'll see you all later. Take care. So welcome to this module. In this module, we're essentially going to be looking at how to analyze videos. Now, let's just say we have to analyze this video. Like, what you want to essentially do is you want to analyze videos after you've given it some time to like basically marinate. So for example, let's just take this video over here. Right, it was uploaded like last week, and you can see it has gotten 423 views and 6 subs and 6.7 hours of watch time. So once you've clicked on the analytics section, it's going to give you this, and it's going to show you like the views in the last 48 hours. And this is important because we want to be able to, we want to see if these videos are actually being recommended or not. If they're not being recommended, then it's a problem. That means we have to make some changes. All right, so we'll talk about that in a second. You can also click here and see the last 60 minutes to see if it's actually getting views. You can see it has gotten one view over here. Now, if you scroll down below, it's going to show you how viewers are finding this. So it is basically on the YouTube homepage. That is basically how people are finding this video. Now, once you scroll down below, it's going to show you like the retention graph for this video, right? And so the first metric it's showing is the average view duration. That means on average, 400 people have watched your video for like 56 seconds out of a 7 minutes, which is pretty bad. It also shows you the average percentage viewed. That means most people have viewed 12.2% of your video, which is also pretty bad. And so how basically this model is going to teach you how to find the loopholes, or how to find like the metrics that you have to work on. So you can see here in the graph, we have 37% of viewers are still watching at around the 30-second mark, which is pretty bad. You can see like we just have in like a few seconds a major drop off in retention, and then you can just see like the retention just drops and drops and drops and drops and drops. Now, once you see this happening, right, once you see like this sort of retention thing is happening, that means there is one big problem, that is your script is bad. And the reason why people, and reason why you get this sort of a retention graph, is because people don't really have a need to watch the entirety of the video. Like there is no payoff that they have to experience. And so once you see this type of graph, that means like your videos, it doesn't really have a good amount of payoff to experience. If it doesn't have a good amount of payoff to experience, that means viewers don't really have to watch the entirety of the video. And so from this metric over here, you can sort of find out like scripting is a major bottleneck of the content. The next thing that we do is go on to the reach section, and we just see the reach. Now if the impressions are steadily increasing like this is, that means the video is, the title and the packaging of the video is pretty good. If you have like a 4% CTR, 4 to 7% CTR is pretty good, right? So here we can see like the impression count is not the problem, the click through rate is also not the problem, so the packaging of the video is pretty decent as well. You can also look at here like what sort of content is suggesting your video, so you can sort of understand like what sort of a audience what sort of an audience you're actually attracting. You can also look over here the thumbnail test, like this video, this thumbnail got 40.6% of the entire watch time of this entirety of the video. So you can understand like what thumbnails work better. So you can see like impressions are not a problem because it's steadily increasing. That means that the packaging of the video is not the problem, the title and thumbnail are pretty good. If you look at the engagement again, you can see the retention is probably the worst part about this video, and that is why it's not this why this video is not really performing that well. And this is basically how you understand what sort of changes you have to make to your video. If we look at this video for example, right, this video is a great example of this. How do you analyze? You can see it's got 12 views since it has been published, 12 views. And you can see in the last 48 hours over here it's basically gotten no views, right? You can basically just see here it's gotten no views, which is a big problem. That means it's not being recommended. Now how do you find out where the problem actually is? You can see the views are not at all there at all. You can see the retention isn't bad at all. Considering the amount of views we have, it's not bad, right? So then what is the problem? The problem then becomes the reach. You can see it just got 600 impressions. It's still steadily increasing, but then you look at the click through rate, which is 1.5%. So that just means that the thumbnail is just bad. The thumbnail is just doing bad because viewers are finding it with YouTube search, channel pages, browse features. So people are finding this video, but they are just not clicking on this video, right? The impression count is also very low, like it's just increasing very slowly as well, which isn't really ideal. You can see like it isn't really increasing that well. So maybe the packaging of the video in itself is the biggest problem, because if we look at the engagement over here, you can basically just see like the engagement is not that bad, and even the audience itself. Now you can see like where the problem actually is lying. You can see watch time from subscribers subscribed, right? 91% of people who are subscribed to me are watching this video. That means this video is being recommended to my already pre-existing audience. And if you remember in the YouTube algorithm module, we had covered how YouTube recommends. So if my current audience is not liking this video, YouTube has no incentive to push it out to more people. And that is what it's showing right over here, right? That is what it is showing right over here. And so that is basically how you analyze any sort of video out there. How do you know what to change and everything in between? So if you look at this video for example, it's a 1 of 10, it's just 15 hours since it has been uploaded. You can see its views are stopped. You might be asking like why is there no view here, because I uploaded it like here. And you can see there is not many views over here as well. The retention graph isn't really generated because it's just uploaded. And you can see like the impression count is also stagnating over here as well, which is a big problem with the thumbnail itself. But I won't really be changing this right now because we want to give it a little bit of time, at least a couple of days, after which we have to analyze the entire video to see what changes can we actually make. You have to give it a little bit of time. And you can still see it's a 1 of 10, right? So I'm not going to change everything right now because it is working for me currently. And that is basically, my friends, how you analyze YouTube videos. It's very straightforward. You just use a little bit of your brain and find out the metrics, which is like the bottleneck, and then you just like make changes to it and just experiment and see what is actually working. That is basically all you have to do. I'll see you all in the next one. Take care. Peace.